The Senate will come to order. Senator Murphy.
Good morning, Mr. President. I impose a call of the Senate.
The Senate is now under call. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant-at-Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, any discussion? All in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, thank you so very much. In our Senate tradition, we start with prayer. Today's chaplain is Bishop Patricia Lowell from the St. Paul area synod of ELCA. And following the prayer, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. God of power and might, author of grace and mercy, we lift before you those who govern this state through the work of the Minnesota Senate, their aides, and their families. May the women and men serving here be reminded that the power they hold is a trust to be used, not for personal gain or profit, not even for partisan advantage, but for the service of the people of this state. As the deadlines for this Senate's work draw closer, drive away cynicism and posturing. Help each one here to speak and act with integrity and to receive the best ideas and cooperative spirit of others with the merit they deserve. It has been a long session, O God. Grant encouragement and stamina to continue the work of governing for the sake of all. We pray, trusting that you know fully what is in our minds and hearts. Amen.
Members, before I have the secretary do the roll call, I'd like to say, joining us today as a member of the American Society of Legislative Clerks and Secretaries Exchange Program, Kelly Fogelman, Special Counsel, Office of the Clerk, Louisiana House of Representatives, She will be learning about the Minnesota legislature during the next few days. So when you see her, she's sitting on the end over here. Please welcome her to the great state of Minnesota so she can feel the Minnesota nice that we often talk about all the time. So thank you so very much. With that introduction, now I would ask the secretary to do the roll call.
Abler, Barr, Boldon, Carlson, Champion, Clark, Coleman, Swadzinski, Dames, Dibble, Dornick, Draheim, Drazkowski, Duckworth, Farnsworth, Fateh, Frentz, Green, Grunhagen, Gustafson, Hauschild, Herr, Heinzman, Hemmingson Yeager, Hoffman, Holmstrom, Housley, Howe, Jasinski, Johnson, Johnson Stewart, Klein, Karan, Kroon, Kunesh, Kupek, Lang, Latz, Liskey, Limmer, Lucero, Mann, Marty, Matthews, May Quaid, McEwen, Miller, Mohammed, Murphy, Nelson, Verbaten, Pappas, Pa, Port, Pratt, Putnam, Rarick, Rasmussen, Rest, Seeberger, Utke, Weber, Wiesenberg, Westland, Westrom, Wickland, Zhang.
Members, a quorum is present. The following members intend to vote from a remote location under Rule 40.7. Senators Carlson, McEwen, Port, and Rest. Members, if you'd like to follow along with me, I'll be reading from today's Senate agenda that is dated Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. We will begin at the third order of business. Messages from the House. The Secretary will read the first message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following Senate file herewith returned. Senate file number 3832, a bill for an act relating to agriculture, modifying eligibility for the Dairy Assistant Investment Relief Initiative Program. Signed, Patrick Duffy Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives. Returned April 20th, 2026.
Members, no action is required. The Secretary will now read the next message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following House files herewith transmitted. House file numbers 2358, 3453, 3496, 3593, 3621, 3629, 3676, 3762, 3768, 3769, 3782, 3825, 3826, 3827, 4133, and 4425. Signed, Patrick Duffy Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives. Transmitted April 20th, 2026.
Again, members, no action is required. We'll now proceed to the fourth order of business, which is first reading of House bills. Senator Murphy for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House File 3629 be laid on the table.
Members, to that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Murphy, I'm calling on you for another motion.
Mr. President, I move that House File 3825 be laid on the table.
To that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The House files have been given their first reading and referred as indicated. Members, will now proceed to the fifth order of business, which is reports of committees. Members, there's a report to be read at the desk. The Secretary will read the report.
Senator Marty from the Committee on Finance, to which was re-referred Senate File Number 4807, a bill for an act relating to state government, reports the same backed with a recommendation that the bill be amended as follows, and when so amended, the bill do pass.
I'll now call on Senator Murphy for a motion to adopt the committee reports.
Mr. President, I move the committee reports printed in the agenda and read by the Secretary be adopted with the exception of the reports pertaining to Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 6.
Members, on the adoption of committee reports, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, we will now go to the sixth order of business, which is second reading of Senate bills. The Secretary will read the Senate file numbers.
Senate File Numbers 3210, 4244, 1119, 4144, and 4807.
Members, the Senate files have been given their second reading. We'll now proceed to the 8th order of business, which is introduction and first reading of Senate bills. The bills listed on today's introduction calendar are given their first reading and referred as indicated with no modifications. We'll now proceed to the 9th order of business, which is motions and resolutions. We will adopt the author's motion as one motion. All in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. I'll now call on Senator Pratt for a motion. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move Senate File 5045 be withdrawn from the Committee on Taxes and returned to its author.
Senator Pratt moves that Senate File number 5045 be withdrawn from the Committee on Taxes and referred to the author. On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senate resolutions number 77 and 78 will be referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration, and no action is required. Members, however, remaining under motions and resolutions, I'll now call on Senator Murphy to designate special orders. Senator Murphy.
Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bills be made special orders for immediate consideration.
Members, the special order list is on your desk, dated April 21st, 2026. With that being said, we'll start with Senate File number 4760. Senator Latz.
Good morning, members. Senate File 4760 is the Omnibus Public Safety Bill. What we have tried to do with this bill is assemble provisions that support crime victims, improve processes for the Department of Corrections and the BCA, and make generally some good governance changes. We are hopeful that the provisions in the bill are non-controversial, bipartisan updates and changes that just kind of make things work better for the citizens of the people of Minnesota. You do have on your desk a list of the provisions that are in the underlying bill, and then also the provisions that are being added with the A6 amendment. I'm going to offer shortly. You'll see there's quite a few bipartisan authors on these provisions. And what I'll be doing is, if you have any questions about a particular article, I will ask the chief author of the underlying bill that is part of that article to arise and answer specific questions about their own provisions. So if you are one of those authors, please be prepared to do so. I'll give you some highlights here. With regard to the bill, there's a provision, for example, by Senator Umu Verbetten to require judges to specifically inquire whether or not the victim notification statute has been complied with at plea and sentencing hearings. There are some updates to the Ignition Interlock program license revocation provisions and driver's license data classifications. Senator Clark has the BCA, one of the BCA policy bills this session, which is mostly some cleanup and minor modifications to make statutes align and come in compliance with other federal requirements as well. Senator Limmer has a provision in there relating to private detectives or protective agents, eligibility standards. Senator Kroon has a provision in the A6 amendment that deals with jailhouse medication that reflects an agreement of quite a few parties involved in this one. Senator Lang has a provision on criminal penalty enhancements for coercion crimes. Senator Westland has a provision addressing domestic abuse definitions and establishing a task force for responses to domestic violence crimes. Senator Coleman has a provision in here relating to service of harassment restraining orders, giving notifications to the petitioners or protected parties. I've got a provision relating to releasing domestic violence victims from shared wireless plans. Senator Duckworth has a provision there to add gift card fraud to the organized retail theft statute. Senator Coran has a provision in there also relating to Office of the Legislative Auditor background checks through the BCA. Senator House sealed batteries provision is in here as well. Senator Pappas has an Office of Justice Programs date change. So you notice there are a number of provisions in here that are cleanup, and it's bipartisan, and I'll be happy to answer questions all along the way for members. Before we get to that point, I would like to offer the A6 amendment.
Senator Latz offers the A6 amendment. The Secretary will report the A6 amendment.
Senator Latz moves to amend Senate File number 4760 as follows. Page 66, after line 27, insert. This is the A6 amendment.
Senator Latz, to your A6 amendment.
Mr. President, members, you'll see on the first page, it starts out with inmate medications. That's Senator Kroon's provision. Reflects a lot of conversation between the DOC and the Sheriff's Association and others involved there. Appreciate all of that work. And then just Senator Lang, Westland, Mayquade, Pappas, Coleman, Seeberger, Gustafson, Cran, Duckworth, and Howe all have provisions in the A6 amendment. If you have any questions, happy to answer them or have the chief authors address them. I'd ask for your support.
Any questions? Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think a little talk is probably due right now with the A6 amendment. And Mr. President, I appreciate Senator Latz bringing an inclusion of the A6 amendment. I rise in strong support of the A6, mainly because of the legislation addressing sextortion, and an issue that until recently many Minnesotans have never heard of, but one that is now devastating families across our state and nation. This bill, or my Senate File 281, is about accountability. It's about awareness, and most importantly, it's about protecting our kids. Because behind this policy discussion is really a real family, a real community, and a young man whose life was tragically cut short, Carter Bremseth. Carter was 16 years old, and I know he was exactly the kind of kid we hope every young person can be. A kind, involved, a good student, and a friend to many. But in December of 2021, Carter became the victim of an online sextortion scheme. Within hours of being targeted, threatened, manipulated, he felt trapped, overwhelmed, and alone, and he took his own life. Members, think about that. Not days, not weeks, hours. That is the speed and the severity of these crimes. Sextortion is not a traditional offense. It's calculated, it's predatory, and it's often carried out by criminals who hide behind fake identities, sometimes halfway around the world, targeting young people throughout social media. They coerce their victims into sending explicit images and then immediately turn to blackmail. Send money or your life is over. Pay or we send this to your family, your friends, your teammates. And for a teenager, someone still developing socially and emotionally, that kind of threat can feel like the end of the world. Law enforcement has described sextortion as a growing pandemic, with cases rising dramatically and impacting families in every corner of our state. This bill responds to that. It strengthens penalties for those who commit sextortion, especially in the most serious cases. If a perpetrator's actions contribute to great bodily harm, they can face up to 10 years in prison. If the actions contribute to the death of a victim, penalties can reach 15 years. Those are not just numbers. Those statements are of value. We are saying clearly, if you exploit our children, if you terrorize them, if your actions lead to irreversible harm, you will be held accountable. But members, let's also be honest about something. No law, no matter how strong, can bring Carter back. And no penalty will ever fully ease the pain his parents carry every single day. What this bill can do is send a message that perpetrators, that Minnesota will not tolerate these crimes. A message to law enforcement that we're equipping them with the tools they need, and a message to the families and young people that they are not alone and we're taking this seriously. Carter's parents have turned unimaginable grief into purpose. And Mr. President, Dan and Jamie are with us here today in the Senate gallery. They have shared their son's stories so other families might be spared. And today, by passing this amendment, we have the opportunity to stand with them to honor Carter, not just with words, but with action. And members, this isn't a partisan issue. This is about protecting kids. This is about keeping up with the realities of a digital world and our attempt as a state to catch up with them. And this is about ensuring our laws reflect the seriousness of the harm being done. So I would like to thank, on Senate File 281, Senators Gustafson and May Quaid for their time and effort as this bill has taken shape over the last couple of years. But again, I would appreciate all your support. Thank you, Senator Latz, for the inclusion.
Any other discussion on the A6 amendment before we vote? Seeing none, all in favor of adoption of the A6, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails and the A6 is adopted. Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A4 amendment.
Senator Holmstrom offers the A4 amendment. The Secretary will report the A4 amendment.
Senator Holmstrom moves to amend Senate File number 4760 as follows. Page 66 after line 27, insert. This is the A4 amendment.
Senator Holmstrom to your A4 amendment.
Mr. President, members, this amendment would establish a working group to study and make recommendations on statutory changes needed to provide clarity regarding the roles, responsibilities, and obligations of supervision delivery systems when a county transitions between state-operated and county-operated community supervision systems. This stems from an issue that occurred in my district. Wright County tried to enter into the CCA program, and in doing that, there's a transfer from state employees to become county employees, and there's some ambiguity in the law. Department of Corrections reads this law to be the county is responsible to cover major costs associated with the accumulated benefits of employees. The county read the exact opposite. And while that has been resolved, this issue still remains, and as more counties enter into it, the problem keeps coming up. So they've asked, the DOC, along with stakeholders in counties, have asked us to create this working group to solve this problem, make a recommendation by December 15th, so we can get it solved next year and have this all go behind us.
Senator Latz to the A4 amendment.
Mr. President, Senator Holmstrom, thank you for bringing this amendment forward. I consider it to be friendly and urge support.
Members, any other discussion on the A4 amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Holmstrom, did you have another motion? I think you told me you have two.
Yes, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A7 amendment.
Senator Holmstrom offers the A7 amendment. The Secretary will report the A7 amendment.
Senator Holmstrom moves to amend Senate File number 4760 as follows. Page 66 after line 27, insert. This is the A7 amendment.
Senator Holmstrom to your A7 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is in regards to a provision in the underlying bill that is looking to expand doxing protections for administrative judges. I have spoken before on this floor, and I'll continue to. I do not believe that there should be protections for a specific class of individuals. If doxing is wrong, it should be wrong for all citizens. And this provision would expand to make doxing illegal and expand the punishments for everybody. Again, providing the same protections for every single Minnesotan that we receive ourselves and that we give to judges and police officers. Now, this would still make a distinction in the law that doxing a police officer specifically is a more egregious crime. It would be a misdemeanor for average citizens. It would be a gross misdemeanor for police officers. And then the penalties, if damage is done, if somebody is injured or killed, it becomes as a direct result of the doxing, it becomes a felony. Again, this is just trying to clarify that we are not special. This body is not special. We serve the people. We are one of the people, and they deserve the same protections that we give ourselves.
Senator Latz to the A7 amendment.
Mr. President, will Senator Holmstrom yield to a few questions?
Senator Holmstrom, will you yield?
Yes.
He will yield. Senator Latz.
Thank you. Senator Holmstrom, Mr. President, Senator Holmstrom, on the bottom of the first page of the amendment at lines 1.29 to 3.1. Yeah, there's an increase in penalties from gross misdemeanors to felonies. Is that provision different than in the underlying bill that we have before us now? Or is that just a reproduction of existing provisions in the bill that we have before us?
Senator Holmstrom, to the question.
Thank you, Senator Latz. Yes, it is.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, Senator Holmstrom, I asked, is it this or is it that? And you said, yes, it is. So which one is it?
Senator Holmstrom, to the questions for specificity.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an expansion of the penalties.
Senator Latz.
So, Senator Holmstrom, what is the existing penalty for that provision, and what is the expansion of the penalty, and who's covered by that?
Senator Holmstrom, to the question.
Currently, a law enforcement official or the official's family or household member.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, and what does the underlying bill that we have before us do with regard to law enforcement victims?
He will continue to yield. Senator Holmstrom, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me pull up the bill number.
Senator Holmstrom, are you looking for Senate file number 4760?
Yes, Mr. President. Oh, thank you, Mr. President. So this would be in the A6 amendment, or sorry, in the original bill, the champion language that was added from 3665.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, Senator Holmstrom, it is a substantial increase in penalties that you have, and it's a substantial broadening overall of our criminal statutes. Are you aware, will Senator Holmstrom yield to an additional question?
Senator Holmstrom, will you yield? He said he will yield. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, Senator Holmstrom, are you aware of any actual violations of this that exist now that aren't being charged?
Senator Holmstrom, to the question.
I love that question, Mr. President. Yes, I am. I can tell you that before I had the privilege of serving in this body, I myself was doxxed. There was no penalty for that because the law couldn't allow it. Again, people are using doxing as a tool to intimidate families because they don't like the speech, they don't like the opinions or the actions of individuals, specifically online. If you post something that somebody chooses that they don't like, they can go out, find your home address, and underneath it, post something along the lines of, hey, everyone, this individual lives at this address, and if anybody wants to do anything with that, go right ahead. Doxing is absolutely a crime used to intimidate people, intimidate families, specifically on the purpose of getting them to silence their speech. Now, to the expansion, I understand all that, and of course I gave you this. There is a fiscal note on this amendment, and there is a negligible impact. I do not expect to see any impact financially of significance, so this could be easily added to this bill without any cost to taxpayers. And what it would do is allow regular citizens to live their life and have their political speech without the fear of retribution of somebody showing up at their home to hurt their family because they have an opinion that they might not like.
Senator Latz.
So, Mr. President and Senator Holmstrom, the fact that the fiscal note is negligible suggests to me that there would be very few, if any, criminal charges arising out of this kind of conduct. Of course, the fiscal note relates to typically bed costs in the Department of Corrections. But if there were expected to be any substantial increase in prosecution costs or incarceration costs it would be reflected in a fiscal note. Does the fiscal note that you have take a look at what local costs there might be, local government agencies, sheriffs and municipalities and so on, or is it just analyzed for the state DOC?
Senator Latz is asking for you to yield. Will you yield? He will yield. Now to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll first start by answering the second part of the question, which is the local fiscal impact. And on page 12 of the fiscal note, it says that based on the above assumptions, it is estimated that the local government fiscal impact of this bill is negligible. Now I'll answer the first part about charging. And while I agree that we have a crisis in Minnesota of prosecutors, specifically in the cities, but across the state, not properly charging and holding people accountable to the crimes. I agree that needs to be resolved, and we should give them more tools and more ability to make those charges stick when they can. That's what this amendment does, and again, there is a negligible local fiscal impact.
Senator Latz to the A7.
Thank you. So, Mr. President, Senator Holmstrom, again, if the local fiscal impact is deemed to be zero, it suggests to me that there's not a lot of these cases out there or projected to be out there that would have an impact on local resources with regard to charging decisions. I also know that this kind of behavior I think, would likely fall under a harassment statute, so there could be possibilities of either criminal charges for harassment, a victim or alleged victim getting a harassment restraining order, a violation of which would be a crime that could also be chargeable. So there are other avenues for remedies. And I also understand, the broadening, this bill was introduced, and we've had one conversation in the Judiciary Committee about this this session, but broadening this crime to include or this conduct to make it a crime for everyone to engage in it. I think it's a worthy discussion, and I think we ought to be having it. There are 10 other states around the country that have recently done this, but I don't think we've gathered information at this point as to what their experience has been. And I would be much more comfortable continuing that conversation after we get more information and we have more input from various participants in the law enforcement community and otherwise before we make any decisions on this. It's good to have the conversation here on the Senate floor, but really I think before we go any further with it, we'd be better off having a more thorough and well-informed Judiciary Committee hearing on it. So I wonder if Senator Holmstrom would consider, especially since I was just handed or shown a copy of the front page of the fiscal note here at the front desk as we got on the floor this morning. So I haven't had a chance, and I know Judiciary Committee staff hasn't had a chance to do a thorough review of the fiscal note either. And so rather than accepting that simply at face value, which all of us who engage in this process would like to read through those things and find out what we may agree or disagree with, some of the assumptions that are made as well. So I think it's a worthy conversation. I would ask if Senator Holmstrom would consider at this point, having raised the issue, withdrawing the amendment, and then I would commit to engaging further in the conversation next legislative session.
Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start by addressing some of the questions there. So first of all, preferably there would be zero fiscal impact and there would be zero prosecutions of this, because when you pass a law, the purpose of passing a law is to dissuade the public from committing these offenses. So it makes sense to pass this and let our society know that we're not going to accept this type of behavior any longer. To the idea that it could be prosecuted under harassment, well, it's not, and that same logic goes for administrative judges. So if you want the standard to exist for administrative judges, it should exist for everybody, not just a protected class of people. I'm going to continue to make that statement and that assessment. Now, about the longer conversation, this was brought up in Judiciary, and it was brought up in the first week of Judiciary, and this bill has been sitting with a request to be heard by Judiciary since then. We had the opportunity to have that conversation. This is a negligible fiscal impact, and I think that it's been sitting long enough. It deserves to be heard, so I would ask that it would move forward with a roll call. Thank you.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Westland. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Latz.
So, Mr. President, staff just pointed out to me that the bill was not introduced until March 18th. So it hasn't been around all that long. It's about a month. Secondly, staff did just take a look at the fiscal note. Again, we're being surprised on the floor with a fiscal note that was just released. And the public defenders indicated that there's not enough information provided for them to make a recommendation about what cost there would be, but they would expect that if there are additional charges, there will be additional cost, at least within the public defender's arena. So frankly, that might, we don't have an adequate fiscal note just from my reading of that one line from one potentially affected agency. So again, I'm not comfortable at this point accepting this as a friendly amendment, but I'd like to hear what other members have to say about it before I make a final recommendation.
Senator Westland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Holmstrom yield for question?
Will you yield? He will yield. Senator Westland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Holmstrom. As we're looking at this, my question to you is, have you compared the language that you are proposing to expand the doxing provision, have you compared that to other states in terms of what they have enacted?
Senator Holmstrom, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have not. However, I will say that just yesterday, this body voted to allow for NDAs, the first of the country banning NDAs of their kind. It's not unheard of for us to make unprecedented decisions, and this is the goal here is to protect every citizen and not just a protected class of people. So I ask you to consider that, and consider that we don't have to look at every state to decide what worked in their state, what hasn't. We can be the first state to enact this language and to protect everybody equally.
Senator Westland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. You know, one of the benefits we have from organizations like the Council of State Governments and NCSL is we have the opportunity to take a look at legislation that is passed in other states. It also gives us the opportunity to see if such legislation in other states has been challenged in court and if there are other issues or problems. The part of the bill that you are seeking to amend has to do specifically with judicial officers, protection for judicial officers, and the point of the underlying bill was to expand the definition of who a judicial officer is for the purposes of the anti-doxing language, and simply added the Department of Employment and Economic Development and Paid Leave Appeals Divisions. And one of the reasons why those expansions have been made or attempting to be made at this time is there are individuals who, by virtue of their position, receive a higher number of threats and potential threats. I am absolutely open to having some further discussions about how to expand doxing and doxing protections, because I think it does happen and I think it's wrong. I also want to make sure that what we are doing is thoughtful and addresses the issue in such a way that we are actually doing what we hope to do without, as they say, unintended consequences. So for those reasons, Mr. President, members, I will also be a no vote on this particular amendment, but I would love to continue to work on the issue.
Any other discussion on the A7 amendments? Senator Latz.
So, Mr. President, members, I've had some time to think this through here. This bill was introduced March 18th. We did not have a Judiciary Public Safety Committee hearing on this particular bill, which is, and this is the kind of thing that we definitely ought to vet with a full Judiciary Public Safety Committee hearing. We've got a last-minute fiscal note, which has at least one of the affected agencies punting because they don't have enough information to give an indication of what fiscal impact there may be. We've got a substantial broadening of the criminal code in Minnesota, which may well be a good thing to do, but I think this is exactly what the committee process exists for, is to go through all this analysis. And so I just don't think it's ready to be enacted into law here today. And while I welcome the conversation, I think it's an important one to have. I think we need to have more further conversation and be able to hear from all sorts of interested parties that would have more information for us to consider at a committee. Obviously, we can't do that on the floor here now. So since it hasn't gone through the process, and for those other reasons, I'm going to ask members to vote no on this proposed amendment. And I think I heard Senator Holmstrom ask for a roll call, but if he hasn't, I will.
A roll call was requested and a roll call was granted. Before we go to Senator Holmstrom for the last and final comments, anyone else before we go to the author of the A7 amendment? Seeing none, Senator Holmstrom, you have the last word before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. The only thing I'd like to address there is the comments that this is last minute. This fiscal note was completed on, on March 5th. The original amendment, I believe, was in February, which we then drafted into a bill. But this started as an amendment that was introduced in judiciary. At that time, I requested that once we make it a bill, we find time in judiciary. That didn't happen, which is fine, but it is the purview of Senator Latz and what he wants to prioritize. This wasn't it. That's fine. But I think that we need to prioritize Minnesotans. We need to prioritize equal protection under the law. And I ask for a green vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A7 amendment. Members, please vote so we can move expeditiously. Senator Frentz, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
And Senator Hauschild votes no.
And Senator Hauschild votes no. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A7 Holmstrom Amendment is not adopted. Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A11 amendment at the desk.
Senator Marty offers the A11 amendment. The Secretary will report the A11 amendment.
Senator Marty moves to amend Senate File Number 4760 as follows. Page 66, after line 27, insert. This is the A11 amendment.
Senator Marty, to your A11 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, A11 amendment is one that we passed on the floor last year as part of Senator Latz's bill. It's on the floor this year. It's been through Judiciary Committee both times. It simply takes felony penalties of crimes of torture and cruelty to animals and makes them into crimes of violence under 624-712. Happy to stand for questions, but this is something that's had strong bipartisan support, and it has passed the Senate last year and up again this year. And I think we all recognize that crimes of cruelty and torture to animals are not only crimes of violence in and of themselves, but they're also crimes of violence in the fact that they're often used to intimidate or torture some family member is a part of domestic violence. We have numerous stories of that. They're horrific stories. I just urge you to adopt this again. We voted for it last year, and I urge your support again. Thank you.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to a point of order under Rule 35.2, germaneness.
Senator Jasinski, speak to your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't see anything about animals in the bill. I look at the chapter 343 that Senator Marty's amendment attempts to add to the crimes of violence statute. And Mr. President, the title of that chapter is Overworking or Mistreating Animals. And I don't see anything about overworking animals, nothing about mistreating animals in the bill. As a matter of fact, I did a word search of the bill. Animals, there's no animals in the bill. It's an animal-free bill. And so if we look at Rule 35.2, it says a non-germane amendment includes one that relates to a substantially different subject. So there isn't anything to do with animals in this bill, and this construes that chapter 343 to be a crime of violence. That's the amendment, and I'd encourage you to find my point well taken.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President.
Senator Marty.
Advice to the President. This bill, not only has it been part of this Judiciary Omnibus Public Safety bill in the past, but it continues to be that. We're dealing with, you read the chapter, Senator Jasinski, the name of that chapter. Well, we're only dealing with felony penalties, which are in their cruelty and torture of animals. And frankly, those are crimes of violence. And crimes of violence in 624 is very clearly, this bill is all about public safety, or a big part of it is about public safety. And to me, this is absolutely germane. It's been part of the bill every time. You could make that case in anything where we're talking about some crime or another that you don't think it should be part of this, but it's been part of the bill, it remains part of the bill, and it meets our tests for that.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, advice also, the scientific predicate for adding this provision as a crime of violence, as Senator Marty already noted, is the very strong statistical evidence-based correlation between cruelty to animals and domestic violence. And there are quite a number of domestic violence provisions already in this underlying Omnibus Public Safety bill.
Thank you. That's all I'll hear for now. Give me a moment. After hearing advice, the point of order is not well taken. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to appeal the president's decision. Ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Members, a green vote supports the ruling of the president, and a red vote goes against the ruling of the president. Did you want to say something else, Senator Jasinski? Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, this is very clearly consistent with the way the president has ruled in the past. In the past, if 35.2 has been brought before us and it relates to a substantially different project or substantially different subject, as our rules state on page 24 of our rules, the president has called it out of order. This point of order happens to be coming from a different party than most of those points of order have come from, Mr. President and members, but that shouldn't matter. What should matter is being consistent. And this, if we are going to be consistent as a body with what we have upheld in the face of the president's decisions in the past, because we have appealed those as well, if we are going to be consistent as a body, we are going to appeal the president's decision here, because this is not a consistent decision with that. And consistency, as we continue to work to build trust and integrity in what we do going forward in this body, we have to be consistent, and that begins with our rules. This is very clearly, as we look at the history, our custom and usage, Mr. President and members, as a body, has been to call these very types of amendments out of order. So I'd encourage your support and ask you to vote red and vote against the president's decision. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, members, I too would rise to urge members to vote against the president's ruling. And listening to the germaneness argument that was made in advice to the president, members, this amendment does greatly expand the bill, which now the president is saying is okay. The Democrats are saying it is okay because they brought the amendment. But it clearly is not relevant to this bill without great expansion. And we should be open to expanding bills, but not based on party authors. And so, members, if there's going to be a consistency in this Senate against greatly expanding bills dealing with animal cruelty, and the connection is somebody that is cruel to animals might commit domestic abuse, as one of the authors of the bill used as an argument to why it is germane. Now that is the new precedent. That would be the new custom. And so I hope everybody's well aware, eyes wide open, of this new custom and usage that will be established here, Mr. President, based on your ruling. And that's okay. But then let's be consistent. When the Republicans bring an amendment that might slightly expand the germaneness of a bill, you can't have a narrow strike zone. And then when the Democrats bring an amendment that grossly expands the bill, connecting animal violence to somebody might then commit domestic abuse, so therefore it's connected. That is a gross expansion, a wide expansion of the strike zone, such that there would hardly be any amendments that wouldn't fit in that strike zone going forward if this is upheld. And so, members, that's all right if we want to uphold this ruling. I would say it's a great expansion, so the president got it wrong here, and we should rein his decision back, vote red. But if we don't, then let's follow that new custom, new precedent, and let's be consistent, not based on which party offers an amendment. This is a clear violation of recent precedent. Might be okay. Maybe it's a good time for us to expand, which is what this would do. So let's go into this eyes wide open. Let's get rid of the partisan decision-making and vote red.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I stand to ask the body to reject the ruling of the President on this decision. Members, we had it explained to us that the provision in front of us has been included in a public safety omnibus bill previously. That in and of itself does not make it germane to the bill that's in front of us just because it's another public safety omnibus bill. What makes it germane is, does it relate to anything that's actually in this bill that's in front of us? And it does not. But if we're going to uphold the ruling of the President to say that because it's a public safety provision, it belongs in the bill and it's germane, then we have to continue with that for every other omnibus bill that comes forward. If we have another omnibus bill and an amendment comes forward that pertains to that subject area, if we uphold the ruling of the President here today on this one, then we must make sure we always hold those other amendments as germane to those omnibus bills. We can't have it both ways, members. So if you're going to, in the future, rule that something is not germane because it's specific, there's nothing specific in that bill that it pertains to, then we must reject the decision of the President here. Thank you.
Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm reviewing the fiscal note for the underlying bill behind this amendment, and I see that, well, the public defenders only found 33 felony cases involving Chapter 343, and that there's not enough cases to have a significant impact or to know. I would, on the same merits that were just argued against doxing, I would oppose this bill. Thank you. Oh, and of course, on everything else mentioned.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, what Senator Holmstrom said is, well, would Senator Latz yield for a question?
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Senator Latz. You know, when I look at your amendment here, you know, it simply adds, the main thing is prevention of cruelty to animals. But then it lists a whole list of crimes of violence. Well, obviously, they're going to have to be prosecuted. So there has to be a potential cost to this amendment, a fiscal cost, which was pointed out by Senator Holmstrom. So the previous amendment, based on the assumption that there was a cost, was rejected. So wouldn't you say there'd be a fiscal cost to implementing this amendment, Senator Latz?
Members, I want to remind you where we are. We're on advice to the body simply on my decision. And when we're going back and forth, we're not arguing to the appeal, to appealing the decision of the President. So I'm going to be okay with this one question, but if we're going to start going back and forth, that seems to go outside of what is before the body. Senator Latz, to the question.
Mr. President, Senator Gruenhagen, first of all, it's not my amendment, so I'm not quite sure why the question was addressed to me. Secondly, it's not creating a new crime. It's adding to a list of existing crimes of violence. So I wouldn't expect there be, I don't know what the fiscal cost would be, but frankly, that again, it's not the question before the body that we're debating at this time.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I would urge people to vote red and overrule the decision by the President. Members, there's going to be a fiscal cost. This is adding something to the crimes of violence. If there's violence, you're going to have, if there's a crime of violence, you're going to have to prosecute it. How do we not have a additional cost? So just based on that alone, it should be, the president's decision should be overruled. So please, let's be consistent here between Democrat and Republican amendments and overrule the decision of the president. Thank you, Mr. President.
A roll call was requested and a roll call has been granted. The secretary will take the roll on appealing the decision of the president. Remember, a green vote supports the ruling of the president. A red vote goes against the ruling of the president. Members, please vote. Members, please remember when members, Senator Hoffman, we are on a roll call. We should not be at anyone else's desk but our own. Members, please vote expeditiously. Senator Frentz, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Carlson votes yes.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
And Senator Hauschild votes aye.
And Senator Hauschild votes aye. Are you ready, Senator Jasinski? Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 33 noes, the decision of the president is upheld. Any other amendments? Oh, sorry. The amendment that is before the body. Sorry about that. Senator Wiesenberg, there's an amendment before us, which is the A11 amendment.
Correct. That's what I want to speak about. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Any other discussion?
Yeah, that's what I want to speak about is this amendment.
Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Marty yield for a question?
Senator Marty, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you define prevention of cruelty to animals?
He said, can you define cruelty to animals? That's his question. Senator Marty, specifically to the question.
Mr. President, Senator Wiesenberg, we have it defined in the chapter, and I can give you many of illustrations where people have been convicted of cruelty and torture to animals. I'd rather not read them because they're pretty gross.
Senator Wiesenberg.
Okay, sounds like no. So I'm sitting here wondering is if I'm farming and my cow steps in a gopher hole and breaks its leg and I shoot it in the head to put it out of its misery, is that cruelty to animals? Because I've had to do that. If my neighbor sees that, are they going to call the police on me and call 911 because I had to put my cow down? If I had a calf get stepped on by its mother after it was born and it had its foot severed and we saved it and fed it till it was 400 pounds and then we butchered it to eat it for food, is that cruelty to animals? If I have to raise pigs in a pen that you think is too small and you call the police on me so I can feed my family and feed the nation, is that cruelty to animals? If my dog gets hit by a car and I have to shoot it in the head to put it down, and my neighbor sees me shoot it in the head and calls 911, is that going to be cruelty to animals? Because I've had to do that before, Mr. President. And this is something where then the answer is probably going to be yes. Then I'm going to have to get a lawyer, and I'm going to have to defend myself in court for what I think is not cruelty. Because if my dog gets hit by a car and it's laying there with its intestines on the road, and I have to call a vet at 9 o'clock at night on a Saturday, and it takes it, 4 hours to get there in an emergency, that is cruelty because I'm not putting this animal out of its misery. Now, this is going to be taken way out of context, and we should not be voting on this bill. If my dog bites my kitten and it's laying there writhing and I have to put it out of its misery, is that cruelty to animals? If I have a chicken, which I do, I have chickens that break their leg and I butcher it and eat it, and you don't think I should have chickens, you're going to call 911 on me, and I'm going to have to get a lawyer to defend myself because I have chickens? This is so broad. We just had Senator Holmstrom's bill up that, here, cruelty to animals is important. Here, I wrote it down so I won't forget. We think that cruelty to animals is more important than cruelty to people. We said doxing, no, we're not going to do that. Latz just said this is creating new law. It's not creating new law. Doxing is already legal. We're just saying we shouldn't dox people. We shouldn't dox regular people. Now, cruelty to animals, though, we got to make sure we protect animals, and so we don't care about people. That's right. That's what we just said. And he said there's a fiscal note on this bill that is negligible, and there's nothing. It was the same with his amendment, Mr. President. There was no fiscal note, but we couldn't look out for people, but we're going to look out for animals. Now, this is going to be used to attack farming. This is going to be used to attack hunters. This is going to be used to attack people. Do I think that people should be beating their dogs? I do not, Mr. President. But that's not what this says. This is going to be taken way out of line. And anybody who has farmers in their districts and votes for this, it's going to be fun this summer. I can tell you that. Do not vote for this amendment. This is horrible and should never have been brought before the body.
Senator Grudenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, if Senator Marty would yield for a question.
Senator Marty, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Grudenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Senator Marty. Yeah, the way the amendment reads, and correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't define wild animals versus domestic animals. It just says prevention of cruelty to animals. So is the intent both, or wild or domestic? If Senator Marty would respond.
Senator Marty? Here we go. To the question, Senator Marty.
Mr. President, on Senator Wiesenberg's question, which was never concluded, he just sat down and didn't wait for an answer. But basically, his examples and Senator Grudenhagen's examples, those are not cruelty to animals under our laws. And we are not changing the definition of cruelty to animal here. We are simply saying if you are convicted of cruelty to animals, we're treating that as a crime of violence. That's all the bill does. So all of these examples, if I put down a cow that's injured, am I going to be charged with cruelty? If you would be now, but no, I've never heard of any charges like that in this state. And it's not the way we cover the law. Cruelty to animals is not changing under this bill. We're simply defining that as a crime of violence.
Senator Grudenhagen.
Oh, thank you. Well, I just, the way this amendment reads, and the definition that, or the words that are in here, I think this is the camel's nose under the tent, or the fox in the chicken coop. Because you have murder in the second degree, murder in the third degree. And the way you're simply adding prevention of cruelty to animals, and there's a whole host of things being done. So I don't think it is, we have organizations out there that want nothing done to animals at all. I mean, PETA, and we could go on, and they file lawsuits about that. And I could see where they would use this as something to harass our farmers, our hunters, and a host of other people. The other thing, members, I grew up on a farm. We had rabid animals and domestic dogs that were sick, or cats, come up and do damage to our other animals. And therefore, we shot them, okay? I mean, that was the end of it. We didn't try to chase them away. We shot them, and that was the end of the problem. Again, everything starts with a good intention. Do I believe in cruelty to animals? No. But to put it as a crime of violence under Article 10 just opens a door that I don't think we want to go through. And again, I can see lawsuits coming out of this from PETA and other organizations to try to expand it. And if you get the right type of a judge, we see these types of decisions where it's a minor law and then all of a sudden it's expanded that encompasses a lot more than what it's intended. So members, let's reject this for a host of reasons. And it really isn't very well thought out, and the ramifications could be what none of us really intend. So please vote red. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm really disturbed by the conversation that we're having on the floor. And so in order to maybe walk us back from a place where we have members of this body defending cruelty to animals, I want to remind the body that the definition of cruelty to animals was put into state law in 1981, before I was born, Mr. President, and it is defined as acts or neglects which causes or permits unnecessary or unjustifiable pain, suffering, or death, period. We're not changing that definition. It has existed since 1981. All we're doing is making that crime appear in the section that Senator Marty has amended here. There is no new definition. There's no new changes to what is cruelty to animals. It remains the same and has been there since 1981, since before even Senator Marty came into the legislature. So we should not be having this debate. It is scary that we are defending cruelty to animals in this way. We're not changing that definition. It will remain illegal as it has been since 1981. Thank you.
Senator Gruenhagen. I'm sorry. No, Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am wondering if Senator Latz would yield for a question.
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Latz. Senator Latz, it's been a number of years since I've been on the Public Safety Committee in the House, or the other body, I should say, but I do understand that there are multiple other statutes that cross-reference crimes of violence. And so I'm wondering if you could please give us some examples of other limitations or prohibitions that exist that cross-reference this very list that we're seeking to amend. By adding to this list will have impacts on these other things in statute that are prohibited.
Senator Latz, specifically to the question. We are on the A11 amendment. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, Senator Lucero, there are other places in the statute, I think, peppered throughout the statutes that make cross-references whenever there is a reference to a crime of violence that would enhance or aggravate the penalties for the other crimes. But I don't have a list of those in front of me. One could, I suppose, do a search under Minnesota statutes for 624.712. Subdivision 5 and could come up with that list, but I haven't done that. I don't have it at my fingertips.
And Senator Lucero, I think the answer to your question might be in the amendment, because it identifies the statute that Senator Latz just went through, and it identifies all the other crimes of violence under the statute. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate your explaining that, but perhaps I worded the question wrong. What I'm seeking is this list right here is referenced in other areas of statute that say if a person has committed an act of violence or a crime of violence, they are then prohibited from doing X, or they're prohibited from doing Y, or they're limited from doing this or doing that. And what I'm seeking is the consequences of adding this particular item of cruelty to animals to this list that will then impact those other areas that people are prohibited or limited from engaging in. And so I understand that Senator Latz may not have been prepared for that, so I'm wondering if Senator Marty would yield for that question and perhaps give some examples. As the author of the amendment, he certainly would be prepared, is a list of how the downstream impacts would result if this were to be added, and again, giving some examples in other areas of statute of limitations or prohibitions.
So you are asking Senator Marty to yield. Senator Marty, will you yield? He will yield. Now, Senator Marty, specifically to the question.
Mr. President, I was checking with Senator Latz. He has a list now of some of the other cross-references to it. So I would yield to him.
Is that okay, Senator Lucero? Senator Latz.
Mr. President, members, I just did a search under 624.712, and there are cross-references to the Data Practices Act that classifies certain data. There are cross-references in juvenile court proceedings where they reference crimes of violence. There are cross-references to a landlord and tenant not allowing unlawful activities. In there are cross-references to testimony of witnesses. It's true there are victim services assessments are cross-referenced here as well. Forfeited property disposition is affected. Expungement proceedings are affected. So that's there are a bunch of different cross-references here. But the point is here that the addition of this particular felony crime of prevention of cruelty to animals would be consistent in kind, in my judgment, with the other felony violations that are listed here in 624.712 sub 5.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Marty, and thank you, Senator Latz. I think that hopefully adds a little bit of context here. We're looking at victim services. We're looking at the whole list that Senator Latz just described, and obviously goes beyond what he just described. There are going to be impacts here that I think adding animal cruelty is absurd to this list. When I look at the existing list of crime of violence, murder, manslaughter, assault, kidnapping, carjacking, sex trafficking, criminal sexual conduct, malicious punishment of a child. These are heinous crimes. But you know what they all have in common? They involve people. The victims are people. Now, as an animal owner, as an animal lover, I have 2 furry friends waiting for me at home. I am certainly in favor of limitations and stopping people from having conducted or performing cruelty to animals, for sure. But cruelty to animals, as heinous as that is, it's not an equivalency to cruelty to people. And adding cruelty to animals to this list of heinous acts of crime against people is something we should not be in favor of. Moreover, and here's the irony, Mr. President, this is the same majority that had a hardened heart and voted in favor of permitting abortion with no limitations. They had no reservation of the cruelty that happens to the person in the womb. This is the same group that had no hesitation that allowed gender mutilation to children. But yet now this group seems to be in favor of having a greater protection of animals than they do to people. Minnesotans do not share this radical view of Democrats, and I highly encourage voting against this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, members, I think it's worth focusing our attention on the fact that this definition is not all violations of Chapter 343 or of any of the others crimes that are listed here. It's for felony convictions of the following offenses, and it lists a bunch of them, including Chapter 152 drug crimes. When you look across, what you end up with is a more understandable or cruelty is every act, omission, or neglect which causes or permits unnecessary or unjustifiable pain, suffering, or death. And then the felony provisions of that statute, which are the only ones that would be affected by the A11 amendment, are acts of cruelty toward pets, other companion animals, service animals, or organized fighting, like cockfighting. So we're not talking about cows in the pasture that break a leg by stepping into a gopher hole. We're not talking about that. I'll give you an example of a recent case that I learned about where the allegation is that a person failed to feed their pet dog to the point where on a scale of 1 to 5, where 5 is fully healthy, the dog that was discovered in the field in a cage was at a 1, completely emaciated, okay, which clearly, the allegations are, caused the death. That would be cruelty to a pet, basically starving the pet to death. That's the kind of conduct we're talking about here. We're talking about other more vigorous crimes of violence, maybe not even neglect in terms of failing to feed, but physically, aggressively causing the death of a pet cat, a pet dog, those kind of things. That's where you get to the felony violations of cruelty to animals. And that's the kind of conduct that Senator Marty is proposing to add to this list of other felony convictions as crimes of violence.
Senator Westland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I feel like we've lost the plot here. And the reason why we're talking about adding this as a definition, as part of the definition, cruelty to animals and domestic violence and the abuse of children. It is well established. It is incontrovertible. And we know that violence against kids and violence against women often comes with threats of violence to pets, or violence that actually occurs in front of the victim of the abuse or the child. It is well established. That is what we are talking about. We are talking about adding this as a crime of violence because of the deep connection of cruelty to animals, violence towards animals, and the connection to violence against human beings. That is what we are talking about. And I'm a little surprised that we've gone so far afield.
Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I went and Googled California's cruelty to animal laws and looked at them after Senator McQuaid brought up Minnesota's cruelty to animal laws. And I'm not going to read them both, but they're pretty similar. You can look for yourself. If people aren't aware, California is already doing the things that I talked about, and their cruelty to animal laws says the same thing. So I can only assume that we're going to be following the same path here in Minnesota. Now, I also looked up, actually Senator Uckey just showed me here, already in law, there's statutes that say we can't shoot pigeons maliciously. I don't know what maliciously shooting a pigeon is. I can't take down a nest in my barn from a barn swallow, even though they're taking over the barn and they're causing damage to maybe a tractor or something. That's going to fall under this law. That is happening. So Senator Latz said that is not. It's already in law. I'm looking at it right now. It's on his computer screen. And I don't believe anything that anyone says when we're not coming after farm animals. We're counting cow farts in Minnesota, and we're trying to make people eat crickets, but we're saying we're not going to come after farmers. We're coming after farmers. I just said the animal cruelty laws in Minnesota mirror California's laws. They're doing this in California. They're taking away people's rights and saying it's animal cruelty. The same damn thing's going to happen in Minnesota, and we need to stop it. This is not okay. Nobody thinks it's okay to hurt people, but this is way far out of scope. This is for people, not animals. If you want to put an animal bill, maybe put it in the agriculture bill. They should have talked about that. Again, we can't protect people like Senator Holmstrom just had an amendment to protect people. We couldn't do that. The same person offering this animal cruelty amendment wants to let people kill themselves legally. They have a law to do that, to commit suicide. That's how out of line we are right now. This is asinine. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, I would just want to remind us to be careful of our language on the floor, please. That's a gentle reminder because this is the second time that I think I heard something that should not be uttered on the Minnesota Senate floor. With that being said, I'm going to Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm reading the amendment. If you take a look at the amendment, it calls out specific sections of law in 624.712 subdivision 5, with the exception in current law of one complete chapter, and I haven't read that chapter yet today, but chapter 152, drugs, controlled substances. Otherwise, all of it, all of this particular section of law describing crimes of violence, all of it includes specific sections of law. But the amendment we have before us adds an entire chapter. It doesn't, Senator Westland, add those examples that you brought out, which are very specific, and we could have the debate about whether or not those should be in the crime of violence statute or not. But this references includes an entire statute or an entire chapter of law. So I go through the chapter, members, overworking or mistreating animals. So that includes everything from providing nourishment and shelter, an enclosure, make sure that you keep any cow or other animal in an enclosure without providing wholesome exercise and change of air. That's a crime. Low feed, no person shall feed any cow on food which produces impure or unwholesome milk. If you abandon your animal, it's a crime. If you cage your animal improperly, no person shall cage any animal for public display purposes unless the display cage is constructed of solid material on three sides to protect the caged animal from the elements, and unless the horizontal dimensions of each side of the cage is at least 4 times the length of the caged animal. So those are all included in this chapter. Dealing with docking of horses' tails is included in here. If you dock a horse's tail up to the bony part of the tail, it's a crime, members. Poisoning animals. Animals with infectious disease. So I read that section, and if you own an animal and you know it, you discover it's got an infectious disease, and you sell or barter the animal to someone else or knowingly permit it to run at large or come into contact with any other animal, that is a crime under this chapter of law. Injury to birds. Exposure of animals, it goes on. There's the grease pig contest and turkey scrambles. By the way, Senator Latz mentioned the animal fighting section of Chapter 343. So if you buy a ticket to an animal fighting event, it's a penalty, it's a crime under this chapter. And why I'm reading through all those, Mr. President, is this. The way the amendment is written will provide that any felony any felony conviction that happens in the future, we're writing it to the entire chapter. We're referencing the entire chapter. So if Chapter 343 is amended in the future and there's a felony conviction on that new amendment that comes in, that will be part of the crime of violence that Senator Marty's trying to do here. It's written way too broadly. It's going to have unintended consequences. And Senator Marty, if you want to write an amendment for this, write it to a specific section of law, like the other 30 or 50 items that are currently in 624.712, which is what you're trying to amend here. There's got to be 30 or 50 of them in there. All of them, Senator Marty, point to specific sections of law. We are including an entire chapter here that is a gross mistake. It's going to have very unintended consequences in the future. This is not how we should be making law. Mr. President, members, I encourage you to vote no on this amendment, and I assume, Mr. President, we have a roll call. If not, I ask for a roll call. Thank you, Mr. President.
Roll call
Thank you,
requested,
members.
roll call granted. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, in response to Senator Drazkowski, if the addition of the Chapter 343 language in the A11 amendment were as broad as Senator Drazkowski just described it, I would agree it'd be a bad amendment and I would not support it. But Senator Drazkowski did not completely read Chapter 343. First of all, I want to highlight on the amendment itself, on line 1.6, where it reproduces the statute that's being amended, it only refers to felony convictions. So the entire list under crimes of violence refers only to felony convictions of those particular statutes that are cited. Felony convictions of Chapter 343 are much narrower than what Senator Drazkowski just listed for the members of the public. So that the public record is clear, I am going to tell you exactly which of these provisions would be considered felony violations of Chapter 343. Those would include repeat offenses of gross misdemeanor or felony convictions under this chapter. It would include death or great bodily harm to a pet or companion animal. It would include causing substantial bodily harm to a service animal. Causing substantial bodily harm to a pet or companion animal where the act is done for the purpose of threatening, intimidating, or terrorizing another person. Causing death or great bodily harm to a service animal. Causing death or great bodily harm to a pet or companion animal where the act is done to threaten, intimidate, or terrorize another person. So it's not all of the other prohibitions or misdemeanor or petty misdemeanor or even gross misdemeanor crimes of violation of the Chapter 343 list. It's only the specific felony violations that I identified. To me, if you kill your own or someone's pet dog or cause it great bodily harm, that's unnecessary or unjustifiable, which is the definition of the act of cruelty, then that is a felony violation, and it should be included as a crime of violence. The other list that Senator Drazkowski just went through would not be covered by the amendment that's before us and should not be considered in determining or voting on how to vote on the addition of felony violations of prevention of cruelty to animals to the list of crimes of violence.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Latz, for pointing out those specific examples. I did read the amendment, and I did read 624.712, and it realized it's a felony conviction that's included there. But Senator Latz, you made my point. If we are going to be responsibly legislating here, we will point to the specific sections that you and Senator Marty and others that are supportive of going this direction. I'm not necessarily. But point to the specific section like we do for the other 30 or 50 items that are itemized in 624.72. What if we made the entire chapter 609 be in any felony within 609 be a crime of violence? You could, I mean, there has to be some wisdom, Senator Latz, Mr. President, members, to previous legislatures outlining specific sections that they want to include in here. You can read them, and they're all, as far as I can tell, they're all 609 sections. And as Senator Lucero pointed out, that applies to people. That's egregious acts of people, each and every one of those, I'm sure. I haven't read all of them. But other than that, the only one that, and I haven't read 152, but there's a reference to chapter 152. Maybe that one shouldn't be a chapter. Maybe we should amend it to make that particular citation be the particular section of law that was intended. But Senator Latz, you made my point. So we add a whole chapter, and future legislatures come by, and they make one of those examples that I read that you are saying it does not fall into this. They make one or more of those examples over time into a felony. That suddenly falls under the crime of violence because we have the entire chapter dumped into the crime of violence in this amendment. This is reckless legislating, members. We should not operate recklessly because this is going to have unintended consequences down the road. Senator Marty, I'd encourage you to withdraw your amendment and come back with an amendment that points to a specific section of law or sections of law within 343 that you might want to point to in order to do this. Maybe there's some motivation that you or others that have brought forward these ideas have. This amendment needs to be narrowed to those specific circumstances so we don't have those unintended consequences and we don't recklessly legislate. I encourage your opposition to this amendment. Senator Marty, please think about what I had to say, and thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Senator Marty.
Mr. President, I wasn't going to speak a lot more, but there's been a lot of stuff said. And first of all, Senator Jasinski, the reason you have to spell out specific crimes in Chapter 609 is many of them are property crimes. If you swindle from a bank or somebody, you can have felonies for that, and I don't think most people would define that as crimes of violence. But what we're getting here in all this bizarre stuff, we're not changing any of the definition of what cruelty to animals is. I wasn't going to do it, but I think I'll read a couple of examples of felony cruelty convictions. Itasca County, convicted of felony animal cruelty, terroristic threats dismissed. Roommate tortured and killed victim's dog, beat the dog, smashed the dog's head against cement, took samurai sword, stabbed the dog in the heart. Victim stated, he said if I told anyone, he would do the same to me as he did to the dog. Goodhue County, convicted of felony animal cruelty. Defendant, ex-boyfriend, mutilated and beheaded victim's 2 cats as a threat to the victim. Victim stated she was afraid of him. And one that I'm not sure the outcome of, and I'm sure they would have convicted this individual, if somebody from Carver, Minnesota, operated a pay-per-view YouTube channel, depicted animals being crushed and tortured for Edison and his viewers' sadistic enjoyment. 350 animal crush videos he posted with things, clickbait such as slow death, shred, cracks head open, screaming, tear apart. That's violent. And it's often done in threats to the owner of the pet. It's often done in that way. That's what we're getting at. This bill has been through this body before. It's had strong bipartisan support. I don't know where this new stuff is coming from, but that is violence. It's violence against animals, and it's violent against people, and it ought to be in our crimes of violence. I urge your support. And roll call.
The secretary will take the roll on the A11 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no. Senator Frentz, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
And Senator Fateh votes aye.
And Senator Fateh votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 33 nays, the A11 amendment is adopted. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I did not believe that a bill that I have, Senate File 655, would be germane to this bill. But considering we just adopted the previous amendment, which opens up Chapter 624 to this bill, I'm going to offer the A50 amendment.
Senator Rarick offers the A50 amendment. The secretary will report the A50 amendment.
Senator Rarick moves to amend Senate File 4760 as follows. Page 66, after line 27, insert Article 10. This is Amendment A50.
Senator Rarick, to your A50 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And to ensure that this is germane to the bill, I'd like to make an oral amendment. And the oral amendment would be to delete Section 1. And then on line 5.8, delete 30, 2025 and insert 1, 2026. And on line 8.6, delete 2025 and insert 2026.
Senator Rarick offers an amendment to the amendment. If you repeat that one more time so that the secretary gets it, and then we'll ask the secretary to report your amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the first part would be to delete Section 1, which was a provision for dealing with sales taxes, so that I don't believe would have been germane, so we're taking that out. And then on line 5.8, correcting the dates that are in the bill. So on 5.8, we would delete 30, 2025 and insert 1, 2026. And then on line 8.6, we would delete 2025 and insert 2026.
All right, the secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Rarick moves an oral amendment to Senate File 47, to his A50 amendment as follows. On page 1, delete Section 1. On page 5, line 5.8, delete 30, 2025 and insert 1, 2026. And on page 8, line 8.6, delete 2025 and insert 2026.
All right, now, Senator Rarick, to your amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask members to please support the amendment to the amendment so that it would put the dates correct and make this, take out the provision that I believe would not be germane to the bill in front of us.
Senator Latz, to the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. President, just a technical correction of the amendment to the amendment. Line 5.8 was deleted, would be deleted with the deletion of Section 1, so the additional change in the effective date there would not be applicable.
Senator Latz, do you have any other comments about the amendment to the amendment?
The rest of the amendment to the amendment, I don't have any comments on.
Any other discussion on the amendment to the amendment before we vote on the amendment to the amendment? Senator Rick, you're okay with us voting, is that right? All right. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. We are now on the A50 amendment as amended. Senator Eric.
Thank you, Mr. President. And like I said, I will do my best to answer any questions members have. I was not prepared as well as I should for offering this amendment because I did not believe it was going to be germane to the bill until we offered and accepted the last amendment, opening up Chapter 624 to the bill. What this amendment is legalizing the sale and use of aerial and audible fireworks in the state of Minnesota. I believe this is absolutely something we should be discussing and talking about as we approach the summer of celebrating the 250 years of the United States of America. Mr. President, many of us know that on weekends around Independence Day and on Independence Day itself, if you travel around the state of Minnesota, nearly everyone who wishes to use aerial and audible fireworks is doing so. We even have multiple cities and law enforcement that tell people, do not call us for fireworks complaints. They just do not have the bandwidth to deal with it. And they, in many cases, don't have the desire. And if we look around the state of Minnesota, South Dakota, North Dakota, and Wisconsin have been selling these aerial and audible fireworks to Minnesotans for years. And just a couple years ago, Iowa passed their law to do the same thing. And when we look specifically at Wisconsin's law, their law specifically targets residents of Minnesota and Illinois to buy fireworks there. They actually require a permit from a local sheriff for Wisconsin residents to buy their fireworks. But over the years, as I've tried to bring this legislation forward, I've made a lot of concessions to folks who have concerns. And so I want to address a few of those concerns that I know people will rise to speak about here today. One being injuries. We all know that fireworks are inherently dangerous. But there are many things that we have that are inherently dangerous if you do not use them correctly. And I believe by legalizing fireworks, we would then have our Department of Public Safety being willing to do public service announcements around the safety of fireworks. And also, as I mentioned earlier, Mr. President, when we hear folks talk about the increased risk of injuries or fire, as noted, anybody in the state of Minnesota who wishes to get these aerial and audible fireworks has easy access in the states around us. So not only are they already using them, we are not going to see an increase in injuries because people are already using them. So there's not going to be a huge increase in the usage of the fireworks. The main point of this bill, Mr. President, is that Minnesota would then allow for people to sell them here so that we would receive the revenue from the sales taxes from them. Plus, I've heard from a number of folks who are so excited about the opportunity to start a business to do just that here in Minnesota. And one of the major groups that's been opposed to this over the years is very surprising, but if you understand why, it's right, follow the money. There's one specific group of a fireworks company that has established itself in the state of Wisconsin, up and down along the Minnesota border. And they're opposed to this bill. Why? Because they're already selling to Minnesotans. They would have to increase their investment and have a whole bunch of new facilities, or they run the risk of other people coming into the state of Minnesota and selling, and they would lose their share of the market. So if you're listening to that group saying we shouldn't do this, they're just trying to protect their pocketbook. They're already selling to Minnesotans. And when we talk about the sales, a provision that I have in this bill, Mr. President, that has been a concern, right? There are a number of organizations in the state of Minnesota that sell the current legal fireworks as a fundraising event, and they do it out of temporary tents. So we've taken that into consideration. If you sell for 45 days or less in this bill, you can still operate out of a tent. But if you're going to sell for more than 45 days in the state of Minnesota, you would have to do that out of a permanent structure that meets the standards of NFPA for storing fireworks. Mr. President, one of the other things we've also listened to, or I've listened to as I've worked on this bill over the years, is the issue of local control. So what this bill is doing is that it was going to allow the sales and use of fireworks in the state of Minnesota, but it makes it very clear that any jurisdiction, city, county, township, they could pass their own ordinance to restrict that within their area. So if you're concerned that your city doesn't want this, they would have the full opportunity to come together as a city council and pass the ordinance saying, we're not going to allow the use of the aerial and audible fireworks here. But there are many areas around the state who desire this to be legal, and as long as we continue this prohibition on the sales and use, we are taking that away. Even though, Mr. President, as I've stated, people are buying these fireworks in the states all around us and bringing them and using them here in the state of Minnesota. With that, I have so much more I could say. Unfortunately, I will admit we did not have a hearing on this. I've requested hearings on this for the last 4 years, have not been able to get that. But of all years that we should be having this discussion and actually thinking about this as we lead into the 250-year celebration of the United States of America, we should absolutely be passing this and allowing these businesses to grow and thrive in the state of Minnesota. And I will stand for questions.
Senator Latz to the A50 amendment as amended.
So, Mr. President and members, not in recent years, but over the course of my service on the Judiciary Committee, I think we've heard this proposal 2 or 3 times. And every time we hear it, the fire service, representing all the firefighters in the state, the Fire Chiefs Association, all those folks come in and oppose it because they're the ones who respond to the emergencies with the fingers that are blown off and everything else that you see. You've got a division within the retailers. The bricks and mortar retailers oppose the ability to sell it out of temporary facilities, in part for safety reasons, because it is not safe storage of fireworks for 1 day or for 45 days. You got the League of Minnesota Cities, as I recall, that oppose this as well. So this debate has been around the Capitol for as long as I can remember, and ultimately, as a public safety matter, I think it's quite problematic to authorize it. As our GOP friends are fond of saying, if you legalize something that is presently illegal, you're going to have a lot more of it. Ring any metaphorical bells, members? If you legalize the sale of aerial fireworks, it's not just a matter of argument saying it's already happening out there, therefore it should be legal. You can expect to see a massive expansion of the use of aerial fireworks sold in Minnesota or from other places. and you'll see a massive expansion of kids' hands being blown and fingers being blown off, and deafness being caused, and concussions from things that go wrong, and fires of one's own house or a neighbor's house where a bottle rocket hits the siding and starts a fire. Maybe it'll be a barn that'll go up, filled with hay and cattle. It might be grass fires. Might be other property that gets destroyed. You know, one errant ember from an untended fire in the boundary waters can destroy thousands of acres. In fact, as I recall, there was one person just got charged with paying the hundreds of thousands of dollars for the response and the damages that were caused by exactly that kind of a situation. There is a real legitimate parade of horribles that would follow from the legalization of aerial fireworks that's proposed in this amendment. So simply on the merits, members, I think it's a bad idea, and I would oppose it on the policy merits, besides the fact that we haven't had a hearing. So if there's any modernization that ought to be factored in here, it's the kind of thing that should go through a full committee hearing. So I would oppose this amendment, members.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Latz yield for a question?
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Latz, under the hypothetical scenarios you just proposed, a bottle rocket hitting the side of a house and burning the siding, or hitting a barn and burning the barn down. If this were to become law and a bottle rocket were to hit the barn and there were animals in it, would that be considered animal cruelty?
Senator Latz. Specifically to the question.
Mr. President, I'm not going to offer a legal opinion on whether or not that would fit within the animal cruelty statute.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, thank you, Senator Rarick, for offering this. And Mr. President, I am looking around. I did offer an amendment, or an amendment to the amendment is being drafted. So I'm going to speak for just a few minutes here while I am waiting for that. So this has been around for many years, as Senator Rarick has just explained. And I first heard this back in the House, or in the other body, I should say, in the Public Safety Committee. And I can't believe that we're now 12 years later, and this has probably been offered at least every other year in some iteration, whether it's a bill or an amendment. And we continue to have these conversations, and it's shocking to me how we haven't already passed this into law. Now, I do a lot of road trips, Mr. President. And when I exit this state on these road trips, whether I'm going over to South Dakota, whether I'm going to Wisconsin, whether I'm heading down south and I'm traveling through Iowa or Missouri, one thing that stands out is the buildings right off of the highways that are, and this might be my amendment to the amendment, potentially, the buildings that I see right off the highway that are selling fireworks. And the thought that immediately comes into my mind is all of these other states are already doing this, and yet they still exist. They haven't burnt down. The states are still there, and there's no reason why Minnesota shouldn't be among the states that is allowing these fireworks. So I appreciate, Senator Rarick, that you're offering this, but I'd like to improve the amendment, and therefore I'm going to offer the A52 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Lucero offers the A52 amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend the Rarick A50 amendment to Senate File number 4760 as follows. Page 1, delete fireworks and insert. This is the A52 amendment.
Senator Lucero to your A52 amendment, amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So one of the things that stuck out at me years ago in the Public Safety Committee, the then chair was in favor of the Rarick bill. And he termed it, and I don't know if I have it 100% accurate, but I'm very, very close, if not exactly identical. He called it the Freedom and Fun Rarick Bill. So I want to amend this language by labeling this section of law the Freedom and Fun Act. Why do I want to do that? How ironic it is that in the 250th year of our great country that is strongly associated on Independence Day of firing off fireworks in celebration of our great independence, that on our 250th year anniversary of our great republic, that the government of the state of Minnesota is going to prohibit citizens from having freedom and fun to participate by lighting off their own fireworks. So with that, let's appropriately label this, inspired by the former chair of the House Public Safety Committee, the Freedom and Fun Act. I encourage a green vote.
Senator Rarick, to the A52 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that. I will let the members decide if this should go on or not. It does not matter to me one way or the other.
Senator Hoffman, were you standing to be recognized? Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do not vote for this amendment to the amendment or the amendment, and that's all I'm going to say. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion? A roll call was requested for the amendment to the amendment and the underlining amendment. Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote so we can move expeditiously, please. Senator Frentz, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye. All senators having voted who desire this vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 nays, the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's unfortunate and shocking, but we now know the truth, that Democrats unanimously oppose freedom and fun, whereas Republicans stand strongly in favor of freedom and fun.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, I move to lay Senate File 4760 on the table.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The bill is laid on the table. Senator Murphy. Senator Latz. Senator Kunesh. Members, we are going to Senate File number 4282. Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have for you all a nice little vignette of some of our forecast adjustment bills.
I'm sorry, I was just making a hand gesture to someone else, not you. Sorry about that, Senator Kunesh.
Okay. Thanks very much. Members, what you have in front of you is a little bill that is really very important. The February 2026 forecast bill provides the most current and official estimate of the amount of state aid necessary to fund statutory formulas under our current law. And so what you have in Senate File 4282 are various agency forecast adjustments, specifically the Department of Education, which amends the E-12 education appropriations that were enacted during the 2025 legislative session, and those are for fiscal year 26 and 27. And then we have the Department of Human Services that amends appropriations to the Department of Human Services enacted during those same times. We also have the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, and under Transportation, Metro Mobility. Members, it's really important that we pass those bills so that our district or our state can continue to fund these very vital services. And I ask you all for a green vote.
Discussion or amendments on Senate File 4282.
Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the bill author yield for a question?
Senator Kunesh will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Kunesh. Senator Kunesh, how much money does this bill spend?
Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Mr. President. From what I understand, there's no additional spending in this bill. It's just allocating the dollars that had already been previewed and forecasted.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my understanding that this bill, I believe, spends $1.8 billion. This bill is an appropriations bill, and you can see that here that this would be the legislature authorizing additional spending above and beyond what was budgeted for in last year's budget. Would Senator Hoffman yield for a question, Mr. President?
Senator Hoffman will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hoffman. Senator Hoffman, a number of the changes in this bill are related to programs within human services. I was looking back, and I don't think we had a chance to discuss this in our committee on these forecast changes. And Senator Hoffman wanted to see if you thought we had discussed this, or if you think we should, as a committee, make sure we understand what's happening with this forecast adjustment within our budget area.
Senator Hoffman.
Mr. President, thank you, Senator Rasmussen. You know, traditionally, the forecast numbers are just the forecast numbers. They do it to just be part of what the process is. What I like where you're going is the itemization piece that should be part of our discussion, right? There's almost two separate things that happen at the same time. And so the forecast doesn't necessarily come to us, but embedded within that forecast conversation is what we have those conversations. That's why I like your amendment that you're bringing up that I think needs to be in our integrity bill and so forth. But the answer is it's traditionally, no, it hasn't come in front of us in this form. It has in other forms. So sorry, Mr. President, I was looking at the good senator from Fergus over there, and so there you go.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Hoffman, and I appreciate the conversations that we've had on how we can update and add more granularity to our forecast process, and hopefully we'll be able to do that this session. Mr. President, members, I'm looking at an article from the Minnesota Reformer that came out this month, and the headline in that article is Minnesota's spending doubled across 14 Medicaid programs at high risk of fraud in the past 5 years. That for the 14 programs that have been flagged as being high risk for fraud, they doubled in their spending in 5 years. And one of my concerns with these forecast bills is that the legislature doesn't look at them closely enough to understand what is driving the forecast change. We saw, for example, with EIDBI services, also known as autism services, we saw a 3,000% increase. If we looked at housing stabilization services, it started off as a $2.4 million program, and within a few years was more than a $100 million program. Those are the types of changes that have historically been incorporated into these forecast bills. And the bill before the body today, again, spends well over $1 billion in additional general fund money. However, we haven't, on the Human Services Committee, had a conversation about what forecast adjustments are included. And so, Mr. President, to give the Senate Human Services Committee that opportunity, I would move that Senate File 4282, now on general orders, be stricken and re-referred to the Committee on Human Services.
Senator Rasmussen, which committee are you referring to in your motion?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll repeat the motion. I move that Senate File 4282, now on general orders, be stricken and re-referred to the Committee on Human Services.
Senator Rasmussen moves that Senate File 4282, now on general orders, be stricken and re-referred to the Committee on Human Services. Discussion on the motion. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a roll call.
Roll call is requested and granted. Further discussion on the Rasmussen motion. Senator Marty.
Mr. President, this bill has no cost. This is adjusting to the forecast that we all live by the forecast. We've done this every year. This bill came through, one provision this came through, I think there may have been two versions of it, one for health and one for human services, but that provision came through. They all came to the Finance Committee. This is no cost under the way we count this. We make our efforts match the forecast. And the reason we need this is because these are forecasted programs where, like with the school funding, student formula, if the forecast is there are more students coming in, we have to adjust the formula to that because we've committed to X dollar amount for the formula. This is simply a routine thing we've done every year. And I urge members to reject this. It's been through committees and been through Finance Committee, and urge you to support the bill and reject this amendment.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And to my motion, I would actually agree with a lot of what the Finance Chair said. This normally is a routine measure where no one really pays much attention to it, but it does cost money. This will take, I think, $1.8 billion out of the general fund and spend it. That's what this bill does. And I think it's important that given the fraud issues that this state has had, given the explosive growth that we have seen in certain Medicaid programs, that the legislature dig in and that we don't have a budget that's simply on autopilot. And that's what this bill before us does, without looking into what is driving the number of changes. We did not discuss the provisions in this bill related to the budget on human services. We have time to dig into these numbers to make sure that we understand what's going on, and I would ask that members support this motion so that we can have that opportunity to bring in the agencies and to ask the question, why is Medicaid spending going up? What is driving it? And are there programs that are at risk of fraud that could be driving those numbers in front of us in the bill today?
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I support the motion to refer this. Members, we've heard that this is a forecast adjustment bill, that we've already authorized the spending and now we're just authorizing, or we've authorized the appropriation, now we're authorizing the money to follow that. And that's true. And if you look, there's no fiscal note because we've already forecasted the spending on this, on these funds. But Mr. President, what is not standard in this bill is following our custom and practice. Our custom and practice is that these adjustments go through the committees of jurisdiction and then they come to finance. So what does that allow us to do? That allows us to look at these expenditures, just as was mentioned a moment ago, to talk about whether or not we're seeing unusually high growth in certain areas to assure that there's no adjustments that need to be made, to assure that there's no more fraud happening in these. For instance, we just saw a devastating behavioral treatment services report come out in January. And there's behavioral treatment in this forecast adjustment, and yet we are just glossing over that and treating the program as if nothing's changed. Remember, something has to change. Something has to change. We haven't done a budget forecast adjustment like this since 2004. And it certainly violates the single subject bill. So members, I encourage you to send this back. Let's do this right. Let's do it the way we've been doing it for the last 22 years. Let's have this come through the committees of jurisdiction, the committees that oversee, the committees that can make adjustments to the spending and the programs necessary, so we're not seeing the entire amount just go up without any sort of review.
Senator Abler.
Well, thanks, Mr. President. I'm not going to repeat what everybody people said, just to point out this is real money. And so this is always considered kind of technical, except that it's really has never been technical. The $1.8 billion, if that's the number, I totally believe that, is a large amount of money. And this is kind of like if you have an ARM mortgage, the adjustable rate mortgage, where it just self-corrects and it's debited out of your checking account. And you get the payments, and suddenly you wonder, where is all the money we had? Mr. President, we're facing quite a bit of deficit, which you know, but you're going to be doing something different next year when we have to deal with it for real. But the way to get after deficits is to deal with where's the growth. And so my comment is, this isn't technical, and to Senator Marty's comment, it's real money, and it's $1.8 billion, and I appreciate people's attention to it. Thank you.
Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask members to reject Senator Rasmussen's movement to remove this from the general orders and refer it back to Human Services. Both Senate File 4775 and 4776 were heard in HHS where they had discussion, and then it was later added to this bill to create a combined forecast bill. So they have been heard, they have been discussed, and I would ask members to vote down Rasmussen's amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I would rise in support of Senator Rasmussen's motion. Members, think of it. The amount of fraud that we've had alleged here, and even in HS committee, we had over $500 million a quarter frozen by the federal government until we straighten out our fraud situation. So in addition to the explosion of spending in all these areas, we're also dealing with that $500 million. Now, the good news is we've gotten word that there's been some agreement between DHS and the Center for Medicare Services, and that $500 million is going to be released. But members, you know, one of the problems with the fraud is the people who really need the help, that all of us want to help, get hurt out of this, okay? So that implores us to vet this money carefully. It's not only the people's money, but we want to make sure that it gets to the people who really need it. And I think everyone here wants to help the people who really need it. And let's vet this $1.5 billion that's going to HS in a way that makes sure it is distributed fairly, is not subject to fraud, and that it's working with Center for Medicare Services, so we're not endangering that. You know, last year I was invited to the Finance Committee for some reason, and during that committee meeting, it was shared that we get $22.9 billion of federal funding every year in the state of Minnesota. Members, $22.9 billion. It's probably more now. If we don't do a good job of vetting and reviewing this, we're endangering that funding. Let's cooperate, let's eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse, and let's make sure that we help the people who really need it. And that means we have to vet this properly and not just put it on automatic pilot with additional spending. So please support Senator Rasmussen's motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the Rasmussen motion to re-refer. Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge people to vote against the motion. I wanted to say that one of the most routine things we do in Finance Committee every year after we have a forecast, we have MMB come in, explain the forecast, and anybody can ask questions. Why is it going up here? Why is human services growing? Why is education funding growing? Because the forecast shows all that stuff. We committed to that funding because we think for pupils or for people with disabilities or whatever, we think they deserve the funding we committed to them. The forecast comes out and they explain, Senator Pratt or Senator Rasmussen, somebody said, we got to find out what's causing the spending increase. That's what the forecast is for. That's why you have a chance to ask them questions. You have every opportunity to do that. Now to do the routine function of updating our numbers with the forecast, oh, let's make that controversial so we can talk about all these things and use it to poke people. Suggest the money's all being ripped off. Talk to your local school boards. Ask them if they think it's okay if we don't update the forecast. If you don't have a single one, if you have a single one of them who isn't concerned about this, you're not listening to them. They just assume we're going to do this because we do, because all we're doing is updating our books to match the forecast that we all agree on. And I've had people here lobbying on both sides of issues saying, we shouldn't trust the forecast. They're too conservative or too generous in what they think of something. Oh, so we could spend more here, or we got to do more of this there. People trying to use the forecast. We've tried to keep politics out of the forecast. We've done a pretty good job of that. Here we're trying to make it political to conform with the forecast. I don't get it. I think it's a cheap shot. That's what bothers me about it, and I urge you to vote against the motion to re-refer. Some of these provisions may have been in human service, some of the forecasted items, vast majority of the ones that came through DHS were health and human services. They did hear it there, and I think there were so few of them in human services that Senator Hoffman didn't choose to. But this has This has come through the Health and Human Services Committee through Finance. The education ones came through Education, Finance, and Transportation ones for the Metro Mobility ones. Those are the three areas we as a state agreed to put on a forecasted formula, and this is what we have to do if we're going to do that. If you say, oh, we don't want to commit to a certain amount for students, if there are more students in the schools, we'll give them the same amount anyway. Or fewer students, we'll give them the same amount anyway. If you want to get rid of the forecast adjustment stuff, we could just appropriate money that way, but I don't think any of you really think that's a good financial practice. So why we're making a technical bill and trying to make political hay out of it is bizarre. I urge you to reject the motion.
Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator Marty, I think you just made a pretty compelling argument why we should all vote yes to refer this to the Human Services Committee. You listed off several committees that it went through, but ironically, you didn't list off the Human Services Committee, which is where we're trying to refer it to scrutinize this more. And so members, just using Senator Marty's testimony or explanation on the floor should be enough for us to compel this bill to go to the Human Services Committee as we have the motion to do on the floor. And members, Mr. President, I wonder if the author of the bill would yield for a question.
Author of the bill, Senator Kunesh, will yield. Senator Westrom.
Senator Kunesh, out of this forecast, can you assure every one of us on the floor that none of this forecast money would go to any program that has been riddled with fraud in the last year or more?
Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have those facts and information at my fingertips, but I do want to remind you that both the Human Services and the DCYF bill did go through HHS, and members had plenty of time and opportunity to ask all the questions that they wanted to. So this did go through the proper progress and procession. It also was heard in the Finance Committee, and so at each stop, all of these questions surely could have been answered.
Senator Westrom.
So, Mr. President, thank you, Senator Kunesh. Members, I hope you heard that. The author of the bill cannot give us assurance that this money is not going to be funding some fraud that Minnesota has a huge problem of, that has been revealed exponentially since last year's budgets passed this floor. And so it should receive heightened scrutiny, knowing what we know, the federal government, the federal prosecutors, other whistleblowers here in Minnesota that I know the Walz administration wants to silence and ignore as much as they can and hope this problem goes away. The problem isn't going away if we do nothing to stop it. And if we keep feeding the beast, it certainly won't make it better. The one way you stop fraud is you stop feeding fraud. And when we know 10 to 30% of some programs, based on reports, have been subject to massive fraud with the Somali daycare centers, other Somali transportation centers, other businesses bilking the state of Minnesota, and we're going to just pass $1.8 billion on? I think not. I think this should go to committee. It should go under, or be referred to committee. It should go under heightened scrutiny until the author can assure us that this is not going to feed some of the fraud problem in Minnesota, which she just had the opportunity to do, but could not, and said, I don't have that information. This is not ready to pass the Senate floor. Folks, we have to up the game of the legislative process to stop the fraud problem, Democrats. We have to stop it bipartisanly, Republicans and Democrats. need to both get serious about this. And right now we have a seriousness problem by the Democrats that want to just keep feeding the fraud. Just feed another $1.8 billion because of that's forecast, and if 10 or 30 to 30% of that's going to fraud, oh, so be it. That's what you're hearing on the Senate floor today, again and again, over and over. The House is on fire, and the Democrats want to just keep feeding the fire of fraud. Vote to re-refer this to committee, and do not vote to pass it off the Senate floor right now.
Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. I listened to some of the discussion, and Senator Marty from the Finance Committee brought up the fact that a no vote here is a vote against our schools. A yes vote, to refer, is a vote against our schools. And I'd like to dig into that a little bit because, well, Senate File 4282 is authored by Senator Kunesh, and it came out of Education Finance. And out of the $1.8 billion of this bill, the school portion is $284 million. That's less than 15%. So if you want to say that this is a bill to fund schools, I don't see how that's an honest argument at all. It does that, but the vast majority of what this bill does, the unrelenting majority, is $1.5 billion to HHS, to Human Services. Minnesotans know that HHS, that Human Services in this state, is run with pure incompetence. We do not trust this department, and we certainly shouldn't be giving them an extra $1.5 billion. It is unconscionable and it is dishonest to assert that a vote against funding fraud is somehow a vote against funding schools. Vote green.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. The chair of the Human Services Committee said he did not want it referred. I'll be a no vote on the motion.
Further discussion on the Rasmussen motion to re-refer. Closing comments from the motion's author, Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been a good discussion on this motion today. But I want to be clear. The bill in front of the body would spend $1.8 billion. Of that $1.8 billion, $1.5 billion would go to the Department of Human Services. And when you look at what's been released by MMB in terms of their forecast adjustment that's caused the $1.5 billion forecast adjustment since we passed a budget back in June, is long-term care waivers, disability waivers, programs and services that are squarely within the Human Services Committee jurisdiction. Even though the Human Services Committee hasn't spent any time going through these forecast adjustments and asking officials from the Department of Human Services to account for these dramatic changes in just a matter of months. By voting for this motion, you're giving the Senate and the Human Services Committee the time to do the work, to ask the questions about this massive spending increase and to understand what's driving it. If you vote no on this motion, you're saying that you're okay with a budget autopilot, with no questions asked, just continuing to spend more of Minnesotans' hard-earned tax dollars. I think, given the fraud crisis that our state has faced, they deserve us to scrutinize every penny that's coming across the Minnesota Senate floor, and by voting yes for this amendment, we make sure we get those questions asked. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the Rasmussen motion to re-refer Senate File 4282. Senator Frentz, for those voting remotely.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Mohammed votes no.
Senator Mohammed votes no.
And Senator Champion votes no.
Senator Champion votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye. All senators having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 aye votes and 34 nay votes, the motion to re-refer is not adopted. We are back on Senate File 4282. Further discussion or amendments? Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, it's disappointing that the Senate voted against making sure that we understood all the forecast adjustments in the bill before us. I think it's important going forward for future budgets, for future appropriations, as forecasts come in, that we don't operate on autopilot. That when you have a program that has a dramatic increase in spending above forecast, that we have an opportunity to look and audit that program as to why the spending is increasing, and if the spending increase is dramatic enough to force the legislature to take action. And so to address that, Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A4.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A4 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend Senate File number 4382 as follows. Page 15, after line 25, insert. This is the A4 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment would put in some guardrails on our budgeting process when it relates to major human services programs and within DCYF, which had the largest adjustments in this bill here today. It would state that if we have a program and a service where the forecasted spending goes above 5% of the most recent forecast, that the Office of the Legislative Auditor would come in to look at that program and explain back to the legislature why there is a spending increase. If the exceeded spending was 10% or more, the funding for that program would be put into a special account, and it would allow the legislature a full legislative session to act on that program and to make sure that we understand what is going on. If we would have had this language in place before, we would have caught the fraud in autism services. We would have caught the fraud in housing stabilization services. And by passing this bill into law, by adopting this amendment today, we are going to make sure that we don't operate on budget autopilot here in the state of Minnesota. We'll help prevent fraud and catch fraud and act before it's too late. I would encourage members' support.
Senator Frentz.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I rise to a point of order.
Please state your point of order.
Mr. President, I think the Rasmussen A4 amendment is lacking in germaneness. This relates to a substantially different purpose. What we have in front of us, members, is Senator Kunesh's forecast adjustment bill. The Rasmussen amendment goes in a bunch of different directions, too numerous for me to list here on the floor of the Minnesota Senate. And for that reason, Mr. President, I ask you to find the A4 amendment out of order, and I do ask for a roll call. Thank you, Mr. President.
Advice, Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen, advice to the President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Advice on the Senator Frentz point of order. This is related to the same topic, the same subject. And I would just direct you to the title of the bill in front of us. It says, this is a bill for an act relating to forecast adjustments. If you look at the amendment that's before the body, the A4, the title of the new article is Human Services Forecasted Programs Expenditure Comparison. We have a bill about budget forecasts and adjustments to the forecast, and we have an amendment that's about budget forecasting and adjustments to that forecast. Mr. President, if this is not germane, I don't know what is. I don't know how members could offer amendments. I'd ask that you find this point of order not well taken.
No further advice needed. The point of order is not well taken. To the amendment. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Senator Rasmussen's A4 amendment. This is one of the top issues that I've been hearing about in my district when I go back, is how in the world did this fraud happen? How did we have programs that escalated 4,000% with the Housing Stabilization Services Program, 17,000% over 7 years with the autism program? How in the world did this happen? What are you guys doing down there at the legislature? This amendment gets to the heart of the problem. There's a lot of ideas to combat fraud out there. I'm a part of a lot of them. There's a lot of good ideas out there that I support. But this right here, Mr. President, gets to the heart of the problem. We can't have our social services programs on autopilot. The legislature needs to do its job when it appropriates money. This is a very reasonable step to that end. It's a reasonable step. This is a good bill that triggers an automatic audit when these programs go 5% over budget. That report comes back to the legislature so we know what we're dealing with. Is it fraud? Is it something else? It could be something reasonable, but at least the legislature will have that information. And if it goes above 10%, Mr. President, we put the brakes on for the following year. That doesn't mean it gets cut. It just means the legislature has to take an affirmative act to appropriate the money with the knowledge of the audit and whether or not, and with the knowledge of whether or not the increase is due to fraud. This is a fraud prevention measure that Minnesotans expect. We should all be voting yes on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the A4 Rasmussen amendment. Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask members not to vote for this amendment at this time. It is a 7-page bill that none of us have had any time to look at, to discuss, to understand the timetables, to understand any expenditure reductions it requires. There's suggestions about service termination and modifications. There are quarterly accountings and explanations. None of us have had any time to read this, and certainly not the committee that it pertains to. And so my suggestion would be to Senator Rasmussen is to bring this back next year as a bill and have deep discussion on it so we all understand what it entails and what the consequences of it is.
Senator
And
Frentz.
I request a roll call.
Senator Wickland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to speak in opposition to this amendment. I would support Senator Kunesh's arguments as well that it is a very lengthy amendment and it has various functions in it that haven't been well examined, and we can't have a full discussion about these on the floor today. It brings in another factor, the Office of the Legislative Auditor, to do audits, and it would require funding. It would require an appropriation to fulfill the requirements in the amendment. And also want to reiterate that the purpose of the forecast adjustment bill, it has a simple purpose, and that is to make sure that that we match the legal spending authority to what the laws of the state have authorized. That is the essence of this bill and its purpose, and why we have different agencies included in it, but they all need to have this forecast adjustment language passed this year. It's urgent that it's passed, and we need to do it so that we can pay for what we have already committed to people that we are going to do. So that is what is included in this bill. It's not to set up any kind of auditing process. and contingent expenditure reductions. And while these concepts are ones that we should examine, and we have had some discussions about including, possibly including some of this language in the program integrity bill that will come forward, it's not something that we should add to this essential bill that we need to pass off the floor today.
Senator Kunesh requested a roll call. A roll call was granted. Senator Holmstrom. Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge members to vote against this. There are blank appropriations in here, which is strange for this part of the process to have that. This is a bill has always been seen under Republican majorities, under DFL majorities, has been seen as a bill that's simply reflecting what the legislature has done and what the forecasts show. I know that these provisions were all considered in the Health and Human Services Committee, where most of that money is. It's been considered in education, transportation. And to say that, as far as I know, I haven't checked with all three of the chairs of those committees, but I don't think there was any debate over this. This was a technical change that we do every year. Now we're saying, oh boy, there could be fraud, there could be this, there could be something else. Trying to score political points. And when, I don't remember if Senator Holmstrom or whoever suggested, I was suggesting that if you're against fraud, you're against schools. I said nothing of the sort. I said, if you haven't talked to any school board members, if they think it's okay if we don't pass these forecast adjustments, you're going to have a lot of angry school boards because they're not going to be able to make their budgets. So the bill is a logical thing here, but the idea that the amendment, we're tasking the legislative auditor with looking at the forecast stuff. I've never served on a legislative audit commission, but I don't think that's what they do. I think they look back afterwards. I think the idea that we're going to appropriate blank amounts of money to various people to do a new process, this doesn't improve anything. I think it's taking what's been under DFL and under Republican majorities, DFL and Republican governors, a standard process to make our numbers match what the forecasts have. If you have problems with the forecast, challenge it. But I have hearings on that every year, and nobody challenges any of it. They just, okay, because we understand that those are the economic experts. And you can ask what causes it, and people do ask. We find out, but then come here on the floor and say, oh, we got to do more audits of this because we might score political points. I'm troubled by that, and I urge members to reject this and making this what was basically a technical conformance bill and trying to put in new appropriations and everything else. I think that's a bad move and urge your rejection.
Senators will direct their comments to the President. Senator Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. And I had not intended on speaking on this amendment. However, there were comments that were made earlier that said that this bill was too lengthy to completely understand, and therefore it should take some time before we get done. But these are comments that were made by the same people who voted for a 1,400-page bill on the last 30 minutes of session back in 2024. So they're telling me that we can understand a 1,400-page bill that's delivered to the floor that nobody has seen. It's not available electronically. But here an amendment that's been well thought out. I think Senator Rasmussen has done a good job of iterating what is within this bill, putting controls on some of the things that Minnesota has demonstrated that we have some major problems to the tunes of billions of dollars. Now we're going to have a bill that's termed as technical, which again will be spending over $1 billion, and we're trying to put some guardrails around the possibility of fraud, or at least trying to identify where there might be fraud. Some simple applications that are good sense policy. Look, you can break down the Democrat-Republican divide here. Look just at the A4 amendment. This is simply good policy. This isn't anything outside the bounds. This is something that if we do not put on here, We are negligent in our duties as representatives of the people and their taxpayer dollars. This is a common sense precaution against what is happening to our state and the people who make this up time and time again. I applaud the A4 amendment. This is just something that we need to get done with very little cost to Minnesotans. In fact, it protects them from the possibilities that we've seen over and over again of Minnesotans getting taken advantage of over these years. So thank you, Senator Rasmussen, for bringing this forward, and I will be supporting it going forward here. Thank you.
Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson said a lot of things that were on my mind. I think it's good that we have some oversight, and that's what the citizens of Minnesota deserve, is some oversight, and that's not out of line. Would Senator Rasmussen stand for a question? Thank you, Mr.
He will
President.
yield. Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Did Senator Rasmussen ask for a hearing on this bill?
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Wiesenberg. Yes, the language in front of the body was introduced as a bill. It's Senate File 4603. It was introduced on March 18th of this year, and a hearing request was placed for this bill. And so to hear from the bill author and others that they'd like some more time to take a look at this, they had the opportunity to look at this language, to give it a hearing, and they said no. And so we're bringing this forward today to make sure that we're protecting taxpayers.
Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for that answer. And I know I've read through this language, and I think it's good. Thank you for your explanation.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did do the research, and yes, this bill was introduced a week before deadline, which, you know, sometimes it takes time to get an idea into good shape. I also talked with the chair of Health and Human Services and asked if there had been any dialogue between the author of this amendment and the chair, and there hasn't been, although I know there has been discussion around the issue of program integrity, which is not yet complete as we move through this session. And I'm pretty sure I heard the chair of Health and Human Services say that there are ideas in here that are being contemplated for that proposal. We have work to do. I am a little stunned that this is the bill that we're working on right now, the forecast adjustment bill, a standard proposal that comes through every year. I was surprised to hear that we had to take up the first Rasmussen amendment urgently when I know the questions that were being prosecuted in that amendment should have happened in the committee. Just like this should happen in committee and can still happen in committee. And we know we do our best work with the subject matter experts in the committee taking up this work. And so, members, I would ask for a no vote on this amendment because I think we do better work in the committees. And while this was introduced late and just before deadlines, I understand that there are members that are interested in the ideas. There's still a path. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, members, I hope you're listening acutely because we are getting one speech after another from the Democrats on why we don't have time to take care of fraud. We don't think it's that serious. The author of the bill just stood up a little while ago and said, oh, this 7-page amendment, we need to go through it better. We don't have time. Yet voted against moving and referring this bill back to committee where the committee could spend more time on putting fraud protection measures in place on this $1.8 billion spending bill. The chair of the HHS committee gets up and said, we don't have time today to deal with all this fraud. Folks, we just heard that on the Senate floor. We have all afternoon, we have all evening. This is one simple fraud protection measure that is good government, good budgeting, that says if the requests are 5% greater than we anticipated, we want a report. And if it's 10%, we want to temporarily halt until we can figure out what's going on with this increase, and this is what the Democrats are arguing against. These types of fraud protection measures that most businesses, most entities dealing with money see as common sense. I hope the public is watching. The Democrats doubles talk on the fraud problem that they don't think is real. Folks in the media and journalists, take note. Start asking the Democrats some tough questions. This is a common sense, simple way to put some measures in place to start stopping fraud in Minnesota, rather than just shoveling $1.8 billion out the door, $1.5 billion of that to the HHS area where we've had rampant fraud. Members of the press, start asking those questions and reporting it to the consumers, the citizens of Minnesota that ask me every weekend I'm home about this fraud problem and what are we doing about it. The Democrats are doing nothing about it. Just watch this vote. It will be 100% Democrats saying no to this fraud protection opportunity, and the Republicans are bringing the idea forward, and we will be saying yes. The House is on fire. The smoke alarms, the fire alarms are going off, and the Democrats say, we don't have time to deal with it today, as the chair said. As the other author said, we don't have time to refer it to a committee. There's so much in this amendment, we don't have time to look through it. But we don't want to look through it, is really what they're telling you. We want this fraud problem to be buried. Republicans, quit bringing it up. That's the message I'm hearing from the Democrats' doublespeak today. Members of the public, I hope you understand what you're hearing. This is a Republican amendment. The Democrats continue to come up with lame excuses of why common sense fraud protection shouldn't be adopted here, and it should. This amendment should pass with 100% support. I urge a green vote on this fraud protection amendment that is just pure common sense.
Senator May Quaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I don't need to yell into the microphone because I'm having a microphone in my hand that will amplify the sound, so I'll just speak at a normal voice. This amendment would allow the executive branch to cancel programs that the legislature creates. And Mr. President, you standing there actually inspired me because I remember we had a conversation in the State and Local Government Committee about the effects of measles and polio. And I was just reading an article the other day about how public health providers are getting really worried about a resurgence of polio if people don't continue to get the polio vaccine. The lifelong paralysis rate for polio is 1 in 200. And so what this amendment before us, Mr. President, would do is that if there was a more than 10% growth in a service area, let's say a lot of people got polio and a lot of people became paralyzed and needed to enroll in services to deal with that, that if a sudden outbreak, or maybe it's a new virus that paralyzes a lot of people and they're enrolled in Medicaid services to deal with that paralysis and the effects on their life and get services to help them to continue to live independently. If that program grows for some reason out of our control, it gets canceled. That's what this amendment does. That is crazy. Why would we give the ability to the executive branch to cancel programs when the legislature exists? And if it is a mandatory medical benefit, medical assistance benefit, then the executive branch gets to reduce payments to providers. No rate, no saying which providers and how, they just have to. This needs to go through a committee, Mr. President, because this is very, very irresponsible language to put into a forecast adjustment bill that we do every single year, a bill that doesn't cost us money, but this amendment, this does. And this does things that multiple committees need to consider, multiple people need to ask questions about. So we should absolutely vote this down because this amendment has nothing to do with fraud and everything to do about giving up legislative power to the executive branch to potentially harm people with disabilities because all of a sudden something happens. So, Mr. President, I'm going to urge a no vote because of what is contained herein needs to go through a committee process and not just be brought to the floor and act like because it tangentially relates to programs, it's going to be all this silver bullet to end fraud of somehow. I'm urging members to vote no.
Further discussion on the A4 Rasmussen amendment. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand strongly in support of the Rasmussen A4 amendment. I'm looking at this language here, and I want to make it very clear, Mr. President, for Minnesotans watching this, the difference between Democrats and Republicans. Here's a snippet of language from the amendment before us. The commissioner must provide an accounting of actual expenditures. With each quarterly accounting of actual expenditures, the commissioner must compare the actual expenditures by service. So what are we talking about here? The legislature appropriates money to these agencies that are rampant with fraud, lack transparency, lack accountability, and the public lacks the visibility of what's happening. In fact, the closest we get to any transparency is pages upon pages of redacted report. That's the Democrat response to transparency. Blacked out pages. Here, Minnesotans, here's how your money's being spent. And hence the Republican amendment here. The language goes on. If any given quarter the actual expenditures for a program or service exceed 5%, the commissioner must note the deviation of the spending on the department's website. In other words, a deviation of more than 5%, which may be as a result of rampant fraud, which is pervasive in the Democrat-run government, again, making it transparent, and then giving notice to the chairs in the legislature. Why would you oppose that? This is the most basic, elementary means of ensuring transparency, visibility, and accountability, allowing the public to know there's a deviation in the spending, allowing the legislature to know that there's deviation in the spending, and yet we have Democrat after Democrat after Democrat speaking out of one side of their mouth, we're for stopping fraud, but on the other side of their mouth, let's vote against any attempt to stop fraud. Mr. President and members, vote green on the Rasmussen amendment so we can actually follow Republican lead to stop the rampant fraud in Minnesota. Thank you.
Further discussion on the A4 Rasmussen amendment. Closing comments from the amendment's author. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill before us is going to be the most expensive bill we have this session. It expends $1.8 billion. And one of the big questions I get from my neighbors and the folks that I'm honored to represent here in the Senate is how can we stop this human services fraud crisis? And we've had a couple opportunities today. One is to send this bill to committee where we could have debated both the forecast adjustments and this amendment more in depth. Senate Democrats voted that down. They didn't want to have that further discussion on this bill. And now with this amendment, where we are putting in simple guardrails, where if we have a forecasted program go above spending by 5%, we simply will have the legislative auditor work with the agency to understand why there's extra spending. Is it fraud? Is it need? To understand what is driving that extra spending. And if we have a program that is really going off the fiscal rails, that has exceeded 10% of the forecasted spending within a year, then the legislature would have an entire session to take action on the future of that program, making sure that the legislature is empowered to act, to defend taxpayer money, and to ensure that Minnesotans' hard-earned money goes where it's intended to go. This amendment is about program integrity. It's about putting taxpayers first and defending those Minnesotans who rely on the important programs that are funded with human services. I would ask for members' yes vote on this. We need to answer the call that Minnesotans have given us as to how we're going to protect their tax dollars, stop the fraud, and hold those responsible to account.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A4 Rasmussen amendment. Senator Frentz, for those voting remotely.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Champion votes no.
Senator Champion votes no.
Senator Hemmingson Yeager votes no.
Senator Hemmingson Yeager votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no.
And Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye. All senators having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 aye votes and 34 nay votes, the A4 amendment is not adopted. Further discussion or amendments on the underlying bill? Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Disappointing that we weren't able to put those guardrails on our forecasted human services programs, but I'm going to try to see if we can address some of the concerns that were brought up today by offering the A3.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A3 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend Senate File Number 4282 as follows. Page 15, after line 25, insert. This is the A3 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would highlight one of the problems with how we do human services budgeting is that we lump so much together. If you look at the forecast adjustment bill in front of us, it puts medical assistance in one line, even though the increase here just in medical assistance on page 4, line 6, is more than $1 billion in extra spending. And unfortunately, we do not get granular enough forecasts to be able to catch issues that are being driven by fraud. And so this amendment before the body would require the commissioner to include forecasted costs of each covered service provided under medical assistance and provide that on a regular basis to the legislature so that we can understand what the forecast is at a service level. And when we think about those services, these are the programs that are high risk, that have been subject to billions of dollars in fraud. And by adopting this amendment, we would simply make sure that the legislature and the public have more information so we can catch fraud earlier and stop it.
To the A3 amendment, Senator Westland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a roll call.
A roll call requested and granted. Further discussion, Senator Wickland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rasmussen. I think this is some language that we have had some discussion about. It has been under consideration for the program integrity bill. You had brought it forward as a bill, and we are in the process of taking this language through the committee process, and it needs to be heard in the state and local or state government committee. and we have a hearing, a scheduled hearing on Thursday. So I would appreciate being able to have it go through that process of discussion, and as I said, we are considering it for the program integrity bill that is coming forward.
Senator Heintzman? No. Okay. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I appreciate the chair of the Health and Human Services Committee indicating interest in this language. I think it would be a pretty common sense step for us, and glad to hear that this language will be getting a hearing. And so with that, I'll withdraw the A3.
The A3 is withdrawn. Further discussion or amendments? Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A50 amendment.
Senator Rarick offers the A50 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Rarick moves to amend Senate File Number 4282 as follows. Page 13, delete Article 2. This is the A50 amendment.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I promise, being it is the A50 again, and this is not fireworks this time. Mr. President, all of our discussion here on the floor has been in concern of areas in committee jurisdictions, in Health and Human Services. What this amendment would do is return the bill to the way it was, Senate File 4282, where it would just be the provisions for the education area. Members, had we just brought this bill forward like we do, as was discussed, every year we bring these adjustment bills forward, but we do for each issue area separately. The education portion went through committee. We looked at it. There was zero concern. This would have taken 2 to 3 minutes on the Senate floor. And I think that it would pass with 67 votes if we were doing this alone, which is the way we should be doing it, Mr. President. Let's go back to the way we've operated for years, do these forecast adjustments through each issue area by themselves so that we can address the specific things within each one. Mr. President, that's what this does. Let's deal with the education adjustments today, and we can deal with the other committees on another day.
Senator Westland.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested and granted. Senator Wickland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this amendment. As Senator Rarick has stated, the areas should be discussed in the committees of jurisdiction, and that has happened. The Department of Human Services and Department of Children, Youth, and Families forecast adjustment language was heard in my committee, and there was not objection or discussion of concerns with the language. It had gone to the Finance Committee and was added to the bill, the education forecast adjustment, and in that committee, but it did get heard in its committee of jurisdiction, and so we do not need to strip this language out. This has one purpose. It's to match the legal spending authority to what the laws of the state have authorized. So I would urge members to vote no.
Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the committees in the Transportation Committee, when they heard their provisions too, there was no controversy, no anything else, and say, oh, well, those other ones, they're controversial, but the education one isn't. Well, every one of the committees that heard it, they looked through it, they didn't have any challenge, there was no debate, no anything else. And Sir Rarick, I'm sorry, but I disagree. If you bring us back that way and we bring it back again, we're going to have the same debate all over. The same arguments is being used to score political points in my mind. This has been something that under both parties, it's
Point of order, Mr. President.
It's simply
For what purpose do you rise, Senator Rasmussen?
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of order. Senator Marty, multiple times during this floor debate, has impugned the motives of members who are bringing motions, who are bringing amendments, and I would ask that you remind him to debate motions and amendments on their merits and to not question the motives of members of the Senate.
A specific rule was not raised, and I won't rule on the point of order, but direct members to address their comments to the President and avoid personality.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr.
Marty.
President and Senator Rasmussen. I apologize if I said something improper. I think that the debate over this issue that has never been treated as controversial, and when people have the chance to look at them, it's never been used where people say, oh, I got a problem with this forecast adjustment. This is a first, and I'm afraid we're going to spend hours and hours on this, and if Senator Rarick's amendment goes on, I have a feeling we'll have the same debate over again in another week or two. Urge you to reject the amendment.
Further discussion on the A50. A roll call. Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to remind the body that this Article 4, Section 17 of the Minnesota Constitution requires that we bring forward single subject bills. That is the reason that we have historically done these appropriation bills and these forecast bills as individual bills. The bill as we see it, I believe, clearly violates the single subject clause. This amendment brings us back into accord with the Constitution and the single subject rule. I would think that after the recent court rulings, we would be more respectful of our Constitution, but apparently that is not going to be the case. I would hope that we can all agree that that is the right way to govern. I would hope to see a green vote. Thank you.
Further discussion on the A50 amendment. Senator Marty.
Mr. President, real quickly on the single subjecting in the Constitution, it's very important, and frankly, putting all of the forecast adjustments into a bill relating to forecast adjustments is probably more single subject than saying, oh, we'll have education forecast adjustments in a bill with a whole bunch of education policy and budget and all the other ones. This is pure and simple adjusting the forecast, making adjustments to match the forecast. It's all it's doing. It's a single subject. It absolutely meets the Constitution. And this is closer to what one might argue a single subject than having it in other omnibus bills. So I urge you to reject the amendment.
Further discussion. The Secretary will take the roll on the A50 amendment. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to report Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
And Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Champion votes no.
Senator Champion votes no.
Senator Hemmingson Yeager votes no.
Senator Hemmingson Yeager votes no.
And Senator Seeberger votes no.
Senator Seeberger votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pratt votes aye.
Senator Pratt votes aye. All senators having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 aye votes and 34 nay votes, the A50 amendment is not adopted. Further discussion or amendments on the bill? The Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File Number 4282, a bill for an act relating to forecast adjustments, making forecast adjustments to pre-kindergarten through grade 12 education programs, etc.
Third reading. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is part of the problem. We have seen Minnesota become a magnet for fraud across the country. We had federal prosecutors say that there's fraud tourism. People are coming to Minnesota because they know that we are an easy target for fraud. And this bill, without the amendments adopted, is simply putting our state budget on autopilot. No questions asked, no in-depth hearing on the Committee of Jurisdiction that affects some of the high-risk programs that have been most at risk for fraud, and no guardrails. Mr. President, this bill represents how we got here. By governing on autopilot, by budgeting on autopilot, by not digging in to why we have a forecast adjustment that's $1.5 billion higher months after passing the budget. So I'll be voting no today because we need to ask questions before we spend $1.8 billion of taxpayers' money. That's what this bill does. And unfortunately, the majority today was unwilling to dig into these important questions and to put on guardrails that would protect taxpayer money in the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've heard a lot today about what this bill is. Forecast bill should be nonpartisan. It should be non-political. We should be taking up the forecast adjustments for education separately from the forecast adjustments from HHS, separate from the forecast adjustments in transportation. Instead, we've lumped them all together. I've spoken with the chair of the House Ways and Means Committee. They're not prepared to do this bill this way. It's unusual and against our custom and practice to lump three agencies with very different missions together in a bill like this. It's so unusual, Mr. President, we haven't done it in 22 years. The last time this was done was 2004. Process matters. We should be making some of these forecast adjustments. We should be having these conversations in committee. This is a political bill because the majority has made it a political bill. This is a political bill because we are pushing this without an agreement with the House on how to do it. We're going to be doing the same thing with the supplemental spending provisions. We're discussing those in finance now, where we are going to take various committees and lump them together in one big omnibus bill. We didn't learn our lessons from 2024, Mr. President. We didn't learn our lessons. We should be taking these up separately. We should be following our own custom and practice. It's tried. It's true. It's worked well for this organization. I suspect we've probably spent more time debating this one single bill than we would have three separate bills combined. Why aren't we making this agreement with the House, Mr. President? Why? Because the majority wants this to be a political bill. We've heard Senator Marty say on many occasions, if you don't vote for this bill, schools are going to struggle. Well, schools are already struggling thanks to all the mandates that we put on them in the last few years. Schools are already struggling because we gave them $3 billion in spending, and we told them how to spend $2.9 billion of it. We gave them no local control. Schools were in trouble before this forecast came out. And we probably could have made that forecast adjustment, 280-some million. So why are we doing this? Why are we trying to force this through in this way? Simple reason, Mr. President, it's politics, as I've said. And I've been out in my district, and I've been out in others' districts, and I can tell you, Minnesotans are tired of politics when it comes to this simple stuff. We need to get back to the business the people of Minnesota sent us here for. We need to be debating issues on a separate basis. And we need to be working with the other body in order to make sure that we're aligned as we're going forward and not passing a bill that's not going to have a similar companion. Mr. President, I agree with Senator Marty. Let's put the politics aside. And we tried in finance and we failed. So, Mr. President, I'll be voting no on this bill. Not because we haven't done these forecast adjustments in the past, and I imagine we're going to see here many of the majority say these are standard forecast adjustments. But we've never done them this way. Not in the last 22 years. So, members, I encourage you to vote no. Let's send this back to Finance, and let's do this right. Let's do this the way we've always done it. Thank you.
Senator Frentz.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. I hear the words set politics aside. Well, members, I came to this chamber proudly January of 2017, served 4 years in the majority, and I can count on one hand the number of times my brothers and sisters in the majority party voted against their own caucus. I hear partisan comments about how terrible one party or the other is, and I'm assuring you Minnesotans do not like it. If your district wants you to vote yes, vote yes. If your district wants you to vote no, vote no. Let's come together and show the people of Minnesota that we know how to govern. I hear some talk about fraud. I'll tell you what I didn't hear today is members acknowledging that this chamber proudly passed Senator Gustafson's Anti-Fraud Office of Inspector General Bill 60-7, Mr. President. What a bipartisan showing of strength that the people of Minnesota would be proud if it became law, but I can't seem to find any reference to that bipartisan work in these comments. Finally, Mr. President, we're talking about a simple matter of finance and the appropriations adjustment. That actually was discussed, litigated, fought over, debated in committee and on the floor of the Minnesota Senate when we made those changes to the law in a previous biennium. For that reason, Mr. President, I think I'll be a yes on Senate File 4282. Thank you, members.
Final comments from the author, Senator Kunesh. Oh, sorry, Senator Liskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I've heard a lot today about partisan politics, using that to describe why we should or shouldn't vote for this bill. We've heard that it's been done by Republicans, it's been done by Democrats, it's been done for a long time. I've been around for 3 years, this is my 4th year, and I don't remember ever seeing a budgetary forecast put together in one big, huge, just budget forecast. Normally they're stuck together inside policy or budget bills. They're separated out into the committees of jurisdiction. Mr. President, I was having a conversation out in front of the chambers with a member of my community, and we don't see eye to eye very often, but sometimes we do. And this is one of those times where we've got yet another group of bills pushed together, group of forecasts pushed together, that I can't vote to support because I have to decide whether I support all of it or none of it. And there's discussions that maybe I don't agree with in committees that I don't get to sit on. And that's okay because, of course, I'm not an expert in every committee. But I can't ask those questions in those committees like we've been told here on the floor today because I wasn't in that committee. And yet, here we are voting on an omnibus bill of forecasts. We hide things in big bills because that's what we like to do. Well, I'm here to tell you that no matter who's in charge of making those big bills, I generally stand against them because they're always hiding something. And so I look forward to proving that point any time that I can get. And this is one of those times where this bill has a bunch of funding for things that I don't agree with. And it has a forecast expansion. And so with that, I urge a no vote, and I will be voting no. Thank you.
Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I do ask for a green vote. This has been a very lively discussion about things that I don't really think pertain to the combination of 4 forecast bills into one, looking for efficiency and the ability to ensure that we are funding some of the most important things that our communities need: education, HHS, transportation for those in most need. And so, members, we all know how important it is that we allow this to happen, that we ensure that those dollars are getting to the communities that need it most. And I would ask you all for a green vote. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on Senate File 4282. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Carlson votes yes.
Senator Carlson votes yes.
Senator McEwen votes yes.
Senator McEwen votes yes.
Senator Port votes yes.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Rest votes yes.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes yes.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Excuse me, Mr. President, Senator Hemmingson Yeager votes yes.
Senator Hemmingson Yeager votes aye.
And I'm watching two others, Mr. President. That's all for now.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Howe votes no.
Senator Howe votes no.
Senator Pratt votes no.
Senator Pratt votes no. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to report Senator Gustafson votes yes.
Senator Gustafson votes yes. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 34 aye votes and 32 nay votes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, I move to take Senate File 4760 from the table.
Thank you, Senator Latz. On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Latz. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And quickly, I just want to make a couple comments to some things. You know, I really appreciate some of the brief discussion we've had around my fireworks amendment and legalizing the aerial and audible fireworks this year as we're getting ready to celebrate 250 years. I do want, you know, when we talk about the injuries, the vast majority of injuries, especially to the youth, are from the fireworks that are already legal here in Minnesota. And another piece that I hadn't mentioned before is, you know, I have heard from so many people, you know, that their pets maybe don't like the noise or things like that. Legalizing them would encourage neighbors to talk to one another when they're planning to use these, because knowing that they're legal, they won't get in trouble. And they'll be far more willing to chat with their neighbors. And lastly, you know, I know the state fire marshal and people from fire departments come here to speak against it because of the fires and the injuries. But I've also spoken with many individual firefighters, doctors, nurses, that they individually still support and believe we should legalize these types of fireworks. But with that, Mr. President, having had some conversations with Senator Latz, I will withdraw the A50 amendment.
Senator Rarick withdraws the A50 amendment. Senator Marty.
Mr. President, having voted on the prevailing side, I move that the A11 amendment to Senate File 4760, adopted April 21st, 2026, be now reconsidered.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails.
Mr. President.
Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. With great reluctance, because I'm very disappointed. I thought we had some strong bipartisan support on this in the past couple of years. I think there was a lot said that made people just totally confused. It wasn't true about the bill. We didn't change any definitions of animal cruelty. These are horrific, violent cruelty crimes. People are convicted of them, and we couldn't get them classified in here, and so I reluctantly withdraw the A11 amendment.
Senator Marty withdraws the A11 amendment. Any other amendments? Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A12.
Senator Kroon offers the A12 amendment. The Secretary will report the A12 amendment.
Senator Kroon moves to amend the A6 amendment to Senate File 4760 as follows. Page 38, delete Section 1 and insert. This is the A12 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Kroon, to your A12 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment relates to a Senator Seeberger bill that was included in the A6 amendment that was adopted by this body. The underlying bill is Senate File 4537, which involves an expedited eviction action and the circumstances where that is allowed. The existing law allows for it when a tenant's behavior seriously endangers the safety of another resident. The A6 added where a tenant assaults the landlord or the landlord's employee or contractor. My amendment, the A12, reverts Senate File 4537 back to its as-introduced version, which adds the expedited eviction to behavior that seriously endangers the safety of other persons on the premises, including common areas. This is just a more expansive universe of people whose safety is in danger that would trigger the expedited eviction. It adds more protection to get rid of a tenant quickly who is endangering other people on the premises, and I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, any discussion to the A12 amendment? Senator Latz.
Mr. President and members, this amendment reverts the language in this provision back to the original bill and would unwind the work of the Judiciary Committee. I am obligated and I support the position that the Judiciary Committee took on this bill, and for that reason I would oppose the A12 amendment and ask for a roll call.
Amendment to the amendment.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Latz, for your consideration of this amendment. You know, the situations I'm contemplating in here was where a tenant is jeopardizing the safety of someone else who's on the premises who isn't necessarily an employee or a contractor of the landlord. They could be a delivery driver. They could be a guest or invitee of another resident. I believe that any tenant who is causing serious risk to someone else, we should have an avenue for an expedited eviction. So with that, Mr. President, I again encourage members to vote yes. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the amendment. Members, just for clarity, the reason why you see on the board amendment to the amendment is because it speaks to a previously adopted amendment, just so the folks are clear. Members, please vote. Senator Frentz, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to report that Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Hemmingson Yeager votes no.
And Senator Hemmingson Yeager votes no. Senator Jasinski, when you're ready. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pratt votes aye.
And Senator Pratt votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A9.
Senator Kroon offers the A9 amendment. The Secretary will report the A9 amendment.
Senator Kroon moves to amend the A6 amendment to Senate File number 4760 as follows. Page 34, line 17, delete 7. This is the A9 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Kroon, to your amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A9 amendment extends the statute of limitations for theft of public funds from 6 years to 10 years. There is an existing provision in the A6, which is a BCA provision that includes an extension of the statute of limitations, but those are for situations of theft by swindle. My amendment includes that, but also includes theft by defrauding and false representation. Mr. President, some of these theft of public funds, with all the fraud that we're seeing, they're complicated investigations. They take some time to piece together, and sometimes that could go beyond a 6-year statute of limitations. And with how important it is to get this fraud situation eliminated in Minnesota, this is just another tool that we can give to our investigators and our prosecutors to put together a case to prosecute theft of public funds. I think this is in line with other areas. I think this is a reasonable amendment to extend the statute of limitations to 10 years in these situations, and I encourage all members to vote yes.
Members, before we go to Senator Latz, I want to make a correction. Because your amendment was amending an A6, because it was presented after we had already adopted the A6, it is not an amendment to the amendment. It would just be an amendment. So I just want to clarify that so I didn't confuse you and confuse myself. Senator Latz to the A9 amendment.
I'm so confused. Mr. President, Senator Kroon, thank you for bringing this amendment. As you know, we have, as the body knows, we have on occasion extended the statutes of limitations. We did it when I carried a bill to create a special opening for statute of limitations for child victims of sexual abuse a number of years ago. We did it more recently for arson, certain kinds of arson investigations that were complicated, and the investigators came in and testified how it was important for their ability to complete investigations and gather information that they have more than what was then the prevailing statute of limitations. So we extended that. So I'm not averse to the concept, and we certainly want to make sure there's ample time to investigate allegations of fraud of any sort, theft of public funds, or any of the other categories that would be covered. However, it is a serious decision whether or not we extend the statute of limitations. It's serious because the more time that passes, sometimes you have time to gather more information, but also sometimes information degrades, including information that could be used to tend toward innocence or to defend someone who might be accused. Witnesses sometimes also disappear on both sides of a case, and their memories fade, and files get recycled and so on. So it can make it that much harder for both sides to proceed with an investigation and proceed with a defense to provide evidence that it was not as suggested by the prosecuting or investigating authorities. So typically when we do something like this, we like to have a hearing in which the investigators, the ones who are actually doing this underlying work, come in and explain to us what the process would be, why the existing statute of limitations is not long enough, why they might need additional time, and so on. That's the kind of work that we do within the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee, and that's the kind of work that ought to be done with a proposal like this. We don't have the benefit of that information here on the floor here today. So while I certainly respect the goal and the desire and our ability and support the ability to vigorously pursue fraud wherever it appears it may have happened. This proposal is not ready for adoption as state law at this time, and I will ask members to vote no, and I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion before we go to Senator Kroon for the last word? Seeing none, Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, members, for consideration of this amendment. This is a common sense amendment, Mr. President. This is just a tool, but it's an important tool with estimated $9 billion of fraud inflicted on Minnesota. We know that we need to get this under control. We need to get this fraud eliminated. It's an all-hands-on-deck approach. It's going to take many legislative and executive responses to this fraud. This is one tool, a common-sense tool, to extend the statute of limitations to 10 years, and I urge all members to vote yes.
The Secretary would take the roll on the A9 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Frentz, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Gustafson votes aye.
Senator Gustafson votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
And Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
And I'm waiting on one more, Mr. President. Mr. President. Sorry, Senator Jasinski.
Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pratt votes aye.
And Senator Pratt votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to report Senator Wickland votes aye.
Senator Wickland votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye. Senator Frentz.
I'd like to report Senator Hemmingson Yeager votes aye.
Senator Hemmingson Yeager votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 0 nays, the A9 amendment is adopted. Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to offer the A10 amendment.
Senator Holmstrom offers the A10 amendment. The Secretary will report the A10 amendment.
Senator Holmstrom moves to amend Senate File Number 4760 as follows. Page 66, after line 27, insert. This is the A10 amendment.
Senator Holmstrom, to your A10 amendment.
The A10 amendment moves to change the law to equalize penalties and protections against swatting for the general public to all of the general public to have the same penalty as we currently have for elected officials, judges, police officers, corrections officials, and for prosecutors. For the members in this body that do not know, swatting is when you make a fictitious emergency phone call or report a fictitious emergency event with the intent of eliciting an emergency response from police, specifically to cause harm to individuals. Swatting is akin to attempted murder. Your plan is to call, have someone get woken up in the middle of the night, come out front to their front door and hope that a police officer makes a misjudgment and shoots them, or breaks down a door, and when you come down the stairs to figure out what's happening, to kill you in front of your entire family, or even worse. This is a repugnant and disgusting practice. 2 years ago, this body, in response to swatting of elected officials across the country, chose to increase the amount of people protected from swatting as felony offenses to themselves. They increased it to elected officials, but they left the general public at a lower level of offense. Again, repugnant. Individual members of our society, private citizens, deserve to have the same protections as elected officials. Creating special laws for ourselves insulates ourselves from the real world, and it is an atrocious act. We should be liable at the same level as everybody else in our society, and this is an obvious yes vote. I ask for your support.
Senator Latz, to the A10 amendment.
Mr. President, will Senator Holmstrom yield for a question?
Senator Holmstrom, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, Senator Holmstrom, is there a fiscal note on this proposed penalty increases?
Senator Holmstrom, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment was brought forward just today. The goal of this amendment is not a fiscal reality, but rather a public safety issue. People should be protected equally under our laws, the cost of which I would imagine is negligible, but I don't think it matters to the people of Minnesota. Thank you.
Senator Latz.
Well, Mr. President, if there is a fiscal cost to it in a policy bill, it would be out of order. And since we don't have a fiscal cost through our fiscal evaluation process here, we don't know if money needs to be appropriated to the Department of Corrections or anywhere else to account for the costs of implementing this policy were it to become law. Second of all, I don't think that it's necessarily good policy. It was just a few years ago that we increased the penalty for swatting certain categories from a misdemeanor to a gross misdemeanor. We've hardly had a chance to find out if that's working well. And now the proposal is to increase certain offenses to felonies and to broaden the coverage of this to all persons. The fact is, yes, all persons are prohibited from swatting here. It is a crime, at least a misdemeanor level crime, subject up to 90 days in jail if a person's convicted of it. But the fact is, not everyone is equally targeted by swatting. There are certain categories of people that are intentionally and more specifically targeted by swatting, and that is why we have different penalties for different categories of people. We do the same things with assault. We do the same things with quite a number of different criminal circumstances. So that's not a distinction that has never been made before. In fact, it's quite common within our statutes to make that distinction. So because there's no fiscal note, and one other thing, we haven't heard this in committee, as I recall, either. So this is the kind of thing that is best sorted out in committee where we could actually have stakeholder input from members of the public, from law enforcement, from others that would be directly affected by this, by the Department of Corrections, by the courts, by the Public Defense Board, all of which would be affected by this. We don't have any of that information whatsoever. So really this would be a fairly uninformed vote here today, and I ask people to vote no and ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment last? Senator Holmstrom, you're the last voice that
Mr. President,
before we vote.
I was hoping Senator Latz might be willing to yield for a question.
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. I heard Senator Latz say that it makes sense that there are certain classes of people because they are more targeted. I'm just wondering if Senator Latz is willing to explain why elected officials should be part of that class, but regular citizens should not.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, do I really need to explain why elected officials are more likely to be targeted by violence to Senator Holmstrom? Well, I don't know, there's Senator Hoffman on the floor. He can explain it. How about Senator Hartman's family? They can explain it. How about all of us Democrats that were on the list of Vance Belter, who was looking to kill all of us? Senator Rest isn't on the floor. She could explain it. Do I really need to explain to anyone the reality that elected officials are targeted for violence at a much higher rate than members of the general public? Unbelievable.
Members, just as a friendly reminder, we are not the U.S. Congress where when someone's speaking that we just yell out things. We don't do that on the Senate floor. So I just want to caution us, even when we get excited or if there's something that we find challenging. So let's please remember our decorum. You only stand and ask to be recognized, and then once I recognize you, then you may be allowed to speak. Okay, with that being said, the floor belonged to Senator Holmstrom, and then if you want to say something, I will, but he was supposed to be the last person before we vote, but maybe you heard something that you want to say something about. So Senator Holmstrom?
I'm happy to yield to Senator Wiesenberg until after he's done.
Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. So he brings a bill forward to talk about swatting and talk about protections for people and protections for senators. I maybe thinking about talking this at some other date, but some things seem to get heated. Seems like when some people are targeted, they're protected, but when some people aren't, they're not protected. I had up on my property in Hackensack, I had people try to rob me about 5 years ago. And at some point, the county allowed me to put a gate up on my property to protect my family, and that was okay for about 3 years. I have an easement with the county, and the easement says if the Cass County allows me to have a gate on my property, I can put a gate on my property. Well, then because of probably politics, I had the county come after me and try to violate my family's rights. So because of who I am, and the county didn't like me because I'm standing up for what I believe is my right to protect my family, Mr. President, they said I had to take my gate down. There's members of this body through discovery, it seems like were attacking me, and that's not right. And we should be standing and protecting all people, not just ourselves, because I did have someone try to harm my family and rob me in the middle of the night, and now I was taken to court by Cass County. It cost me $65,000 to defend my civil liberties, to defend my rights, and they tried to lie about what an easement says, and I won, but they're still not allowing me to put a gate up to defend my family. After the egregious things that happened last year, I can't do that. So it seems like it's the opposite for me because of who I am not being protected, and that's not okay. We should have equal protections for all people, including swatting, and I think Senator Holmstrom's bill is great. And if there's a fiscal note for protecting the citizens of Minnesota, I think that they would greatly appreciate if we can protect them. So I don't like the rhetoric that I heard because I've been attacked for being a senator. the opposite way, and I've had my rights taken away from me, and still to this day. So let's support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, we're on the A10. I want to ask one last time because I want us not to get into practice of when the author is making their final comments for us to interfere. If we can just be gentle and kind about that. The whole idea of it is because we want to make sure whoever proposed the amendment or who's the author of the bill has the last word. So with that being said, anyone else before we go to Senator Holmstrom for the final words before we vote? Seeing none, Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I hear the outrage from the member on the other side, I'd like to recognize that what happened to Senator Hoffman is despicable. It's horrifying. However, Senator Hoffman has a privilege that normal, everyday Minnesotans do not. He gets to come work in this building. He gets to go sit in our retiring room and talk to us about the bills that need to change the laws that made his attacker more able to attack him. He gets to change the law every single day through lobbying to us, something that standard, everyday citizens do not get to do. They're not afforded that right. This bill, or this amendment is being proposed because my constituent was attacked with swatting. Somebody tried to kill one of my constituents using the force of the police and tried to kill numerous podcasters and online influencers last year. This is outrageous. This is attempted murder written in or using the government as your weapon. This should be a felony to do to anybody in the state without question. And the idea that somehow, because we held election certificates, we are protected against this more than the average citizen is complete bullshit. I ask for your vote green.
Hold it. Wait a minute. Members. Senator Holmstrom, I recognize that you're new, but I recognize you being a man of principle. And I remember earlier cautioning this entire body about our words and the use of language on this floor. Now I'm going to just ask you to not do that again. Even though you're emotional and upset about it, I get it. I'm not saying that you don't have the right to your feelings. I'm just asking you to be respectful of this decorum and be respectful of your certificate as a senator. Okay? Everyone else, this is a good time for another gentle reminder that we do not use profanity on this floor. We do not impugn the integrity of each other. We don't do those things because we are senators and there is the appropriate way to debate. So with that gentle reminder, and if anyone has any other questions that they have of me afterwards, if you want to come up and talk about it, I'll be happy to do that. Senators, having that title means something because you're to represent your districts. With that being said, the Secretary will take the roll on the A10 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Frentz, for those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to report that Senator Carlson is a no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes nay.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes nay.
Senator Gustafson votes no.
Senator Gustafson votes nay.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes nay.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Senator Wickland votes nay.
And Senator Hemmingson Yeager votes no.
Senator Hemmingson Yeager votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Mr. President,
Senator Jasinski.
thought I announced Senator Coleman votes aye.
And Senator Coleman votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 noes, the A10 amendment is not adopted. Any additional amendments before we give the bill its third reading? Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File Number 4760, a bill for an act relating to public safety, providing research data protection for data on individuals, etc.
Any other discussion on Senate File Number 4760 as amended before we vote? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll for final passage of Senate File Number 4760 as amended. Members, please vote so we can move expeditiously. Members, please remember you're supposed to be at your desk. Senator Frentz, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Gustafson votes aye.
Senator Gustafson votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Wickland votes aye.
Senator Wickland votes aye.
Senator Hemmingson Yeager votes aye.
Senator Hemmingson Yeager votes aye.
And Senator Marty votes aye.
And Senator Marty votes aye. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no. Nay.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Mr. President, Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 52 ayes and 13 nays. The bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, I'm now going to House File 4118. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the amendments made to House File 4118 by the Committee on Rules Administration and the report adopted April 15th, 2026 pursuant to Rule 45 be stricken.
Would you like to speak to it, Senator Frentz?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we're going to start with the House language on this bill.
That's it?
Members, the bill before you relates to credit unions, a financial institution often found in small towns and rural communities. The House language has been discussed with me as the Senate author, and my preference, Mr. President, would be to strike the language under Rule 45. That would allow us to pass it should the body here be accepted, and then it would go straight to the governor's desk. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Members, Senator Frentz moves that the amendment made to House File 4118 by the Committee on Rules and Administration in the report adopted on April 15, 2026, pursuant to Rule 45, be stricken. Any discussion on that motion? On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Now we have the underlying bill. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. Very proud to present to you House File 4118. This is a bill relating to a change in the way credit unions protect their depositors. As many of you know, credit unions are often small, member-owned, and in rural communities. This bill is at the request of the Minnesota credit unions and essentially allows them to provide their depositors insurance through a private insurance market. Mr. President, currently under Minnesota law, credit unions can only protect depositors with federal credit insurance. However, since the 1970s, certain states have allowed the option, not the requirement, but the option to credit unions to purchase private credit insurance. This is a choice they make with their members. They may opt for this private deposit insurance, and the deposits would continue to be insured to the same amount with the same protection in the same ways. Why, you may ask, would we want to provide this additional tool in the toolkit to our credit unions? Because it allows for them to make the choice that is the best for their members. Mr. President, this is a proven model, as I said, started in the 1970s. States such as Alabama, California, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Maryland, Montana, Nevada, Ohio, Texas, and others currently allow this type of private insurance. Why it matters now is because credit unions are competing with banks, with different financial institutions, and with digital platforms. They are serving rural, urban, and underserved communities, and they're adopting new technologies. This is a modernization bill to allow Minnesota credit unions to compete in today's economy. There are notice provisions, Mr. President. Current federal law requires significant notice should a credit union decide that they want to make this switch. For example, they're required to post the change. They're required to get member approval. They're required to inform new members of that change. That choice is well-regulated, well-run, member-owned and driven. It provides complete safety. It allows modernization of the state charter, and it respects our Minnesota state authority to make the choices that are best for our institutions. Mr. President, I saved the best for last. Did you know in this country, the states that have allowed private credit union insurance have never seen a depositor lose a single dollar in the last 50 years? I didn't know that either, Mr. President. For that reason, I hope members will vote green on House File 4118. Thank you.
Any other discussion on House File 4118? Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Right now in Minnesota, if you're a bank customer or if you're a member of a credit union, your deposits are insured up to a minimum amount. And that insurance is backed by the federal government, by the full faith and credit of the United States of America. And most states require that you have federal backing to that insurance. What this bill would do is it would say for some institutions and for some Minnesotans, there will be no federal backstop, that we will be relying on a single provider of private deposit insurance, which is owned by credit unions. They're effectively self-insuring their members' deposits. And Mr. President, there's a reason why we have federally supported insurance for deposits. It's because for 150 years, we had bank runs that could cripple Americans' confidence in the financial markets. Many of the disclosure laws that came about today that we're dealing with came from the savings and loan crisis, where we had a similar situation where there wasn't sufficient protection against effective bank runs. And so, Mr. President, if we're going to move to allow credit unions to no longer have the full faith and credit of the United States backing up their depositors, I think we should have very clear disclosure to their members. And so with that, I would like to offer the A2.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A2 amendment. The Secretary will report the A2 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend House File number 4118 as follows. Page 10, after line 32, insert. This is the A2 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen, to your A2 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is taking language that's in federal code and making sure that it is in our state laws when it comes to mandatory disclosure to credit union members who may be going through a transition from federally backed deposit insurance to private deposit insurance. And we would be requiring that the Department of Commerce, as they are reviewing potential proposals to transition, to make sure that these credit unions have gone through this disclosure process. It makes sure that the members know. It requires written acknowledgement from the members that their deposits will no longer be backed by the full faith and credit of the United States and the federal government. And it also ensures that when a potential new customer, someone walks into that credit union, that it's very clearly displayed that their deposits will not be backed by the full faith and credit of the federal government. I think it's important that because the status quo in Minnesota for decades has been if you deposit your money at a credit union, if you deposit your money at a bank in Minnesota, that you have federally backed deposit insurance. And with this changing, I think it's important that we have strong disclosures. Would ask for member support of this amendment.
Senator Frentz, to the A2 amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Rasmussen. I acknowledge your experience in the financial services industry, but I must object and ask members to vote no on the A2. These credit unions want to try a different approach. We don't want to force them to government insurance. Members, I'll speed this up by not getting into the full faith and credit of a federal government that owes $38 trillion. I will remind the body, 50 years of credit unions in these states being allowed to buy private insurance, not a single dollar loss. Don't you think the credit unions are in the best position to decide whether their members are best served by private credit insurance? But don't take my word for it, Mr. President. Members, what you haven't heard is that in 1991, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation passed disclosures that are required of all privately insured credit unions. That includes advertising and signage on the premises, a notice stating this institution is not federally insured and must be displayed conspicuously. The individual members must be notified. And Mr. President, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, members must be notified if they join the credit union afterwards. Again, credit unions are often found in smaller communities and rural communities, and Minnesota credit unions are asking for this, and they specifically described the type of amendment that the A2 is and asked me to oppose it. I'm asking you members to reject the A2 and to support Minnesota credit unions. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Any other discussion? Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, we already have federal laws on the books that describe how this type of process works. These were amended several times over the last few decades. I appreciate where Senator Rasmussen's coming from. I share his concerns around private insurance. We saw this during the financial crisis of 2008. However, I am going to be voting no against Senator Rasmussen's amendment because I think it puts us in conflict with federal law.
Any other discussion before we go to Senator Rasmussen last, because he's the author of the A2 amendment? Seeing none, Senator Rasmussen, it is, the floor is yours, and we'll vote right after your words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is federal code. This amendment, the language in here is the same mandatory disclosures and acknowledgement of disclosures that's in federal law. However, the challenge is the federal agency that is supposed to be enforcing this law isn't taking any current enforcement action. And so that's why it's important, if we're going to have this here in Minnesota, that the state regulator for our state chartered credit unions make sure that consumers are aware, that members of credit unions are aware that their deposits, which have been backed by the full faith and credit of the federal government, will no longer be backed by the full faith of the federal government. And Mr. President, just because there haven't been concerns doesn't mean that there won't be concerns. That's oftentimes how financial crises occur. If they were expected to occur, they would already occur. And so they often catch financial institutions as a surprise. And Mr. President, I come to this debate as someone who was a customer at a bank that went under. No one was expecting that until it happened. And it was very important in that instance that there was federally backed insurance deposit to protect the depositors within those institutions. I think adopting the A2 is the minimum of what we should be doing on this bill to ensure that there's sufficient disclosure to members. If you don't adopt it, and in the bill before us, there is nothing requiring these credit unions that are switching to disclose this to their members. In the bill before us, there's nothing on those disclosures, and you would be relying on a federal agency that is currently not taking any action to be enforcing that federal code. So I'd ask for member support.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A2 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Boldon, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Gustafson votes no.
Senator Gustafson votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no, which she's already voted.
Senator Hemmingson-Yager votes no.
Senator Hemmingson-Yager votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Latz votes no.
And Senator Latz votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 24 ayes and 41 noes, the A2 amendment is not adopted. Any additional amendments? Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File Number 4118, a bill for an act relating to financial institutions authorizing credit unions to obtain insurance from a credit union share insurance provider.
Third reading. Any other discussion before we go to the bill author, before we vote? Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, if Senator Frentz would yield for a question.
Senator Frentz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, hi, Senator Frentz. Or thank you, Senator Frentz. It's getting to be a long day.
He hasn't seen you in a long time, Senator Frentz. Senator Gruenhagen.
My question is, you know, I've got some banker friends, and they say from a tax standpoint, the credit unions have an unfair advantage on them, and they're able to pay a little higher interest on savings and charge a little lower interest as far as loans. So where does the Independent Bankers Association stand on this bill? Does this further make things disadvantages to the independent bankers? Or do you have information on that?
Senator Frentz, to his questions.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Gruenhagen. Like you, I have both banks and credit unions in our districts, which of course are next door neighbors. I don't have any position at all from the Bankers Association, but I want to agree with you, Senator Gruenhagen, on one point. Those institutions are treated differently under the tax law. I know some credit unions that aren't happy with how banks are treated. I know some banks that feel credit unions have some advantage. Mr. President, those are worthy points, but not the subject of this bill, which is simply to allow credit unions to buy the private insurance. Senator Gruenhagen, you and I both know the private market can often be more effective than government.
Members, we are on final passage of House File 4118. Senator Gruenhagen, I think you're finished. Is that right? Thank you. Any other discussion before we go to the bill's author? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I've worked in this industry for a few years, and I've been through a lot of ups and downs. You know, when you talk to most customers, they look at banks and credit unions as about the same, and they now expect that when they put their money into an institution, it's going to be insured by the federal government. That's the promise that we've made. And the federal government has, in fact, created a pathway for private insurance to happen. If we look at the banks, banks can also get private insurance, but it has to be supplemental to what the FDIC offers. And credit unions can get insurance, and it has to be, and they can get it in supplemental just to match exactly the types of conditions that have been proposed as the reasons to do this. But when we think back to 2008, one of the drivers of the financial crisis was the failure of AIG. And AIG was a private insurer insuring financial instruments. And they said, you know, this has never happened, and it probably never will. We'll never see a crash the way we see it now. Well, we did. We saw a huge crash. We saw the financial markets in this country almost crumble. We saw unprecedented actions by the Treasury and the Federal Reserve Bank to stabilize our financial markets. I share Senator Frentz's concern over the national debt. It's become a huge problem. But we have never worried about the insurance at the FDIC, and we've never worried about the insurance at the NCUA. Why? Because every institution is paying into it, and every institution has been covered for the last 90 years. It's proven. It's reliable. It's what Minnesotans and depositors expect. And I fully encourage institutions to go out and buy additional private insurance. But I think we need that Minnesotans and depositors expect, that comfort, that stability, that solidness of a federally insured program. And so, Mr. President, I'll be voting no on the bill.
Any other discussion before we go to Senator Frentz? Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our memories are short, and I think we didn't have to go too many years ago where our financial institutions as a country were on the brink of collapse. And I think it's important that when we're making policy, it's not just for the convenience of today, but it is thinking about the long-term implications, and especially when it comes to something as important as our financial institutions, we need to look and learn the lessons of history. And that's why for banks in Minnesota, for credit unions in Minnesota, there's a requirement that they be backed by federal insurance to ensure that Minnesotans who are bringing their deposits to these institutions will get their money back even if there is an unexpected financial crisis. And so, Mr. President, if you look at the bill in front of the body, there are no disclosure requirements. There's no consumer protections. It really just authorizes this, and we hope that the Department of Commerce will do right by consumers. I'm not inherently opposed to the idea of private deposit insurance, but if we're going to do it, we need to make sure there's adequate guardrails. And in this marketplace, there is only one company that even provides this type of private deposit insurance. And one of the key parameters of financial risk is that you don't want it to sit on one institution's balance sheet. And that's what this bill would allow, and that's what this bill will end with. And so, Mr. President, that's why I'll be voting no on this today, is to protect Minnesota depositors, to protect our financial institutions.
Anyone else before we go to Senator Frentz? Seeing none, Senator Frentz, you will be the last voice we hear before we vote for final passage of House File 4118.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. I think we all want the same thing, which is a stable, functioning financial market. Credit unions are a part of that, but only a part. However, the bill before you will allow credit unions to remain strong and to have a diversified option for depositor insurance. To be clear, Mr. President, the requirements for the private insurance are identical to the federal requirements. The Federal Government Accountability Office also checked with private insurers and found that they had the same current operating reserves and the same diversification required of the federal government. We should come back someday, Senator Pratt, to the question of how our federal government owes $38 trillion, but not for today. Mr. President, I'm asking for members to vote yes to allow these credit unions to continue the way they want to diversify. And I want to acknowledge that we had a financial crash in 2008, Mr. President, but in no way did any credit union deposit member lose a penny because of private depositor insurance in the state where they allow it. Members, one last time, even in the crash of 2008, credit union members who were insured by private depositor insurance did not lose a penny. That, Mr. President, that, Senator Rasmussen, is the lesson of history. Please vote green on House File 4118. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary would take the roll for final passage of House File 4118. Members, please vote so we can keep moving, please. Senator Boldon, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Gustafson votes aye.
Senator Gustafson votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Hemmingson-Yager votes aye.
Senator Hemmingson-Yager votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
And Senator Latz votes aye.
And Senator Latz votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes no.
And Senator Abler votes no. All members having voted who desires a vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 51 ayes and 15 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Senator Boldon, we are now going to Senate file number 2691.
Thank you, Mr. President. Over 180,000 people across the state live in about 800 manufactured home communities. 80% of those folks have very low to low incomes, and 90% of those folks are homeowners. Historically, manufactured housing has been one of the state's most affordable source of housing and home ownership. Resident homeowners are extremely vulnerable because while they own their homes, they rent the land underneath it. They're a captive market because it's hard for them to move. Despite sometimes being called mobile homes, it's a misnomer. They are actually not that mobile. It can cost upwards of $25,000 to move one of them, and some parks won't even take older homes. Over the last decade, manufactured home communities have become prime real estate for private equity, largely out-of-state investors whose primary business model is to buy a park and seek to increase its value by raising the rent, adding fees, and cutting back on maintenance and services. Then they often sell it within a few years for a profit for themselves and their investors. In 2025, 85% of the parks sold in Minnesota were sold to out-of-state real estate investment trusts or private equity firms. As a result of private equity ownership, lot rents have increased annually at a rate of 10% or more. Manufactured housing now has the highest annual returns of any asset in real estate. Raising rents and aggressively evicting residents, now just 12 private equity firms own over 1,200 parks across the country, including here in Minnesota. And here's the thing. Wall Street investors are not quiet about the benefits they're getting from this business model. People like investor Frank Rolfe train people about how to, quote, make millions investing in a mobile home park through his Mobile Home University. You can take a course. He's even been quoted as saying owning a mobile home park is like, quote, it's like a Waffle House where the customers are chained to their booths. It's egregious. Too often these days, working class people feel like the game is rigged against them, that no one is listening to their concerns. But we are. That's how we ended up with the bill before us today. It does three main things. First, it tackles the issue of excessive rent increases by finally defining what a reasonable rent increase to no more than 3% annually. It creates a true opportunity for residents to purchase the park if it were to go up for sale and create a resident-owned cooperative. And three, it creates more enforcement of laws already in place and clarifies the community owner's responsibility for things like tree care and utility maintenance. Manufactured home residents across the nation are facing unprecedented levels of threat. All session, we've heard stories from real homeowners across the state who have had to make decisions about paying for their house, food, medicine. Some of them are one lot rent increase away from homelessness. Residents have been knocking on the doors of their neighbors, hearing stories, gathering petition signatures in support of this bill. They have knocked thousands and thousands of doors and working to strengthen it. Now they are knocking on our door, and they're asking us to choose. Are we with people, or are we with Wall Street investors? So members, I encourage a yes vote on Senate File 2691.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Sorry about that.
I was, Mr. President. When it is time, I do have a technical amendment.
And what's the offer?
It is the A11.
Senator Boldon offers the A11 technical amendment. The Secretary will report the A11 amendment.
Senator Boldon moves to amend Senate File number 2691 as follows. Page 3, line 25, delete may be challenged as. This is the A11 amendment.
Senator Boldon to your A11 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is a technical amendment that provides a fix. There was an error in the committee report as this bill came out of its last committee. There was a transcription error that two of the amendments that were actually voted down in that committee made it into the committee report such that they were adopted when they weren't. And so in order to have the accurate language before us reflecting the work that was done in that committee, that is what the A11 does.
Any other discussion on the A11? Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to rise in opposition to this A11. it was referred to as a technical amendment, Mr. President, but it is anything but technical. There are very big substantive changes that are being made in this. This was an amendment that I offered in Judiciary, and I will say that I do believe that it was voted down, so that part is right, and I'm not sure how it ended up in the bill. Perhaps it was such a good amendment that staff couldn't understand why anybody would vote no on it, but it is a good amendment. It is a common sense amendment, and it tries to make this bill workable. There definitely are abuses that are going on right now in manufactured home parks. As with anything else, there are good park owners and there are bad park owners. But when this body is taking up something as serious as rent control, we ought to make a diligent effort to make the bill workable. What this amendment did in the Judiciary Committee, it should have been adopted, but wasn't. But here we are. What it does is the bill as it was drafted caps rent at 3% unless the park owner can prove by not just a preponderance of evidence, but by clear and convincing evidence that it's necessary for just the health and safety of the residents. That's it. What does the health and safety of the residents mean? It's a very vague term. It's an undefined term. And it's a very limited term. There are economic realities that this amendment included, such as operating costs, capital costs, special assessments, and property taxes. These are all economic realities. And so I rise in opposition to this amendment because those are all things that should be taken into consideration in determining whether or not a rent increase is reasonable. We've got a situation here where property taxes in Minnesota are skyrocketing. Well over 3%. The community where I live, city raised property taxes by 10% this year, after 15% the year before that, after 15% the year before that. And we're going to sit here and say that that's not a reasonable consideration for rent? And by the way, a lot of those property tax increases are because of the policy decisions that we made right here in this chamber. Unfunded mandates, underfunded mandates, pass it along down the line to our local governments who then turn around and raise property taxes, and then we say, no. You, property owner, you can't pass that along in rent increases because we're going to cap that at 3%. We don't care how much your property taxes have gone up. We're either making serious policy in this chamber or we're not. An arbitrary 3% cap without any flexibility for economic realities is not serious policy. So, we should leave, despite the fact that there was a mistake in the committee report, we should leave this amendment here to recognize the reality of how businesses run. And when this chamber is going to pass policy that results in property tax increases, that we don't come in and say, you're going to eat that. And you can say, well, these are big, bad companies, and that may be the case in some instances, but there's also some family-run companies. But either way, Mr. President, we're making policy here. So, increases in operational and capital costs and special levied or pending taxes of the manufactured home park should all be taken into consideration. And when you put a heightened standard like clear and convincing on there, the practical reality of it is that this is a hard 3% cap. Make no mistake about that. It's a hard 3% cap, regardless of the economic realities. And what is that going to do? It's going to freeze any investment And who's going to be affected? Ultimately, the residents. The condition of their mobile home park right now, it's the best it's going to be. All downhill from here because of the economic incentives that we're considering in this chamber that will disincentivize any investment in these home parks. You want to build a new road? Nope. You want to do some renovations to your community center? Nope. You want to add or improve on a park? Nope. That will be the reality. And of course, that's not what's being told to the residents. But we need to tell the truth. We need to tell the truth. And these are common sense, limited measures to provide flexibility and to recognize economic realities that will ultimately, if we don't do this, be paid by the residents in the long term. So, Mr. President, I ask members to vote no on this A11 amendment. Thank you.
Members, any other discussion on the A11 amendment before we vote? But I'm going to Senator Westland.
Mr. Chair, I do request, or Mr. President, sorry about that. I do request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted.
And I guess the last thing I would say is I'm concerned about the fact that the senator from Blaine has acknowledged that there was an error, that this amendment reflects the fact that there were amendments added to the bill that weren't in fact passed. And I'm surprised he's arguing that we should include them when they were voted down. And I guess my suggestion would be that we do this, and then the good senator could bring an amendment and then argue his case. But we need to correct the record. If these amendments were not passed in judiciary or the committee they came out of, they don't belong on the bill. Bring an amendment.
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. The proper way would have been for the majority party to realize the mistake when the committee reports were adopted. And they didn't do that. They weren't mending their own bills. My amendment simply cuts through all of that and says we shouldn't adopt this amendment rather than adopting this amendment and having me turn around and bring the exact same amendment on the floor and argue the exact same points. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, members, as chair of the Judiciary Committee that this came out of, I think we need to put this bill in the shape that it was intended to be in when it left the committee and respect the committee's work. There is a reason why we have a process here, why there is a value to hewing to the procedural requirements. The fact that there was a clerical or administrative error in the process should be corrected without any debate, without any discussion, without any conflict whatsoever, no matter which side would have benefited from that. We have a process where a mistake was made, and we should put the bill in the shape that the committee intended it for it to be considered on this floor. Then we have a process for properly considering amendments on this floor. And this rule should apply to every member in this body, whatever your position is. I certainly respect my colleague, Senator Kroon, for the position he wants to take and the policy he's arguing for. But he is also a careful lawyer who I will suggest ought to be respecting the process that was intended here as well. And then we can move forward on the merits as this body would decide to do. So I would encourage members to support this A11 amendment. Let's put this bill in the shape it was supposed to be for this floor. And I'm really sorry we're spending all this time debating over what should be a simple procedural move.
Senator Rarick.
Mr. President, point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. President, if we act on an amendment to remove a provision from the bill, are we allowed to then offer an amendment that would put that exact same provision back into the bill?
The answer to your question is yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
And just one additional thing that I want to say, you can do it with the indulgence of the body, but you run the risk of it being repetitious. Senator Eric.
Thank you, Mr. President. Then with that answer, I would argue that we should actually be having the debate on the merits of this amendment now for this. I understand it was a clerical mistake, but because it's not just clear that we could make that action without the body having to take a separate vote, I believe we should have the merits of, discussion of the merits of this provision now under this portion instead of having to go through that type of action. Because it could just as well happen that that would be basically ruled not to be able to be discussed, not to be able to take it up, and when we should absolutely be having that discussion.
And just so that we're clear, I'm not making a decision based on speculation. I will only rule when something is in front of me, just so that the body's clear. I'm not jumping into the merits of any argument. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, to that point, given the posture in which this matter comes before us at this time, I will vigorously support the body in its discretion, allowing what might otherwise be considered a repetitious amendment to be considered on its merits. And I will encourage my side of the aisle and all members of this body to follow that as well, so that we can have a discussion on the policy merits at the appropriate point.
Members, just a gentle reminder, we are only to decide issues that are in front of the body. And what's in front of the body right now is the A11 amendment, not the debating of going back and forth on something that's outside of the A11, with all due respect. Now, Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. President. And my point of parliamentary inquiry is, how did the language that is in front of us come before us? Was this adopted by this full body previously as a committee report? The very language here, I want to confirm my understanding.
I'm not going to enter into that. What I'm going to enter into is only that what is before you is an amendment that was brought forth by Senator Boldon. That is the amendment that is before the body. Senator Lucero.
Mr. President, point of parliamentary inquiry. Mr. President, there was assertions on process by both Senator Latz and Senator Westland. And I'm trying to understand, I want to confirm my understanding of what that process is as I am considering the vote of the question before us. So hence my point of parliamentary inquiry, how did this language get here? And if I understood you correctly, you're refusing to answer my question. I'm just trying to understand, by a point of parliamentary inquiry, how did the language that is before us come before us?
So, Senator Lucero, I think you are capturing or creating a narrative that I'm not giving you. I answered your question. Your question was, how did this language get here? How the language got here is because Senator Boldon rose and she offered the A11 amendment, which has some language here. She talked about how that particular language corrects the record of what was missing from the report. That's how I got here. No other way. I'm not speaking the process. You asked me, and I'm speaking this process, how it got before us. So she offered the A11. It was read, the secretary reported it, and now we are debating the A11.
Mr. President, follow-up?
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not referring to how did the amendment come before us. I'm referring how did the underlying language in the bill come before us. Was that previously adopted as a committee report of which necessitated the amendment? That's the process I'm trying to understand.
Okay, Senator Lucero, any report from a committee comes before this body, and this body votes on that committee report. Like times in the past, if somebody wants to correct the record because something was incorrect, that's what they then have an opportunity to do. So, so just for clarity, Senator Boldon, who looked at the language, says, hey, that language is not what the committee adopted. And it's my understanding, and she can correct me if I'm wrong, this language is to put it into the shape that it's supposed to be in based on what passed out of the committee. So I hope that answered your question, because I hope if it didn't, we're going to have a long day. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. It does. That did answer the question. I appreciate that. You provided clarity into the background of how that got here. So I have one more follow-up point to parliamentary inquiry. So when the committee report comes before this body, is that a debatable motion where we don't, I know we normally adopt committee reports, but is that a debatable motion where there was an opportunity to reject the committee report?
Committee reports are debatable. Like if somebody wants to not adopt a committee report, they can certainly do that on its merits. But there's more than one way by which people come forward and correct a committee report. Sometimes you don't see the mistake initially, and then you rise and you do the thing that most people do, which is to put forward an amendment. And so before the body is the amendment. So if I've answered your questions, we're on the A11 amendment. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate that background. So let me line up then where we were and how we got here. The Judiciary Committee had a bill, an amendment was offered, that was rejected. The final conclusion then of the work of that particular bill from the committee was brought forward then to this body. And this body adopted that committee report. And the committee report that we adopted had language in it which the Judiciary Committee had not accepted. But when it was before this body, there was an opportunity for the bill author, for the chair of the Judiciary Committee at that time to rise and make a motion to reject the committee report. That did not happen by either Senator Latz or Senator Boldon. So, Mr. President, when I hear a member, Senator Westland, stand up and say, well, this is, among the effects of this is outside the process, it's not what the committee intended. Well, it was before this body, and there was ample opportunity to correct at that time. So, in fact, the underlying language of the bill that is before us has been accepted by this body, was voted upon, and I reject assertions that it's somehow a violation of process, outside of the process, and therefore we need to correct it because this full body already adopted it. So with that, Mr. President, I strongly urge members to vote against the Boldon falsely characterized technical amendment.
Senator Latz.
First of all, I think we're treading very close to an ethical line with allegations of false characterizations on this floor, and I would ask the President to remind members to be very, very careful.
Members, I ask you all to be careful. That's my gentle reminder. I've been talking about it all day. I'm not speaking to anyone in particular, so no one thinks I'm saying it to anyone in particular. This is a burden that we all must carry as senators to make sure that our demeanor, our language, our debate is correct and appropriate. Senator Latz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've consulted with counsel on the process that occurred here, and apparently what it typically is a routine adoption of committee reports did occur. After that, staff in reviewing the document, staff identified the clerical error in the content of the committee report. And the next available and appropriate procedural opportunity to make the correction is here today on the A11 amendment, and that's why we are here today. This could have happened to anyone's bill. Could have been any staff in the legislature that made an error at some point and caught the error at a different point and tried to correct the error. So any one of us sitting here could be facing exactly the same situation that Senator Boldon, as the chief author of this bill, is facing. And if members of the minority, some members of the minority, want to create a huge precedent about this, what I would agree is essentially a technical correction, not a debate on the merits of the bill, or it shouldn't be, in my judgment. Some of us will have long memories as to the deference or the non-deference to these, what should be simple procedural corrections, how they're handled on the floor here. So if any member on this floor wants a certain amount of deference and decorum and procedural assistance in putting bills in the shape to fix what was a clerical or staff error so we can consider them on their merits, you're setting a precedent how you handle this here today for how, at least I'll speak for myself, how I will handle future requests by members of this body.
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate Senator Latz's admonishment, but here are the facts. The facts of the matter are this was the bill that's before us. Now, I understand that this language that's the subject of this amendment was the result of an error that was made in a committee report. I understand that. I'm not disputing that fact. But the simple reality is that committee report was adopted by this body and got put into this bill, and this is the bill before me. So it comes to me, and I'm hearing things that I'm playing games. I am playing no games with this at all. This is the bill that's before me. This is the amendment that's before me. You can characterize it as a technical amendment, and you could say that I shouldn't stand up and rise and speak on the merits. You can say that and just allow it to pass, and then I can turn around and bring the exact same amendment to put the language back in. Of course, that would be out of rules because it would be a repetitive amendment. Now, what you said, Mr. President, is that the body could override that, and I heard Senator Latz after the fact, after I said my argument, saying he would support the body overriding, but the fact of the matter is it would be against our rules. So I am doing nothing about setting precedent here. I am not playing games with this, and I resent any characterization that I am. I am simply responding to a motion that another member made in a substantive way, which is absolutely within the rules and within my rights, and any suggestion to the contrary is false.
Senator Kroon, any last comments, because you are the author, no, Senator Boldon is the author of the amendment. My apologies. Senator Boldon, you will get the last word if there are no other words or discussion from anyone else. Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I would ask for member support for this amendment as it is a technical correction. It is dangerous and irresponsible practice for us to take up language that is different than what has been passed out of the committee. That is how the process works. I understand the desire to debate the content of this, and I'm happy to have that debate. And I'm sure we will have that debate. This amendment is not the time or place to have that debate. This amendment is putting the language in the shape that it should be as it came out of the committee process. So I would ask for a green vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A11 Boldon amendment. Members, please vote so we can move expeditiously. Members, please vote. Senator Frentz. For those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
And Senator Hemmingson Yeager votes aye.
Senator Hemmingson Yeager votes aye. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Curran votes no.
Senator Curran votes no.
Senator Drazkowski votes no.
Senator Drazkowski votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
And Senator Abler votes aye. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7, when you're ready, please stand.
Mr. President, Senator Pratt votes no.
Senator Pratt votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 32 noes, the A11 amendment is not adopted. Any additional amendments? I'm sorry, the amendment is adopted. That shows me that you were listening. The amendment is adopted. Any additional amendments? Senator Reheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Boldon, thank you for trying to tackle this tough subject. I appreciate all your efforts over the last couple of years on this. And I'm sure you caught part of the discussion we had in finance this morning on this bill. And, you know, unfortunately, one size doesn't fit all when we're looking at different entities. There are good teachers out there and there are bad teachers out there. There are good attorneys and bad attorneys. There are bad operators and good operators, etc. And I believe the way you have this bill drafted is a one-size-fits-all. And when there are a lot of issues I have with it, the main one being the rent control piece. And just to give a little history lesson, what's happened in the last 5 years or so, interest rates used to be below 3%. And then they went up over 8%. And for those that can't do math, that's more than 3%. And when you're refinancing paper at a lending institution, you really don't know what the interest rate is until your loan is up. And you would go in, and you really don't, the way the bill is drafted after adopting the amendment, would put operators in a bad spot. What I call housing providers. And that doesn't take into consideration the cost of labor. And I mentioned earlier today the paid family medical leave. That's a tax. It's not much, but it is a tax. And that adds to the cost of labor. Part of that labor is the cost of health insurance. Health insurance last year, members, went up around 20%. 20% increase in health insurance. And that doesn't even count the property tax discussion that was mentioned earlier. They're projecting for next year, or this year, property taxes to go up 14%. And then, of course, there's the commercial insurance that one needs to operate a park. What I'd like to do, President, is offer the A50.
Senator Draheim offers the A50 amendment. The Secretary will report the A50 amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend Senate File Number 2691 as follows. Page 3, line 29, delete everything after the period. This is the A50 amendment.
Senator Draheim, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and once again, thank you, Senator Boldon, for the bill. Like HOAs, there are good HOAs and bad HOAs. And what I'm trying to address here is the fact, if we're going to treat parks the way you have intended in your bill, I don't think we should have a carve-out. So what I do is delete the language on 329 after the period down to 332 with my amendment, just giving that exemption or removing that exemption or repealing that exemption off of your bill. I don't think everybody might not appreciate how a board would vote to do something, so that's what this amendment does. Thank you.
Senator Lucero, I thought you were standing. All right, let's see. I'm going to go to Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask for a no vote on this amendment and want to talk just a little bit about the resident-owned cooperatives and why it is different. In a resident-owned cooperative, the residents themselves vote on things that would impact them. So their obligation is to themselves, and it's to provide housing. That is different than a corporate business ownership model where their obligation is to their shareholders to make money. Residents aren't in the room and aren't able to have any say over what is reasonable or affordable in those cases, or what that money would be best used for as investments back into the parks. So it is a different thing. That's why there is a carve-out here, because for those resident-owned cooperatives, they are voting on the decisions that impact them. And so I would ask for a no on this amendment.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a comment, and then I'll perhaps ask Senator Boldon to yield. Well, I'm certainly, as most are, so favorable to any type of home ownership. It is the best generational wealth builder, so totally on board with that. What I'm somewhat afraid of is that I'm hearing is, and I think perhaps the Draheim amendment might be addressing that, but the question I have is, if in fact only the cooperative-owned parks or home areas are able to increase the rent to meet the needs of maintenance, increased property taxes, my fear is, and I think the bill author is saying, well, they can do those things because they can vote to do that. They can vote that the property tax increase is reasonable or not. I understand that. But my concern is, what will that do to the marketplace? What will that do to folks who are not in parks where they are cooperatively owned? In other words, like most of the parks in our state, those parks will be limited by an arbitrary cap on their rents. And the problem with that, as I think Minneapolis, for example, has seen quite handily, is that when you have an artificial rent cap, you might not be meeting the needs of the people. You might not be able to secure enough rent to actually do the maintenance that is necessary. Or, as was said earlier, with an artificial rent cap, you might not be able to pay the property taxes that have increased dramatically. Or you might not be able to pay for heat, which has increased dramatically. So I am believing that, that perhaps Senator Draheim, if he would yield, I'll ask Senator Draheim a question.
Senator Draheim, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Nelson.
Thank you. Senator Draheim, will your amendment here, the A50, help address the concern that I mentioned between those parks that would be able to have sufficient revenues to take care of needed maintenance and increase property taxes and heating? Do you think that your amendment might help address that?
Senator Draheim, specifically to the question.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator Nelson. I think it will level the playing field, and it will treat all parks the same. You know, if it's good for one, it should be good for others. And just because an entity votes one way, there are some people that might not agree with that. And I know everybody has a vote, but not everybody always casts a vote or is aware of meetings, etc. Like most homeowner association meetings. Not very many people show up, Mr. President.
Senator Nelson, anything else before we go to our next person?
No, I think Senator Draheim answered my question. My concerns remain about the bill in front of us. I think the A50 amendment will be helpful.
Any other comments or discussion on the A50 amendment? We're on the A50 Draheim amendment. If there's no other discussion, I'm going to go to Senator Draheim so he can have the last word. Senator Draheim, nothing. Thank you so very much. The Secretary will take the roll on the A50 Draheim amendment. Members, please vote so we can move expeditiously, please. Senator Frentz, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Pratt votes aye.
Senator Pratt votes aye.
Senator Abler votes no.
Senator Abler votes no.
Senator Coran votes aye.
Senator Coran votes aye.
Senator Drazkowski votes aye.
And Senator Drazkowski votes aye. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 nays, the A50 amendment is not adopted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A13.
Senator Lucero offers the A13 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A13 amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend Senate File Number 2691 as follows. Page 2, line 15, after the period, insert. This is the A13 amendment.
Senator Lucero, to your A13 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually did not draft this amendment. I was asked to offer this amendment by another member who could not be or is absent at the moment. But it's an idea that I'm not opposed to. And what this amendment does is it requires a park owner to give a receipt when rent is paid by cash. This is already a requirement for other forms of rentals, that when the tenant pays the landlord in cash, that a receipt is required. It's a concept that it shouldn't be controversial, as we're all familiar now as a housing provider. In the last several years here, those that are paying by cash have actually significantly reduced, and most payments are made by electronic now, not even check. So while it's a rarity, when it happens, I believe that it is definitely fair that proof of payment is granted by making manufactured home parks conform with other types of rentals that already have this requirement. And with that, I would hope this to be favorable, and I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Lucero. We've had conversations about this idea previously, and I support it. I think it is reasonable and makes sense, and would ask for a green vote.
Senator Lucero, do you still need the roll call vote? With that being said, any other discussion on the A13 amendment? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll. Did you want to say something else? Okay, sorry about that. The Secretary will take the roll on the A13 amendment. Members, please vote so we can move expeditiously. That would be great. Senator Frentz, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to report Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye. Anyone else, Senator Frentz?
Not that I know of, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Pratt votes aye.
Senator Pratt votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Coran votes aye.
Senator Coran votes aye.
Senator Drazkowski votes aye.
Senator Drazkowski votes aye.
Senator Dornick votes aye.
Senator Dornick votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes aye.
And Senator Johnson votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary closed the roll. There have been 64 ayes and 0 nays. The A13 amendment is adopted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will offer the A15.
Senator Lucero offers the A15 amendment. The Secretary will report the A15 amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend Senate File number 2691 as follows. Page 5, delete Section 10. This is the A15 amendment.
Senator Lucero, to your A15 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is a provision in the bill before us that requires an seller, an owner of a property who is selling the manufactured home park, a process by which they must potentially delay the sale of their property and consider an offer by residents of the park. In theory, that's not, on paper, it potentially sounds good, but in practice and reality, that is a horrible policy. So when we as private property owners engage in free transactions, we have a myriad of reasons why we want to do so. Some of those might require expeditious transaction or closings. And so the process in the bill delays that and interferes with a private property owner's ability to freely sell their property. What the amendment before us would do would be to delete that. Now, there is many benefits when selling property, and the IRS has regulations around 1031 exchanges in just one such scenario. And in a 1031 exchange, according to IRS regulation, there are time clocks that are running as to identifying property if somebody is going to sell a property that they own and buy another. Under the 1031 exchange, there's time clocks and limits by how much and how fast that transaction has to happen in purchasing a subsequent property. And the delays in this bill would absolutely interfere with the ability to engage in a 1031 exchange. But even aside from that, it is not government's place to interfere with a private property owner's ability to freely engage in the sale by saying you must or you shall consider this, and it shall be in accordance to this timeline, and you shall do this, seller. That is not the proper function or role of government, and therefore I ask for a green vote on this amendment, which would delete that language, and I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask for a no vote on this amendment as it deletes an important part of this bill. The opportunity to purchase, and I want to be clear, it is just that. It is an opportunity. Park owners are free to take or leave any offer they wish. They are free to not accept the offer from residents, but we are trying to level the playing field here a little bit and just give residents the opportunity to purchase. What we are doing currently is not working. Out of 42 sales statewide in the last several years, 2 or 3 years, only 8 sellers complied with the law. 8 sellers out of 42. And 7 of those 8 communities were already under contract, leaving residents no meaningful opportunity to purchase. They are left out completely. Experience from other states shows us that this issue is not awareness or outreach. The issue is timing, enforceability, and clarity. So as we are trying to deliver on the promise of resident ownership, Minnesota needs to modernize the notice statute to require early notice, unified process, clear timelines, and real enforcement. And that is what is in this bill, and why it is important that we keep it in this bill. I will also note there are 6 other states who have provisions like this in their state law. It is working in other places. It can work for us as well to give residents a chance at ownership. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would ask for a no vote.
Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President. I oppose the amendment. Mr. President, one of the biggest problems in housing in Minnesota today, and it's particularly acute in manufactured homes and mobile homes, but it is a problem across the housing market across our state, is that our housing stock is being bought up by large out-of-state interests, corporate interests, who are monopolizing power over home ownership and pricing individual Minnesotans who live on the land, love Minnesota, and work here and live here out of their ability to own a house. This provision, Section 10, that is proposed to be deleted, simply says, give us a chance to buy back our property. Let us own it first. We live here. We care for it. We love it. We go to work from here. Give us a chance to purchase our land. This brings housing stock, manufactured homes, mobile homes, back to Minnesotans' ownership. It is the essential consumer protection that we should be including in this bill, and I support it.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise to support the amendment in front of us. I'm taken back a little bit. Time was mentioned, and the author of the amendment mentioned 1031 amendments, or excuse me, 1031 exchanges, and that is vital for a lot of transactions. And those transactions translate into investment into our local communities. And a delay will kill a deal most times. And, you know, for those that were in finance, you heard me talk about that this morning. Timing is so important, not just for 1031 exchanges or other types of exchanges. There's more different types of exchanges than just 1031s. 1031 is the most popular. But it also can affect locking in of an interest rate. And to get the best rate, if you lock in within 30 days, you normally get a little better rate than a 60-day lock or a farther out lock. So this would delay that process, members. You know, my other problem with this section is we're going after one type of owner who's not been a good player. But this would affect every owner in the state. And if the members that live in that community want to purchase that home, as far as I know, there is no law in the book preventing them to put an offer in or have a first right of refusal. They can do that already. We do not need to act and slow down the process for free market transactions that infringe on our property rights. So I strongly oppose this section of the bill. I do support the A15 amendment. You know, this is a very slippery slope, and it is going to have the same results we saw a couple years ago when we did rent control. We saw an immediate freeze of reinvestment in that community that did the rent control. And now we're going to have it again. So please support the A15. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the A15 before we go to the author? Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also would ask you to reject this amendment. I represent communities, 6 communities, and every single one of them have manufactured home communities. In fact, Hilltop is unto itself a municipality of only manufactured home communities. And we have seen over and over these manufactured homes trade between these companies, these corporations, between themselves, bulking up the price and then not putting the dollars back into the communities, making the people that are on generally very fixed incomes absorb those costs. And I know that those communities, almost every single one of those communities in my district would like to be the owners of their own manufactured home community. But because they aren't made aware of, and they haven't had the time to put together a purchase agreement or the funding, these manufactured homes just trade from one hand to the next, to the next, to the next. And so the way that this bill has been written and the way that Senator Boldon has put this into this bill gives that opportunity, because it's an unfair opportunity when it comes to purchasing, They are not informed in time, even though we have made it clear that they were supposed to have the first right of refusal. And so it is absolutely important that this continues to go into this legislation and provide a more fair and honest way of developing home ownership that's not only affordable, but also is the dignity of those community members. So members, I would ask you to vote no on this amendment.
Senator Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I often hear the word debate referring to what we do here, and it's often wrong. But this is one of those moments where I think we actually are engaged in a legitimate conflict of ideas and concepts. I think that there's a true ideological division here, which I'm actually quite glad to see, because we're not supposed to agree on everything. Typically, we just opine and perform, but now we're actually engaging in a deeper issue. And in this case, I think that there's a fundamental issue, and a fundamental difference is one about commerce or home. Your home is not just a cheese sandwich or a pair of shoes. It's where you live. It's the foundation of your economic opportunity. So while we might think about it as a commodity, it is also the foundation of social mobility, your home is. You can't look for a job if you don't have a roof over your head more often than not. So that's why I think that specifically with this amendment, but also with this entire bill, I hope that we can foreground that fact, that people's opportunities are a function of their homes. Homes are not simply things that we buy and sell. They are how we get better. They're the foundations on which we stand. And for that reason, if people are already living in that home, they deserve every opportunity to have a chance to stay in that home. Again, because we're talking about stability and dignity and not merely a commercial product. So for that reason, I too feel the same way as everyone else about this.
Any other discussion on the A15 before we go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, the last voice you hear is from Senator Lucero before we vote. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I heard a few things I just want to get some clarity on. So asking the underlying bill author, Senator Boldon, if she would yield for a handful of questions.
Senator Boldon, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Boldon. I'm wondering if you can just confirm for me how many days delay does the underlying bill require that a seller or a current owner wait?
Senator Boldon, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the question. As you see on line 6.31, it speaks to accepting an offer of sale, and there is a timeline of 60 days in that section on line 6.33. And while I have the floor, I'll just take this opportunity to clarify what is currently in place is not a first right of refusal. It is a notice of sale, which, as I described earlier, is not working for folks. And they are being priced out of their homes. And this, the intent of this is to just have a bit of a fair playing field and give them the opportunity to purchase. Again, the owner does not have to take their offer, but what is happening right now is they don't even have the information. They don't even know that it is being sold until they are, it happens, and then their lot rent is being jacked up yet again.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I appreciate that, Senator Boldon. That's what I see here as well on line 6.33, the 60 days. I just wanted to confirm that. If she would yield for another question.
Senator Boldon, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Boldon. And I just want to confirm, Senator Boldon, when does that 60-day clock start?
Senator Boldon, to the question.
Thank you for the question, Senator Lucero. That starts, I'm going to go back to the language here. So this section starts on 5.4. It first talks about who it doesn't apply to. It starts Apologies. They cannot accept an offer without first providing that 60-day notice. So it begins whenever they issue the notice to the residents. So whenever they decide, they issue the notice to the residents, and that starts the 60 days from there, that they can accept an offer within that time. Again, giving just a more level playing field, giving those residents an opportunity if they would choose to present an offer.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Boldon. That's all I'll ask you to yield for. I appreciate that clarity. So, Mr. President, here's the reality of how this will work. And I will further read right from the bill, line 6.31. No park owner may accept any offer for the sale, lease, or transfer, and it goes on from there. So an owner can list the property for sale. It may be on the market for 3, 4, 6 months. And the residents of the park are going to know that it's for sale. There's a for sale sign there or whatever might be happening. So they have ample opportunity to start whatever process they want to make an offer. But after it's been listed for a while, an offer is received in the form of a purchase agreement. And then if you look at line 7.22, it says that when that offer is received, and before that offer can be accepted, I'm sorry, I'm jumping ahead of myself. It's still on line 6.3. The no park owner may accept that offer until they have then first allowed the residents at that point 60 days. So you could have a property for sale for 6 months where no offer comes in from the residents. Then when an offer is received, the park owner cannot accept that offer until they give the residents another 60 days. That's in addition to, above and beyond any other time that they've already had as the property was for sale. Then, in that notice, that's when you flip over to line 7.22, that in that 60-day notice, there's a series of items here that have to be included in the opportunity that's given to the residents. And that includes the offer to sell. So the offer that came in, which can include some very private information, is then in and of itself have to be distributed to the residents. But it goes on. 7.24, the total income collected from the park. Line 7.26, the total operating expenses. Line 7.28, the cost of all utilities. Line 7.30, the annual cost of all insurance policies. And on and on and on. So in other words, the proposal before us is seeking to require the offer itself and very private information to be distributed, including the income and expense report. That's private. You don't want to share that. And once that information's out there, you've lost control because it can then be shared among anybody. And I, as a private property owner, as an investor, I don't want that information out there, let alone mailing it or sending it to 50, 100, 200 residents in a manufactured home park. That's not the kind of information government should be requiring private people to be sending out. Then, after 60 days, if the offer doesn't materialize between the manufactured home residents, manufactured park residents, that information is still out there. Moreover, Mr. President, I was just asking my colleague here, Senator Holmstrom, what is the average number of homes in a park? And he says about 50 to 100. I just got a text here from somebody that's out in the rotunda there. He confirmed that about 100 units is the average statewide. So the follow-up question is, what is the average cost of these manufactured home parks selling for? It's going to be between $10 and $20 million. So if I just do the quick math here, if I say I'll take the average between the two, if I take $15 million and I divide that by, let's just be generous now, and if the average is 100, let's double that and say there's 200 residents. So a $15 million loan has to be materialized within 60 days by 200 people. That's $75,000 a person in that park. I can tell you right now, the sale of a single-family home, for those that are familiar with the buying and selling, I know Senator Klein just spoke about single-family homes. It's taking about 30 to 45 days for a married couple to go through the process of qualifying for a loan, let alone 200 people to get the financing to qualify within 60 days. That is absolutely absurd. That is never going to happen. You're not going to get a lending institution to give a $15 million loan with collateral spread across 100 people, 200 people in 60 days. No way. So all that's going to happen is delaying the private property owner, interfering with their ability to sell the property, and likely screwing up the ability to exercise a 1031 exchange, as I said. This is absurd. It's not real, it's not serious, and it's not dealing with the fundamental problem of housing in Minnesota. This is nothing more than a showpiece, but it's not going to actually help. So I strongly encourage members to vote green. There's already a roll call. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A15 Lucero Amendment. Members, please vote so we can move expeditiously. Senator Frentz, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes no.
Senator Abler votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Dornick votes aye.
Senator Dornick votes aye.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Curran votes aye.
Senator Curran votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Pratt votes aye.
And Senator Pratt votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 29 ayes and 37 nays. The A15 Lucero Amendment is not adopted. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll offer the A16.
Senator Kroon offers the A16 amendment. The Secretary will report the A16 amendment.
Senator Kroon moves to amend Senate File number 2691 as follows. Page 3, delete Section 8. This is the A16 amendment.
Senator Kroon to your A16 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are good provisions in this bill that I would love to support that would actually help the residents. Yet there has been a rigid opposition to cooperation and collaboration on this bill. we could be passing some protections into law. Instead, nothing's going to pass into law. It may pass out of this chamber, but everybody in here knows this is not going to become law. We could be helping the residents, or we could be using them for political purposes. I'd choose to help them. This is sold as a Bill of Rights. Instead, we're selling the residents a bill of goods. And the reason is the poison pill that's in here that's called rent control. Rent control doesn't work, has never worked, and will never work. We're not smarter than previous elected bodies who have tried this over and over and over. This is basic economics, yet here we go again, thinking we're smarter than everybody who came before us. We just had an example of this in this very city with rent control that ended with an unmitigated disaster. A 3% cap on rents, and this is a hard cap, make no mistake about it, the way that this language is worded, with zero interest in making it better or more flexible. This 3% cap on rents will hurt residents, the very people that this bill aims to help. It's a preliminary matter. Rents will increase overnight. We've heard a lot about increased rents, and I'm sure some of it is terrible. We have bad actors in this space, no doubt. But the rents will increase overnight for mobile home parks to get out in front of this rent increase. It's going to hurt people immediate. Just the very fact that we're debating this rent control provision in this body is going to increase rents overnight, even though this bill is not going to become law. The rent control in this bill is going to put restrictions on park owners, even the good ones, that will force them to operate at a loss. And now we can say, well, it's just the big bad companies, so that's fine, that's okay. But who it ultimately hurts is the residents. Property values will decrease, and that will diminish the residents' investment. More importantly, we are condemning the residents to a spiral of decay. The state of their mobile home park, where they live, their park, isn't going to get invested in. The way it is right now is the best it's going to be. It's going to be a spiral of decay. Park owners, the big bad actors and the good ones alike, they're not going to invest anything or invest maybe the bare minimum. They're not going to make improvements. They're not going to make capital improvements. They're not going to invest in operations. They're not going to invest in the things that can improve the lives of the residents, because we would rather than help the residents, we would rather use them as political pawns. I'm about as easy to work with as anybody, but there is a refusal to collaborate on this bill. The point seems to be to get a vote rather than to help people. So what this amendment does, Mr. President, it deletes Section 8, which is the rent control provision in this bill. And if this provision were to be deleted and removed from the bill, we could actually have a chance of passing something into law that will help people. Let's put the residents over politics and vote yes on this amendment.
Senator Boldon to the A16 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about this. And I will say I take a bit of offense, and maybe it wasn't meant that way, and I hope not, but certainly it has not been a refusal on my part to talk about this. I'm very happy to do that with anyone, and don't recall being approached by my colleague about this bill to speak about it. But what I will say is that this is an important provision in the bill. As we know, we are in a housing crisis across the state, and manufactured homes are one of the last truly naturally occurring affordable housing that we have across the state. Many folks who live here are seniors on fixed incomes, folks with disabilities, folks with lower incomes. This provision in the bill is a way at it's a solution for what we are seeing over and over and over again in these communities where the lot rent, again, majority of these folks own their home. These are homeowners. They are renting the dirt beneath their home. And the rent is going up 8, 10, 12% year over year. And people are getting priced out of their homes. People on fixed incomes, their income does not go up 10% year over year. And what we are seeing, I'll just name a few cases of what we are seeing across the state. In Haven Park, Natasha tells the story of her mother-in-law who moved into the park in 1994. Between 1994 and when Haven Park, which is a Utah-based private equity firm, bought the park in 2021, over 27 years, the lot rent increased $186, or 72%, over 27 years. Since Haven Park purchased the park, lot rent increased $259, or 63% in just 4 years. And that's just for the people who were grandfathered into the old prices. New residents pay almost $1,000 a month, and many of them move out as a result. Another property, GBH Properties, purchased a park in the city of Hilltop, as we heard about earlier, and Maple Hill Estates in Corcoran. At both properties, upon purchasing the park, they raised the lot rent 46%, $200 at one time. In Lakeshore Management at Park of the Four Seasons in Blaine, lot rate has increased $250 in the last 6 years. They've tacked on water and sewer as an additional cost, yet there are reports of sinkholes in the park, leaky, unsafe storm shelters, and repair jobs they cover with rock instead of fixing. Lot rent is going up and up and up, and the homeowners are not seeing any additional services. In fact, they're seeing a decrease in services. And so they're stuck because, though, as I mentioned, though they are sometimes termed mobile homes, they're not actually that mobile. They can't actually move. And so people are getting priced out of their homes, they're being evicted, and they lose then their home, their most valuable asset. We know that the 3% is possible because it is happening. I'm going to go back and talk about resident-owned cooperatives, of which there are 15 across the state. And in other states, I will say, where they have moved this policy farther than we have, there are over 100 in some states. This is a thing that is working. But we know that in resident-owned cooperatives, they have been able to keep their rent either flat or with very modest increases, well within 3% for many years, because they're not trying to earn a profit. In 2024, the average cost to operate a single occupied site was a little over $3,000 a year, which is about $275 a month, including utilities. The largest expense drivers are insurance, property taxes, and capital improvements, but it is becoming standard practice to see lot rents $800 to $1,000 per month. That is well over the cost that it is to run these properties. And so this provision takes a balanced approach. It aligns allowable expenses with a realistic operating cost growth. We know that it works because it is happening. And so I strongly oppose this amendment and ask for a no vote. I want to bring us back to people and what is happening in people's lives. People are making decisions about paying their lot rent or buying groceries, paying their lot rent or buying medicines. It is drastically impacting people's lives, and the idea that this is not going to help people is just wrong. We know that it will. And the last thing I'll say is, as we think about rent control, it is not the same for these communities as it would be for an apartment. It's a very different situation. Again, they own their homes, they're renting the dirt. Sometimes an argument against rent control is that it will drive down development. We haven't seen development of a new manufactured home park community for 35 years. And so it's a very different thing and is something that is needed to protect residents, homeowners, against the egregious practices of Wall Street investor companies who are taking advantage of them.
Senator Kupek.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to rise in favor of the Kroon amendment. So as we've heard here, as we've heard it discussed, 3%. 3%. Mr. President, would Senator Boldon yield for a question?
Senator Boldon. Senator Boldon, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Boldon. Senator Boldon, do you remember the cap that St. Paul enacted a few years back on the limit of rent, so their rent control?
Senator Boldon, to the question.
No, Senator Lucero, I have not been paying close attention to local St. Paul politics.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, it was 3%. It was 3%. Mr. President, members, for those who are watching the headlines, I would ask Senator Boldon to yield, but she just said she's not paying attention to St. Paul politics. What happened in the immediate aftermath? Construction evaporated. Why? Because the lending institutions that would allow for new construction would not lend. In the immediate preceding of the enactment of this new 3% rent control cap, rents skyrocketed. Rents skyrocketed in anticipation of this rent control cap. And then for existing properties, not new construction, existing properties, do you know what happened, Mr. President? Because of the cap, people decided, landlords, owners decided to get out because they're going to lose money. They decided to get out or defer the required maintenance. So the conditions deteriorated. So here's the response. If you cap the increase in the costs that can be passed on, but yet the pressures of those costs continue, people are not going to lose money, so they either don't construct the new product, those that are in there, they either sell, the existing either sell, or they defer the maintenance. There's no good outcome here. So if this 3% rent control cap actually became law, there is no positive outcome that's going to benefit residents as a result. Because there'll either be a sale of the property to somebody who's going to disband it. They'll either defer the maintenance so conditions get worse, and neither of those is helpful. But on a different topic, Mr. President, Senator Boldon, would she yield for a question?
Senator Boldon, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Boldon. How did you arrive at 3%? Why not 2? Why not 4? Why 3?
Senator Boldon, specifically to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate this question because it is not an arbitrary number. Partially, as I mentioned, we know what the figures are because we can look at resident-owned co-ops and see what the actual costs are and see where they have kept their rent over years, and it is well within that 3%. If we look at the CPI over the last 10 years, the average is 3%. And as we think about seniors and folks with disabilities, folks on fixed incomes, wanting to be looking at what their cost of living increase is in their income year over year, it is also within that 3%. I also just want to note that this there is a provision that provides for it to be higher than 3% if there are needs for health and safety, which there may well be, and so that there is allowance for that. And so it is not a hard cap at 3%. It can go over that for the health and safety of residents. I will also just, again, say that this is different than rent control for apartments. These folks cannot just move. This is their home that they own, their probably largest asset. They cannot just move it. It costs up to $25,000 to do that. Many parks do not take older homes. They have nowhere to go. They are stuck, and they know it, and the park owners know it, which is why some of these egregious practices have continued. And to the argument about that this will stifle development, I will again say that is just not happening. There has not been development of a new manufactured home park in this state for 35 years.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Boldon, for citing a bunch of statistics that are not associated with the rise in the actual costs in the operations of properties. Mr. President, would Senator Boldon yield for a question?
Senator Boldon, she will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Boldon. I believe it was Olmsted County, but I could be wrong. I thought it was Rochester, recently in the news about having overcharged an assessment in property taxes. Can you tell me, since you don't pay attention to St. Paul politics, can you tell me what the average increase in property taxes was in the Olmsted County area?
Senator Boldon, specifically to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero, I am aware of what you just spoke about, although I'm not sure I'm clear on your question. I want to answer it correctly. Are you asking, well, let me just say this. If you are asking what so there was an error that amounted to extra money being collected from Olmsted County taxpayers. It came to about $21 per household, is my understanding.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. If she would yield for a question.
Will you yield for another question? She will. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Boldon. My question was not necessarily that error. I'm saying it happened to be the same county that you're in. But my question is, can you tell me what the average increase in property taxes was, percentage-wise, for Olmsted County?
Senator Boldon, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do not have that information in front of me, Senator Lucero.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Holmstrom yield for a question?
Senator who?
Holmstrom.
Senator Holmstrom. Will you yield? He will yield.
Thank
Senator
you.
Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Holmstrom. Can you give me some percentages of increases in our area, Wright County, in the property tax increases that have been experienced recently?
Senator Holmstrom, to the question.
Yes, thank you, Senator Lucero. I'll tell you, Wright County itself saw about a 5.6% increase. Rockford, 13.7. The city of Buffalo was lower, 4.6. Delano was 8 about. Let's see, South Haven, a smaller city with utility issues, is at 10. I can keep going if the point is well made. Your call.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Holmstrom. Some of the communities that I have the privilege of serving had an increase of 19%. Every single community that Senator Holmstrom just referenced, the communities that I'm aware of, are all well above 3%. That's just the property taxes. Just the property taxes. And property taxes is not one of the exceptions to the 3% that Senator Boldon seeks to cap. So when you have property tax increases of 5, 10, 15, 20%, and you can only cap at 3%, the math doesn't work. But property taxes increasing 5, 10, 15, 20% is only one of the cost increases. You also have the insurance. And I would love to ask Senator Gruenhagen to yield, but because I can't turn around, I don't know if he's there. I know he's an insurance expert. And I would ask him, what is the average increase in property taxes? And I know the answer is likely 5 to 10%. So if you have an increase in homeowners insurance, I may have misspoke there, the increase in homeowners insurance is 5 to 10%, property taxes between 5 and 20%. You add all the other maintenance costs and other things Together, it's going to well exceed 3%. So the reality is 3% is going to be detrimental. Nothing beneficial is going to come. The very residents that the Democrats seek to help are actually going to be hurt, which is often the case nearly 100% of the time when Democrats put forward the policy purporting to help. It actually turns out devastating the people that they're seeking or claiming to help. This is another of those examples. I strongly encourage a green vote in favor of the Kroon amendment. Thank you.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, rent control has been a hot topic for most of the 10 years I've served up here. And we had long debates with what St. Paul tried to do. And I know the underlying author of the bill wasn't familiar with what St. Paul had done. It made national news. And, you know, someone that has studied economics, been in the real estate industry for a long time, I follow it quite closely. And I can assure members that rent control has been the #1 thing studied in housing for the last 75 years. Not just here in Minnesota, but across the country, across the world. And it has yet to be successful long term. It does help in the short term with those what they call incumbent or current residents for a few years. But long term, time and time again, it creates shortages, just like what we saw here in St. Paul. The new buildings dried up, couldn't get financing for it. And that leads to a reduced quality of housing. And I know the author of the underlying bill wouldn't want that. She wouldn't want a more worse environment for these residents of these parks, or reduced number of parks for these residents to live in. And I know Senator Lucero touched on this, but the author of the underlying bill mentioned the 3 top items that they studied and what the cost was. And what's funny to me, having developed in the past, that all these 3 things, you know, the property taxes have doubled in some areas in the last 10 years. Insurance has probably tripled. Commercial insurance is way out of sight. And then to put infrastructure in has probably tripled in the last 8 years. Tripled. So, and then the last comment I'd like to make, you know, it was mentioned there hasn't been any new parks in the last 35 years. I know of several new communities that were started. I believe one in Senator Frentz's district up in North Mankato, one in Alexandria, and a couple up here in the metro area. But not enough. You know, Senator Boldon is 100% right. There is not enough new ones starting. It's very hard to start. But we're part of the problem with why they're not starting. I think this is a common sense amendment, the A16. It will help the long-term stability of these parks. We have done a lot of work in this area to try to improve the communities across the state by offering financial help for updating infrastructure. I think that's the right path. I do think there is some work, and I mentioned this in committee, that we could do to help offset the cost of moving homes out of the parks. But to have a blanket rent control across the state, well, we're really not sure if this is going to work or not. We saw what happened in St. Paul, and I can guarantee it will freeze investment from companies coming into Minnesota to invest in communities. And I know there's some bad actors, and it's those bad actors that ruin it for everyone, but not everybody's a bad actor. And here we're going to have a one-size-fits-all. And I think this A16 amendment will help make the bill, I think, bipartisan and have people vote for it if we can just correct a few items. So please support the A16.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to also support the amendment, and I want to provide some of those numbers that my colleague was looking for. For example, the statewide city average property tax increase this year was 8.7%. Now, if you combine that with the city, the county, and the school district property tax increases this year, that was across the state, mid to high single digits, sometimes pushing 10%. So let's talk about a manufactured home park, just in an average tax combined property tax of, let's not even say 10%. Let's just say 6%. Let's say it's in the low end of that, 6%. What's that going to look like for the manufactured home parks and the tenants who live there? What's that going to look like when the rent can only increase 3%, but property taxes alone are double that, 6%? And that doesn't include the cost of increased energy, for example. So that is perpetual decay. We should not be a part of that. We should not have our fingerprints on anything that would limit the rent, although well-intended, but yet it doesn't limit the expenses. I think that is a recipe for disaster. And that is just the beginning of the problems with this particular bill. But the number one thing, if we really care about manufactured home residents, people who are leasing in those parks, we should not be condemning them to a financial property tax situation that would end up in decay and a place where we would not want to live. We want to have roads. We want to have those amenities in good shape, and this bill will not do that. Perhaps the amendment, though, if you support the amendment today, the Kroon amendment, it can certainly help get to the goal that the author has. But without this Kroon amendment, we are sentencing mobile home, manufactured home parks to decay. And that is not something that I think we want. Certainly I don't want on my watch. I would hope Minnesotans don't want that either.
All right, members, the last person that we'll hear from before we vote on the A16 amendment will be the author, unless I'm missing someone. Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be brief. I want to just reiterate that, again, these mobile home communities are different. It is not the same as rent control as we are thinking of in other spaces. Also, these are homeowners. They pay property taxes too. They are being squeezed in many ways as well. And I just want to give some numbers also. Property taxes, if we think about, my colleague mentioned earlier about the average community is about 100 homes, so we will take that average community. Property taxes for that average community of 100 homes is about $50,000. Lot rent collection, if we assume a very low lot rent of $300 per lot, which again is very low, it's oftentimes $800 to $1,000, but we'll just say very low at $300 per lot, is about $360,000 a year. So equating a 10% rise as a direct pass-through is just not an accurate equation. And so again, would oppose this amendment and ask for a no vote.
All right, now Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to clear some things up, this is a hard 3% rent control cap. Despite the health and safety language that's in here, there's no safe harbor provision. There's nothing that the property owner can do in advance to make sure that they're authorized to go over that 3%. And there's huge penalties, including attorney's fees, associated with that in this bill. And so you put those two things together, there isn't a single property owner that's going to go above 3% and risk that litigation. And one of the reasons is because of the lack of cooperation in the Judiciary Committee, just trying to bring really benign common sense safeguards that was absolutely rejected by the Democrats in that committee. And yes, I agree, residents need protection, so let's give it to them. Let's pass a bill here in the Senate that can actually become law. Let's not hold up the things that we can agree on that will protect residents and giving them the false hope that that there's a rent control bill that's going to be passed into law, because it isn't happening. And yeah, there are a lot of people living on fixed incomes, and I'm not insensitive to that whatsoever. There's people that live in mobile home parks on fixed incomes, and there are people that live outside of mobile home parks that are on fixed incomes. How about we give relief to those people as well? And how about we start by restraining ourselves here in this body, rather than knee-jerk go to restrain somebody else? How about we restrain our spending in this body? How about we restrain tax increases in this body? People are getting priced out of their homes everywhere in Minnesota. If we're going to be capping fees, why don't we cap property taxes? Restrain our spending and the unfunded mandates and cap property taxes for all Minnesotans. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to impose it on somebody else. Let's constrain ourselves. Yes, you could apply this same logic. There are people all across the state that have to choose between paying their property taxes and buying groceries or paying for medicine. Let's do something about that. Let's do something across the board that will actually help and get to the root of the problem, rather than giving false hope to people. And even if this were to pass into law, it's not going to help them. It's actually going to hurt. So we could actually work in a collaborative manner, work on the things we can agree on, and the way you do that is by passing this amendment to get rid of the poison pill that is rent control that's in this bill. So I encourage all members to vote yes.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A16 amendment. Members, please vote so we can move forward. Senator Frentz, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Klein votes no.
Senator Klein votes no.
And Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes no.
Senator Abler votes no.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Dornick votes aye.
Senator Dornick votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Curran votes aye.
Senator Curran votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 35 nays, the A16 Kroon Amendment is not adopted. Any additional amendments? Senator Kroon? Senator Kroon?
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A18.
Senator Kroon offers the A18 amendment. The secretary will report the A18 amendment.
Senator Kroon moves to amend Senate File Number 2691 as follows. Page 3, after line 32, insert. This is the A18 amendment.
Senator Kroon to your A18 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A18 is an amendment that I offered in the Judiciary Committee with a little bit added to it. The basic premise of the amendment, Mr. President, is to allow the residents in these parks to be able to control their own destiny. We talked a little bit about before, I did, about how there's no safe harbor provision in this bill. There's no mechanism in practice that where the park owner is going to go above the 3% for any reason. And what this amendment does is it provides that safe harbor, and better yet, it gives the residents a vote for that safe harbor. So what this would do is for the rent to go above the 3% cap, the majority of homes within that park would have to approve of the plan. And the amendment goes on to say that the park owner must send each home a ballot by certified mail with return receipt requested. It must include information about the proposed rent increase, the reason for the rent increase, how the increased revenue from the rent will be used, and if the rent increase is proposed to make improvements to the home park, the deadline for the completion of those improvements. This gives the residents a say in the park where they live. I talked about before a spiral of decay. If there's a hard rent cap at 3%, the owners aren't going to invest in the park. This gives the residents a say. This gives them the control. And I also, in addition to what I had in judiciary, I put in some penalties for bad actors who abuse this process, which I believe was the criticism that I got in Judiciary Committee. So I took care of that, and I put in some pretty big penalties here for these bad actors if they abuse this process. Mr. President, this is a common sense amendment. It provides a little bit of flexibility. It puts the residents in control. It gives them a say in the destiny of their park. It gives them the opportunity to escape the spiral of decay that the rent control would create. I see no reason to not do this. At a minimum, let's give the residents some control over their own destiny in their own home where they live. So, Mr. President, I encourage all members to vote yes.
Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask for a no vote on this amendment for a couple of reasons. One is there is a great power imbalance here with the homeowners and the park owners. I want to just share a couple of quotes from folks to kind of represent that. Carmen from Hilltop says, rent was previously $425 per month, but it has increased 57% since the last park owner sold it. She says, I'm 71 and disabled, and it makes me scared of what will happen to me. I'm afraid every day they're going to throw me out because it takes me a bit longer to do the things they want me to do. And so I see that there's a provision in here that, if there are bad actors and they are, pressuring people to vote a certain way or agree to a certain thing, residents, homeowners can take them to court. Again, these are folks who are just trying to get by. Adding a provision and a responsibility that they now have to get a lawyer and take the park owner to court is just something that is not reasonable, and they shouldn't have to do. It shouldn't have to be on them. And so I oppose this amendment. The other thing I will say is, to the point about, owners will be not investing in the parks. That is happening now. That is happening today. They are not investing back into the park. They have, they're padding their profits and they're pocketing that money, and it is not going back into parks. Amber from Farmington says her rent has increased $75 year over year. We no longer, this is her quotes from her, we no longer get yearly road resurfacing or weed control. It went from being a home to a place we are now stuck in. We used to have a nice, decent park, now we do not. We are stuck here because we can't sell. Nobody will pay the current lot rent when the park next door is nicer, has amenities, and is hundreds less a month for rent. And so, members, those dollars aren't being reinvested into the parks now, and this will create a continuance of that power imbalance that will further allow park owners, bad actors, to have predatory practices against the homeowners. So I ask for a no vote.
Senator Kupek.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment before we vote? Seeing none, Senator Kroon, you have the last word.
Thank you, Mr. President. It very well could be true that some park owners are not currently investing in their parks, and that's unfortunate, but some are. And if this bill becomes law, none of them will be. And that matters. That matters to a lot of people. There are bad actors, but not every single one of our mobile home parks are run by bad actors. And the residents of mobile home parks are not helpless. They can make decisions like this. They can have a say in controlling the destiny of where they live. And this isn't some unbelievable burden that they have to go out and get a lawyer, because I put attorney's fees in here to enforce this. They won't have a problem getting attorneys if a mobile home park is abusing this. This amendment makes an abundance of sense. This amendment allows residents to have a say in the environment in which they live. If there needs to be a new road that goes in, this is a mechanism to do that. If there needs to be some substantial improvements to some utilities or some other things, this is a mechanism to allow that to happen. If they want to do renovations to the community center, this is a way to make that happen. Let's not take that right away from them. Let's not take away from the mobile home residents the opportunity to have a say where they live. Members, I encourage a yes vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A18 Kroon Amendment. Members, please vote so we can move forward. Members, we are supposed to be at our desks and not having conversation. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Klein votes no.
Senator Klein votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no. Members, remember, during a vote, we're supposed to be at our own desk or off the floor. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes no.
Senator Abler votes no.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Dornick votes aye.
Senator Dornick votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Curran votes aye.
Senator Curran votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 35 noes, the A18 Kroon Amendment is not adopted. Any other amendments? Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll offer the A19 amendment.
Senator Boldon offers the A19 amendment. The secretary will report the A19 amendment.
Senator Boldon moves to amend Senate File number 2691 as follows. Page 10, after line 2, insert. This is the A19 amendment.
Senator Boldon, to your A19 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an amendment that I did not personally draft, but was shared with me by a colleague, and I support it. It was most recently worked on in the Judiciary Public Safety Committee and had some workshopping there. This is in regards to when folks are evicted from their manufactured home. The current law states that they have up to 7 days in the writ of recovery to vacate their home. This language would allow a judge, a court, to decide if there is a showing of good cause that could be extended to up to 30 days. It would be up to the judge to decide what the reasonable period of time would be. But again, this is when people are being evicted from their home, and so allowing enough time for them to figure out where they are going and plan next steps seems a reasonable thing to do to provide a bit of protection, and would ask for support.
Any other discussion on the A19 amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, any other amendments? Seeing none, the secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File number 2691, a bill for an act relating to housing, providing standards for rent, utility payments, fees, and charges in manufactured home parks.
Third reading. Any other discussion before we vote? Senator Seeberger. I couldn't remember it. There's Senator Seeberger. Senator Seeberger.
Thank you, Mr. President. That happens to me all the time. I want to thank Senator Boldon for bringing this bill. Residents of manufactured housing communities need our help, and I'm so pleased that we are able to provide them with that help through this bill. I have members of my community, my manufactured home community, who have been sitting through patiently since we came on the floor to hear this bill, and I'm proud of their resilience, and I'm proud to stand here on the Senate floor and acknowledge their needs and vote in favor of helping them today. Included in my district is a manufactured housing community called Cimarron. Cimarron is in Lake Elmo, and some of the most remarkable and wonderful people in my district live in Cimarron. Cimarron is owned by a private equity company. And this private equity company has some of the most egregious practices of any manufactured housing community I have heard from or heard about in the state of Minnesota. The residents of Cimarron have seen an increase in rent of approximately 40% since 2020. Keep in mind, this is the last option for affordable housing in Lake Elmo. Lake Elmo is a swiftly developing community in my district. Cimarron is the last affordable housing option in that town. I did a little math now. I'm not a mathematician. I was an English teacher, not a math teacher. But knowing that their lot rents hover at around $1,060, and there are 400 homes there, that's almost $500,000 per month that they receive in rent, and over $5 million per year that this private equity company collects in rent. And what do the residents of Cimarron get in return? They get abuse, they get ignored, and they get evicted. The folks in Cimarron have been dealing with the problem of dead trees for many, many years. Finally, the city has stepped in and started enforcing ordinances, and some of these trees are being removed. But for years, they lived under the danger of dead and dying trees falling on their homes, falling on their properties. They have sidewalks that are not maintained. Many of the folks that live in Cimarron have disabilities. If your sidewalks and your streets are not maintained, it impacts their ability to get around. There are predatory practices that are engaged in by the management company. I've heard the following stories. I've heard of the online portal going down and an inability to pay your rent because you can't access the online portal and you have no other way to do it. And then eviction actions are commenced. When this tenant did their best to pay their rent, couldn't do it out of no fault of their own, eviction action is commenced. We had a church leader come this past winter to try to pay the rent of a resident who was too scared to leave their home because of the ICE activity in her neighborhood. And the property manager turned this church official away and said, no, we can't take a check. We can't take cash. Online portal anyway. We can't take rent on behalf of someone else. If a church takes a collection and comes to pay a parishioner's rent, it is incomprehensible to me that a property manager would turn that person away and instead opt for eviction. In Cimarron, they have arbitrary rules, and the rules change. Where you can park, where you can't park. I can't tell you how many times a resident has told me that they've come out to find their car gone. It's been towed. Why? Because the rules on where you could park changed with no notice to them. How do you think this impacts their ability to go earn a living? If they get up in the morning to go to their job and their car is gone, now they have to figure out where their car is. They have to get a ride to the impound lot. They have to get the money together to pay the impound fees. All because management changes the rules arbitrarily and without notice. Management issues penalties and commences eviction actions for sheds, improper sheds. What could be a conforming shed one day all of a sudden becomes a non-conforming shed the next day, even if it's the same as your neighbor's shed, which is conforming. Residents of Cimarron have told me for years that park staff have been unavailable, disrespectful, and downright abusive, and I have seen that personally myself. Last winter, one of the homes was lost in a fire. The displaced family had been offered another home in that community for rental, but management stood in the way. I went out to view the damage from the fire along with the mayor of Lake Elmo, a city council member, and a few other people. We had let the property manager know we were coming. When we went to the property management office to speak to them, They would not let us in. They would not take our call. They would not answer the door. We knew they were there. We could see the movement, but they would not come and speak to us. I made many attempts to reach out, to sit down and meet with the property management representative, the manager, to talk about some of these predatory housing practices that I see and that I hear from the residents at Cimarron. Phone calls go unreturned, emails go unresponded to, letters sent by the United States Postal Service are also ignored. This past winter, I decided to stop in. I was over in Cimarron, and I swung by the property management office, and I thought, I'll just see if she's there. And it was unlocked. I've never seen it unlocked before. I went in. She was there. When I introduced myself and I said I wanted to follow up, get some time on her calendar, she told me, I don't meet with senators. You have to leave. I couldn't understand why. I asked for an explanation. She became rude. She rolled her eyes at me. She mouthed the words, "shut up," as I was speaking to her. And she told me to leave. Now, that's fine. They can treat me however they want to treat me. But that's the tip of the iceberg with respect to the way that the residents of this community are treated. Worst of all, during Operation Metro Surge, this property manager actively cooperated with ICE. Not only did they allow ICE on the property, they facilitated their engagement with residents and directed them to homes of residents. People were terrified. People would not leave their homes. It was a terrible situation. I remember getting texts early on a Saturday morning or Sunday morning from one of the residents, and I jumped in my car and I went over there, and we were two women with bedhead and in our pajamas and standing there in the middle of winter to try to provide support to the residents of Cimarron and keep them safe from the activities of ICE. I heard a resident tell me about the attempt to evict him by not giving him notice of an eviction proceeding. They would tell the court they gave him notice of the proceeding, but in reality, he never got it. They would post it on the door and take it down. He went to court 4 times, and each time the eviction action was dismissed because the court found he had not gotten notice. Now, every day he wakes up and he checks the Minnesota court filing website to see if they're trying to evict him again. So thank you, Senator Boldon, for bringing this bill. I'm proud to stand here and support the residents of Cimarron, the residents of Three Rivers, and every other manufactured home community in my district and in the state of Minnesota. I will be an enthusiastic yes on this bill, and it is my hope that it will have a path in the other body, despite the fact that the A-side representative in my district who represents Cimarron walked out on them and allowed this bill to fail. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. President and members, and I think we've had an interesting conversation today. We had some really good amendments, which none of them were accepted to speak of. I think it's kind of interesting that we're talking about rent controls. I remember not too many years ago, sitting in the Commerce Committee, we were having a hearing with the city of St. Paul, and they were trying to sell us on these rent controls, why they were going to be so great and how much they were going to help. We heard a lot of the same language today about how these rent controls are going to help and do so many good things. The reality is it'll probably do a couple of good things for a very short period of time. And after that short period of time, we sit here today, we feel good because we think we're helping these tenants. At the end of the day, that's not going to happen. It's going to get more costly for them. If you were around here when St. Paul went to 3% cap on their rent, well, you can remember. If you were here, you would know how that worked. and it wasn't to their best interest, that's for sure. I also think it's very interesting how, and I agree, we've got some bad operators. There's bad operators in every business that there is, and everything there is. There's bad politicians, there's good politicians, there's bad store managers, good store managers, there's bad people that have trailer courts, good people that have trailer courts. The reality is, if we're going to point fingers, let's point fingers right in this room. Let's stop pointing fingers at everybody else and let's realize what the problem is. And then let's do something to solve the problem, instead of just turning our heads and looking the other way after it happens. It's called rules and regulations. It's called taxes. It's called inflation. It's called raising insurance costs. And it's called raising energy cost. If we take a look at each and every one of those I've just talked about, the blame is right in this room. We're the ones that have driven those costs, and nobody else. You can't point your finger at your neighbor, point your finger back at yourself, because that happened in this room. We're the ones that have forced these costs to go up. We're the ones who put these people in this position. I hope we feel good tonight, that we feel we've helped them, but folks, that's not going to be the case in the long run. We're not going to be helping them. There was a criticism because, and I don't know what the number should have been, but this individual raised his rates by 12%, and I think the quote was 12%, and it might have been over a few years, or it might have been over 3 years. Excuse me. Well, let me remind you that in 2023, we raised taxes. I'm sorry, we raised total spending by about $39.5 billion. That's how much we raised the spending from one biennium to another, in excess of 40%. If this gentleman took a 12% increase for 3 years, it's 36%. He still had a year to go just to catch up to what we did in 1 year, in one biennium. If you think that hasn't had an impact on the cost to run these trailer courts, it has. It's had the same impact that it has on many other things. We've seen many small businesses go out of business. We've seen a lot of people struggling. We've seen people that are having trouble making ends meet. Why did that happen? Because of decisions made right in this room. I heard a comment about people have long-term memories. Please use those long-term memories in the future. When we have these discussions the next time, use that long-term remember how we got here, folks. This is not going to be the fix. We could have helped this bill today if we'd have taken a couple of the amendments, but that was chosen not to do that, and that's the way it is. Keep in mind that we're going to have a lot more problems than we've seen so far. When you have a $39.5 billion increase in spending in one biennium, we did not have the infrastructure in the state of Minnesota to handle that much money coming through the process in such a short time. Now we're having a lot of problems. These problems aren't going to heal themselves. We're going to have to do it. So let's step up to the plate, do the right thing, and heal these problems. And quite frankly, the best place for this bill would be to run it through the shredder. Because at the end of the day, this bill is not going to help the people we want to help. It might help for a very short time period, but in the long run, we are not going to be helping these people, and we really need to take a look at this. Thank you, members.
Senator Grutenhagen. Senator Grutenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I know this will surprise some of you, but I'm going to vote no on this bill. Okay. You know, members, I joined the Housing Committee this year. It was my first year. And first thing I noticed, we had a presentation by Commissioner Bull. And I think she had 6 or 7 things that they concentrated on. If I remember right, the Housing Committee started in 1971, okay? And they've spent billions of dollars. And yet all those 7 areas that they work on, things were going the wrong direction. Fewer houses were being built, rents were going up, fewer apartments available, and of course with shortages, you get higher costs. That's just a fact. It's an economic law. So, you know, the first thing I said is, you know, maybe we should get rid of this committee and the commissioner and cut taxes, and things will gradually get better. So that's the sad fact. And, you know, the other thing that really needs to happen, you know, when I look at this situation and this bill, okay, and I know I have mobile parks in my district. I know some of the people in those mobile parks. Some of them vote for me. I don't know everybody, obviously. But I care about them. I know a lot of them are on fixed incomes or they're very tight financially. But this bill is not going to help in the long run. It's not going to help their facility. It's not going to help their ownership. Because what you're going to do with all the regulations and laws we pass, you chase out the small, good, caring owner of the mobile parks. He throws up his hands and says, I might as well sell out and get out of this, because you hassle them out of existence. That's what this bill does. Again, I'll give you a couple examples. What this bill is like having a boiling pot of water and putting a lid on it, okay? But you don't turn the burner down. That's the problem. It doesn't help in the end. So think about that. And so much of that burner is government regulations, government taxations, and a host of other government problems. Again, you want to see the problem, especially Democrats, I'll tell you where to look. In the mirror, okay? And you'll see the problem. The legislation and bills that we passed here. Secondly, I mean, Senator Lucero gave an excellent example of the bill, quoting the lines and stuff, so I won't do that again. But what you're doing, you know, and I gave the example before of a football game. You need a referee. That's government. Because human nature is flawed and people tend to cheat. So you need a referee to make sure things are played fairly and equally. The problem is what government's doing in the state of Minnesota, the referee is getting into the huddle and calling the plays and micromanaging the situation. You wouldn't go to a football game like that, and neither would anybody else, and yet that's what you're doing. We need the referee, but we don't need him in the huddle calling the plays, because you're only going to make things worse. You know, members, what would help all of us, I think, is let's take the 5 states around us. Let's see their mobile park regulations, laws, and taxes. Are they getting more mobile homes or are they getting less? Are they having more reasonable cost? And then when you take the regulations and the taxes and a number of other factors and you compare them to Minnesota, and you'll see where we're doing good and where we're out of line making things higher. Look at Wisconsin or Iowa or North or South Dakota, even Nebraska or Illinois or Indiana. Find out what works. What do we do instead? We say, oh, this is a bad situation. Let's just pass more laws and pile on and on and on and on, and in the end, only make things worse. I've heard the stories, and I empathize with those people that go through those sad situations. But members, government is part of the reason they're going through that, and you got landlords that act like that because of the cost associated with it. So members, several amendments would have made this bill better. Unfortunately, they were defeated. So please, members, let's help those people. Let's expand the number of mobile homes, create more competition, not less. Less competition and shortages create higher prices and more difficulties. And that's the direction we're going with this bill. So members, please vote red and help the residents of these mobile home parks. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Private equity is destroying everything in this country. Housing, healthcare, nursing homes, even our restaurants. If you wonder why Chipotle isn't as good anymore, private equity. Why the Dairy Queen left Apple Valley, private equity. Why Red Lobster went under, Party City, private equity. So the question is, will government step in to protect Minnesotans from these robber barons who come into our communities to take over everything that we need to just live safe, dignified lives, to squeeze every penny out of the things that we hold dear? Can we put in some basic protections to make sure that people don't get robbed blind? I'm sitting here reading the stories of some of the constituents where they have rent increases of 40% or 65%, and I'm thinking to myself, why is this so familiar to me? And then I remember, because there's an assisted living facility in my district, bought out by private equity. Rent increases 60%, 80%, no service changes, no apartment changes. The question we have before us is, will legislators do something? Or will we continue to let the wealthiest companies in the world, run by the wealthiest people in the world, continue to squeeze every single cent out of working Minnesotans that they possibly can to enrich themselves and pay off their shareholders? Or will we say, no, you cannot do that anymore? That's what this bill does. And I'm so grateful to Senator Boldon for her work on this and for the incredible work for all of the legislators who are on this bill, because this is a lot of work. But we have this over and over and over again, where every time we try to stand up for working Minnesotans, we're told, oh, it's rent control, or no one's going to do this anymore. If you don't let them rob people blind, nobody will own a manufactured home park anymore. And I'm so sick of that. People are begging and crying out for help. And in fact, they're not even begging for help. They're just begging for some sanity in this world, where their rent doesn't increase 40% with nothing changing, or that the parking rules don't change every other day, or that there's not rules that children can't play outside in their neighborhood. So thank you, Senator Boldon, for doing the work, because we're just restoring a little bit of normalcy and sanity to what should be in the state of Minnesota, and not letting private equity drive our lives into the dustbin. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start by saying I appreciate the residents of manufactured home parks. When I was a city council member, we had a manufactured home park in the city, and I door knocked it. When I was a state representative in the other body, myself and another state representative, we had a town hall or a forum in that same manufactured home park. Now, as senator, I have a manufactured home park that I have also door knocked and met residents. This is not about ignoring the hardship that those good people are indeed experiencing. I acknowledge the pain. I acknowledge the stress. This conversation, however, is what is the best response? Not a response that's temporary, not a response that looks good on paper, but in reality is going to hurt. This is not about responding in a way to get a good mailer and good talking points to send out this summer. This is about what can we do to genuinely help people that are being squeezed. The symptoms, the pain, the cost increases, the unaffordability that are being experienced by the good people in manufactured home parks is not unique to that form of park or housing. That exact same stress, cost increase, unaffordability is being felt by those in apartments. It's being felt by those who rent townhomes. It's being felt by those who rent single-family homes. What do all of these have in common? The costs are going up for every type of rental house. But it's not just rental houses or rental homes. or apartments. The costs are increasing for homeowners. The cost of home ownership is exploding. So what do all of these types of housing, whether rental or own, have in common? The property tax is skyrocketing, the insurance is skyrocketing, the cost of loans is skyrocketing, making them all unaffordable. So what is the Democrat proposal? It is not to actually take a serious look at what is driving these costs up across the board. Instead, it's to put in this artificial cap for one type of housing, manufactured home parks, at a completely arbitrary 3% and ignore reality. We have a case study right in front of us. The city of St. Paul enacting the exact same rent control number, 3%. And the result was devastating. The good people that are renting in St. Paul have not been helped. They have been hurt. With less rental units available, with less maintenance being taken care of, with higher costs across the board. It is so frustrating that we can't actually address the real problems. So what are the real problems, Mr. President? I've mentioned over and over and over again property taxes. Why are property taxes higher? Why are they going up 15, 20%? For those that have owned homes for several decades, that hasn't happened. That's not the norm. So what has changed? Here's what's changed. The Democrat trifecta passed unfunded mandates onto local municipalities, onto counties, onto schools. Mandates that needed to be paid for. And the only way that those local units of government could pay for it is to raise the taxes. That's what's changed. The property tax increases and the pain being experienced across the board, across Minnesota, across the manufactured home parks of the great residents that Senator Seeberger spoke about. Their property taxes are higher because of Senator Seeberger voting for the unfunded mandates. They're higher because the insurance costs are going up because of the restrictions in place by the Democrat-controlled Department of Commerce that prevent additional insurance companies from offering services in the state of Minnesota. The costs of labor are higher because of the requirements and mandates Democrats have passed that employers must pay more and therefore charge their customers more. The cost of the goods are higher. The cost of the materials you have to purchase because the sales tax is higher. The sales tax is higher because the Democrat trifecta rammed through a sales tax increase. So across the board, costs are higher in manufactured home parks and every other type of housing because of Democrats. And so forth, they have created the problem, and what's their solution? To propose a bill that infringes on freedom, infringes on private property rights, creates a false sense of hope with a 3% cap, and it's really, really egregious to give this false sense of hope to people that are genuinely hurting. They're genuinely being squeezed. They don't know what to do, where to go. So Democrats wave around a 3% rent cap as some kind of a solution. To give people a false sense of hope is really, really egregious. So let me give one more example. When I was speaking earlier on the cost of a mortgage and the financial institution and the 60 days that those that might make an offer, I used several hypotheticals, $10, $15, $20 million manufactured home park. So I just took the middle, $15 million. So let's say the members of a manufactured home park want to in that 60 days, get financing to purchase a $15 million manufactured home park. Well, you need 25% down. The standard commercial loan requires 25% down. So 25% of $15 million is needed right up front. Then, assuming that's achieved, the standard interest rate for a commercial loan is approximately a point higher than a 30-year conventional. Right now, it's about 6.3% for a standard 30-year conventional. So it'll be approximately, let's just round down and say 7% will be the interest rate. The amortization is not 30 years. For a standard commercial loan, it's 20 years. So a 20-year amortized loan at 7% for a purchase price of $15 million, putting down 25%, so therefore financing 75%. Mr. President, do you know what the monthly payment is on that loan? Well, I'd have it right here. It's $87,221 per month. Per month. So you take an $87,000 monthly mortgage payment and you're going to divide that across 100 or 200 units? Absolutely absurd. It's a false sense of hope, and it's really damaging to give people that false sense of hope that they have some opportunity to purchase. This is not a real solution. This is not a real solution. So lastly, and I will conclude with this, we hear over and over and over again, private equity, private equity, private equity. It's as if the only ownership of any of these properties, these parks, is private equity. That is not the case. And so the bill before us doesn't apply to just private equity owners. It applies to every owner. Mom and pop, it could be a couple that bought it 40 years ago. This 3% rent cap is going to apply to them. Not just these private equity firms, but even the private equity firms. They aren't this idea. Now, obviously, there are many private equity firms that are just that, privately owned equity firms. But there are also firms that people's retirement accounts are investing into and are benefiting from. And so the profits of these equity firms, they flow into the very pensions and 401ks that are funding people's retirements or their growing nest eggs. And so Democrats, every single angle of attack that they have of demonizing owners of property, demonizing private equity firms, in actuality, they are demonizing those that are trying to simply save for retirement, invest for retirement, count on a growing nest egg, retirement egg, and again, the most harmful, and I cannot say with stronger words, harmful, that Democrats do is give a false sense of security. Members, vote no on this bill, not because we don't care about the great people in manufactured home parks, but because it's not a serious solution and will not help in the end. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Clark.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator, for this bill. This bill helps stabilize some of the most affordable housing in Minnesota. This bill helps tip the power imbalance a bit more to the 880,000 residents who need it most, those in the manufactured home community. Like Jody in Farmington, Jesus in Burnsville, Dana in Lakeville, Christina in Monticello, Tyrell in Iota, Cindy in Orinoco. This bill also provides the opportunity to, well, give residents the opportunity to purchase just a bit more easily that manufactured home park if it comes up for sale. an opportunity that is a simple, common sense step to provide the residents with the opportunity to make an offer, to purchase, to make an offer to own a little bit more of the American dream. And so that's why I support this bill. It provides a bit more of a tip in the balance of power to those residents of the manufactured homes communities. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, we've had a long talk today, and I think that's because home ownership is so important. It's important to all of us, and I believe that home ownership it still remains the greatest generational wealth builder, and we should do all that is within our power to help Minnesotans be able to afford to be homeowners. Unfortunately, we've done a lot of things in this chamber lately that make that a little bit harder, but that's not what I'm going to speak about today. And so, while I appreciate the desire and the goal, there's things in the bill that are, I think, noteworthy that I would like to see take place. For example, the provision that late fees cannot exceed 8%. I think that's important. I also have had even personal experience with the problem with portals. So when the portal is down, you can't pay your rent, and then you're the one that's late, and you get socked with that fee. I think those are good positions in this bill that I think could be very helpful to lots of Minnesotans, to many of my constituents. But there is a problem, and the problem gets to the hard 3% rent control. While one might think, well, that's a good thing to hold people's rents down, and that's going to help more people perhaps be able to start that home ownership journey. Well, there's a problem, folks, and that is this: the math does not work. Reality and the math does not work for what this bill is trying to do. At a time when we are seeing property taxes escalate at alarming rates, this bill puts a hard 3% cap on rent payments. And I'll just repeat some of these numbers for you, just to get the facts across. So statewide average property city taxes alone, the average the last 2 years has increased by 8.7%. Well, that would be pretty difficult to pay for if your rent, the rent coming in to pay for those property taxes, is capped at 3%. But that's only part of the terrible story, folks. The rest of the story is the rest of the property taxes, whether it be county or schools or our schools. All of those combined lead to an staggering property tax increase now of the high digits, 6%, 7%, some pushing over 10.5%. And so do the math. What happens if the rent is limited to 3% increase, but the property taxes are increasing by twice that amount sometimes triple that? The property tax are increasing. Of course, there's the cost of fuel as well as increasing. That can be taken care of in this bill. But the problem with the bill, folks, is the 3% hard cap on property taxes. And I want you to think about how that plays out then. That means that the manufactured park doesn't have the money it needs to maintain the roads. They're responsible for those roads. And I hear from manufactured home parks in my district where the roads have been neglected, where the community center has been neglected. And that is not fair to those folks who own those homes, want to own those homes, live there, to force this 3% cap that is forcing them to live in a place that is bound for decay because the state is putting on an ill-thought-out rent freeze, so a rent cap. So there's some good things in this bill. There's some things that need to be done, but this 3% rent cap is not going to be valuable, not going to be helpful to my constituents. I am encouraging a no vote.
Senator Homestead.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we sit through this bill, and this has been quite a while that we've debated this bill, we've heard some genuine good faith arguments. But I want to address these closing statements because I think they've gone beyond the pale. I think they've become inappropriate. We had a senator take a lot of time to disparage a specific company, to come up here and say this organization is so bad and name them multiple times. But I'll remind those listening and the Minnesotans paying attention that when the Democrats had the majority, they didn't bring this issue forward. When they had their trifecta, this wasn't their concern. They didn't care about your cost of rent. The rent increases and the poor treatment of these people have been happening for years. This wasn't a priority then. This wasn't a priority until it became an opportunity for political hit, until we could stand here and attack specific companies, until we could stand here and make this meaningless bill that has no path forward an object to which we can prove how strong we are against these specific companies. It's not the first time I've heard this senator do this. It happened in committee a few weeks ago. She chose to attack one of the largest, well, maybe not the largest, but a major employer here in Minnesota. And I will point out as well that all of the things that upset this senator about this company, what really threw it over the edge, what she said was the most absurd thing that they had done was that they cooperated with federal law enforcement. And that was beyond the pale. Not raising your tax or your rent 40%, not telling you can't have the shed you want, your kids can't play outside. That was all fine. It was when they cooperated with law enforcement that they went too far. Minnesotans see what this is. This is not a reference to protecting people who live in trailer parks. I grew up in a trailer park, and I can tell you I understand the concern. I understand that I wanted my trailer parks to have the opportunities to build a pool. One of them did it while I lived there. And the people that I represent, and there's 17 parks in my district, they want their parks improved. They want lower rent too. Don't we all want lower costs? But they want a nice place to live. This bill prohibits any future development. 3%, no way around it. It's too far. We heard another senator bring up private equity, saying that a family-owned park choosing to increase rent by 40% makes them robber barons. Well, I'll remind the body, and I'll remind Minnesotans at home, when the Democrats had a trifecta, what did they do? They increased the cost of government by 40%. Do any of you own mirrors? The robber barons are in this room right now. The robber barons are the ones who stole an additional $10 billion in taxes and tax increases, who increased the cost of government by 40%. That is who is really hurting Minnesotans. This bill is not even a faint attempt at solving this problem. This bill, it appears to me, is an empty vessel. I'll be voting no, and I advise the body to do the same. Thank you.
Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have been working on this issue. We have been working on this the whole 10 years that I've been in the legislature, and we've had little to no support from our Republican partners. And so this is the time. We are ready to do this, and we're ready to do it for our communities. As I mentioned, every single one of the communities I represent have manufactured homes. I have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. And the ugly is really ugly. When I was first elected, Lowry Grove was bought out from underneath the residents, and they were all forced to leave. There were families that had been there for generations. There were families that lived on next to nothing, and there was no place for them to go. The result was that there were 2 suicides. 2 people who saw the world so dismal, losing their community, losing their family, losing their security, that they took their own lives. I have a manufactured home community that is self-managed, and they are doing wonderfully. They maintain their roads, they put in proper sewage, they're able to upgrade their electricity and their power. They're able to purchase and invest in homes and bring additional homes in. This does not happen in many of the others. And I see the sadness, and I see the frustration, and I see the fear in these communities as they are priced out of their homes. These are homes. It's not like they can just pick them up and move them somewhere else. It's not like they can get a loan for another home, because you can't get a loan on a manufactured home. And so this is our attempt. This is our attempt, and thank you, Senator Boldon, for finally bringing all the pieces together into a bill that makes a lot of sense. Senator Kroon had a bill earlier this year that would cap property tax at a little over 3%. So it would make sense that we would use that 3% amount as an example. We know that this is not going to go away, and we have to start it somewhere, somehow. We have to acknowledge the pain. We have to do what we can for those that are getting squeezed out of their home, because at the end of the day, we're going to end up having to help those people anyway. So let's help them on the front end, not on the back end. Let's do something to prevent more of this pain and angst, and make sure that people have the homes that they live in, that they love, and the communities that they want to be in, and not be squeezed out. And so, members, I would ask you to vote green on this bill.
The last speaker that we'll hear from before we vote for final passage as amended of Senate File 2691 is none other than the author of the bill, Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President. And first, I impose a call of the Senate for the duration of this bill.
The Senate is now under call. The Senate is under call. Senator Boldon.
Mr. President, I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with, and the Sergeant-at-Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, members. I appreciate the discussion that we have had here today. There has been a lot of talk about what is good for homeowners and residents of manufactured park homes. And what they would want, what would be good for them, and what they would like us to do. I will tell you that this bill is what they would like us to do. That is how this bill came about, is from the organizing of the owners and residents of these manufactured home communities all over the state. They have knocked on thousands of doors and talked to their neighbors and had very thoughtful conversations about what would be helpful for them, what would be useful for them, what do they need, and this bill is it. And so we have an opportunity today, members, to decide who we are going to stand with. Are we going to stand with Tammy from Blaine, who has had to get a roommate to help her pay for rent increases? She says, I feel trapped. With a high level of lot rent, I don't feel that I can sell my house because who will pay $1,000 in lot rent and still have a mortgage? We can stand with Corey in Chaska, who says to pay for increased expenses, I had to get a second job at 61. We can stand with Melissa from North Creek, who said her rent has increased $300 in the last 5 years. She goes without food to handle increased expenses. We can stand with Joan from Hastings, who says, this is the last hope for lower income people to live in dignity. The next step is living on the street or in a car. We can choose to stand with Stephanie from Monticello, who said from 2011 to 2020, her rent only increased $60 during that time. When new owners took over in 2021, her rent has increased by nearly $250. She said, I'm struggling. I have sold personal items to make ends meet. The neighbors, half are retired or on Social Security disability, and no one can afford these. We are all tired, hopeless, trying to help one another out. She says we have nitrate in our water, and we have been without clean, potable water since October of 2024. Sewage system flooding in our yards and under our homes, water main breaks happen frequently. Attempts to force new leases, disrespect for management and staff, less services with snow removal, the roads have many more potholes, no tree maintenance, communication has dropped, retaliatory and intimidation conduct has all increased, all landlords' duties have been delegated onto residents and told it's their responsibility. And we can stand with Cindy from Orinoco, who says her rent increased by 50% in 2023. She said, I started working full-time, I am 70. Members, these folks deserve our attention and our action. And so we have an opportunity today to decide, are we going to stand with them, or are we going to stand with big, faceless Wall Street investors and private equity corporations? I encourage you to stand with Minnesotans who are asking for us to take action.
The Secretary will take the roll for final passage as amended of Senate File number 2691. Members, please vote. Members, please vote. Senator Frentz. For those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Dibble is already here.
Well, just wanted you to know he voted aye. And Senator Fateh votes aye.
And Senator Fateh votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Dornick votes no.
Senator Dornick votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Curran votes no.
Senator Curran votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Pratt votes no.
Senator Pratt votes no.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Kroon votes no.
And Senator Kroon votes no. Senator Johnson? All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 31 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, we will now go to House File 3699. Senator Hauschild.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've got to say, after all the long debate on the floor here, this might be the easiest yes vote that we'll get to take all session, because this bill celebrates one of the most recognizable symbols we have in Minnesota, the Lake Superior agate. One of the most common places to find them is in my district, along the North Shore, where so many of us have spent time walking the beaches, skipping rocks, and hunting for these perfectly blended stones. But the cool thing about agates is that they show up all across Minnesota, from farm fields and gravel roads to riverbeds. That's what makes them special. They connect the state together with the beautiful piece of nature. And this bill builds on the work that we already did in 2023, directing the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources to create a new state park license plate. What we're doing here is simply giving them a little more guidance on that process. We're saying let's make sure that that license plate design highlights the Lake Superior agate. That means a public design contest, Minnesotans submitting ideas, and ultimately a plate that people across the state can be proud of to put on their vehicle. And I want to give a big shout out to Lars Leafblood. This idea did not come from a lobbyist or a big organization. It came from someone who loves Minnesota rocks, who spent years walking those shores and decided, why don't we celebrate this? He did the work and built the momentum in both bodies. At the end of the day, this bill is about pride. Pride in our state parks, pride in the North Shore, our farms and riverbeds, and pride in something as simple as a rock that tells the story of Minnesota's history going back millions of years. So yes, this bill rocks, quite literally. But more importantly, it brings people together around something uniquely Minnesotan, and I'd greatly appreciate your support. Thank you.
Any other discussion on House File 3699? Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, it took us a while to get here today to this bill, but this is an awesome example of how things should get done around this place. This bill truly shows the power of the people. It's not a special interest group or high-powered lobbyists that are supporting this bill or advocating for this bill. It's the people of the great state of Minnesota. It is agate enthusiasts who are advocating for this bill, and they want to get it done today. Agate hunters, often referred to as rock hounds, are very passionate about this bill, and they have been enthusiastically advocating for its passage, and I'm excited to help get this done. And I know there are some folks in the gallery up there that are super excited about getting this done. So to all the rock hounds across the state, good work and rock on.
Any other discussion for House File 3699 before we give the bill its third reading? Seeing none, the Secretary will give House File 3699 its third reading.
House File Number 3699, a bill for an act relating to natural resources, adding requirements for state park license plate contest.
Third reading. Any other discussion before we vote? Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't going to stand up, but I just need to make a correction. Having grown up on Lake Pepin, I think agate hunters are more known as rock lickers. Thank you.
Any other discussion before final passage? Seeing no additional discussion, the Secretary will take the roll for final passage of House File 3699. Members, please vote so we can move expeditiously. Senator Frentz, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes yes.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes yes.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator Port votes yes.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Rest votes yes.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Mann votes yes.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes yes.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
That's all for now, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Frentz. Senator Jasinski, when you're ready, just please stand and give us your votes. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Dornick votes aye.
Senator Dornick votes aye.
Senator Housley, stand by. Senator Curran votes no.
Senator Curran votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Pratt votes aye.
Senator Pratt votes aye.
Senator Kroon votes no.
Senator Kroon votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes no.
And Senator Housley votes no. All senators having voted, who desires a vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 48 ayes and 18 noes. The bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, we will now go to Senate File 3888. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have Senate File number 3888, the last bill of the day, highly controversial, so you'll have to vote your conscience on this one. This allows tow trucks permission to use variable message signs. This increased safety by 95%. Currently, it's permissible use in Minnesota, but even the MnDOT highway helpers use this technology already. This bill puts in statute consistency for the signs and requires confirming to specific standards. Again, odds of vehicle moving over are 95% higher when these vehicles have mounted signs where they can be read from behind. I have passed out a picture of what they look like, just so if you have any questions. These messages are pre-programmed and limited to the standard establishments in the Minnesota Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. These message displays are pre-programmed and not creative, so no humor on these signs. It's typically move left, move right, slow down, or arrows. Members, this is a good bill. Vote green.
Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if Senator Jasinski will yield for a question.
Senator Jasinski, will you yield for a question? He will yield. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski, can you please explain in more detail the new language that's being proposed on lines 1.17 and 1.18?
Senator Jasinski, to the question.
Thank you, Senator Miller. Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller. Lines 1.15, a tow truck or towing vehicle may display a portable variable message sign mounted on a tow truck while permitting emergency service on or near the traveled portion of a highway. The portable variable message sign must conform to the standards established in the Minnesota Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other questions related to Senate File number 3888? Senator Latz.
Mr. President, will Senator Jasinski yield for a question?
Senator Jasinski, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, Senator Jasinski, do all of the tow trucks in your district, are they going to be required to have signs that say move right?
Senator Jasinski, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, most tow trucks that tow cars are on the right shoulder, so the majority of those tow trucks would say move left, and I'm understanding that Senator Latz would appreciate that.
Any additional discussion?
We're going
Senator
to create a purple district. Good. I do have one other question, if Senator Jasinski will yield.
Senator Jasinski, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Latz.
Senator Jasinski, how many trucks will a tow truck tow if a tow truck could tow tow trucks?
Senator Jasinski, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Latz, 1.
Any other discussion on Senate File number 3888? Seeing now none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File number 3888, a bill for an act relating to transportation, permitting tow trucks to use variable message signs.
Third reading. Sorry about that, Mr. Secretary. Third reading. Any other discussion before we vote? Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill, the Secretary will take the roll on final passage of Senate File number 3888. Members, please vote. Senator Frentz, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
And Senator Fateh votes aye.
And Senator Fateh votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Dornick votes aye.
Senator Dornick votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Coran votes aye.
Senator Coran votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Pratt votes aye.
Senator Pratt votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Kroon votes aye.
And Senator Kroon votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 66 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, I am going to Senator Murphy for a motion. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Thanks, members, for a long and full day. We're going to move a recess to the call of the President. The Rules Committee is going to meet in 123 as soon as we have a quorum. And I know the Pension Commission is beginning to meet. We will pass one bill. It's a vehicle bill, just so everybody knows, in rules. That committee report is going to come back here. So when we come back, we only need a skeletal crew, just a few members. And with that, Mr. President, I move a recess to the call of the President.
Senator Marty.
Mr. President, before voting on that, just wanted to announce Senate Finance is not meeting tonight. We will meet tomorrow morning.
All right, on the Murphy motion to recess, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Senate is now in recess to the call of the President.